You were saying that no one had handled cell phone or something like this. No one
I
had
didn't
threw
say
it or what?
anything. You said you believe that they're going to the moon because of all the overwhelming evidence. Now, what's that?
I'm trying to say that let's say independent Apollo signals were tracked beyond NASA.
Hello?
Lunar samples
Did you understand my question or not?
yes.
Yep. So you're going to answer it?
No, I'm just trying to bring the evidence.
Okay, go for it.
Um, I mean, the evidence is straightforward. Independent tracking lunar samples,
Wait, show me.
telemetry.
Show me
You
that.
want me to bring the sources?
Yeah. Show me the independent tracking.
All right. You want me to send a link, or I can just say it?
You can post it in the chat if you want. And then after you post it, go through and point out the parts that are
All right.
overwhelming evidence.
All right.
Evidence.
You got it yet? Not very overwhelming. Underwhelming. Looks like he's not going to present anything.
Okay, whilst we're waiting, I'm
Yep.
pretty sure CTR mentioned something earlier. He asked you guys, have you guys done any experiments yourselves?
There's no such thing as a flat Earth experiment.
Okay, right.
It's not
Just
the question. Stop
observations.
straying from the question.
What I was gonna ask was, have any of you guys done any observations using, for
Yep.
example, lasers or any kind of tool to measure the curvature or the lack of curvature? And if you have,
I
please
use
let me
my
know.
P9. I use my P900, my Nikon.
What's that?
That's the camera that ruined the globe for everyone. That's the history-breaking camera.
I'd love to hear about it. Can you explain?
It's a
Can you
camera.
talk us through? Yeah, can you talk us through what you did?
Well, you click the little button on the front and it takes photos.
It's a camera that sees really, really far.
And
It
how
resolves.
did that?
I saw farther than 3 miles.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so let's just break it down. Allegedly, we're supposed to be on a ball tard, okay? Now, if this is true, at a given elevation, the horizon should be at a very specific distance. Now, the Globebuster 9000, or P900, whatever you want to call it, happens to be able to zoom further than that so-called given distance. Now, this is not possible because there's supposed to be Earth in the way. Cameras don't see around corners, bro. Except for the P900, P950 and P1000. They all seem to be able to.
Is there any like photos that you've taken with it? That'd be pretty cool.
Jump on the internet, bro. Just type in P1000, P950 or P900 photos and you'll get inundated with the shit.
Did you check out our laser test?
In fact, it was probably the ad for that camera was somebody took a long distance shot, and I was like, really, that camera, that lens is within my reach of just buying that thing. And I looked, I'm like, holy crap, it's like $1,000. I'm getting one of those. And I bought one.
I still don't understand why ships aren't falling from Earth.
You still don't sound like you
Okay.
don't understand
All right,
anything.
I can
Okay, I'll
handle him
help.
now. It's time for me to
Okay.
help him. You ready, dude? The spaceship guy, you ready? Spaceship guy, are you there?
Gotta whisper.
Are you there? The guy who wants to know about ships. Hello? Why would somebody ask a question then not be there?
Wasn't it Kayuma? Was that you?
Oh, what's going on?
The guy that wanted to know about the ships falling off the edge. Was it you, Leon?
That was Leon. Yeah.
Oh, Leon wanted to know. Do you still want to know why, Leon?
Well, I didn't ask any of this question.
You didn't want to know why ships don't fall off the earth?
Well, let's hear it.
Oh, so you want to know? Oh, that's because space is fake and there's nowhere for ships to fall to. Outer space doesn't exist. I love it.
Then how does the satellites, work?
Don't know his back.
No, no such thing.
What? And how do we
Wait.
get like?
You
Oh,
want to
wait,
fix yours?
Can I talk to this guy who said space is fake?
No,
Yeah,
there
do.
are satellites. Things
What
land
about
on a ship.
wait, if space doesn't exist, can you explain GPS timing, orbital mechanics? I don't know, ISS tracking.
How many different things do you want to explain? Pick one only.
Okay, GPS timing. Let's say GPS timing.
GPS, okay, that's an antenna system on the ground. What do you want to know about it?
It's what?
They use antennas on the ground. It's ground positioning system,
Wait, if it were
system. It's called ground
Wait, if-
positioning system.
if it were ground antennas, GPS would fail over oceans, desert, polar regions.
Oh, they just put
Exactly.
antennas in the ocean. Man, what year are you living in?
In the ocean.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait.
How do you think planes follow beacons? They've got
GPS
antennas in the
receivers
ocean.
don't just pick up a generic location signal. They solve timing from multiple
That's why you
moving
got to
sources.
make sure you're following where they tell you to go, because once you lose their signal, you're flying wherever and crashing. Goodbye, everybody's dying.
Okay, great. Show one verifiable map maintains network or I don't know what for these ocean antennas and explain why every GNSS receiver firmware stack is built.
How many
with-
things are you going to ask us? How many things are you going to ask us?
I'm just saying that if it's grounded based,
Why don't you
I mean,
show that all
explain-
those things are only
okay.
on a ball? So
Wait.
explain why they're all on a ball.
Okay, before I do that, if it's ground based, explain why
We're
the
still
system
waiting.
model.
We're still waiting for the previous answer on the other question.
Okay, I will. Okay, but you want me to explain why GPS works on global Earth, right?
No, show it.
Okay, I will show you. Here this is.
Got it yet?
Okay, here's the first line.
Just gonna ignore that question too, are you?
They done talking about ships falling off of the no space Earth?
Oh, that was the Whisperer. Come on, Leon. I know you can do it.
Yeah, I'm
I
on it.
see the number guy left. The guy with that had the number for the name, he knows that's what it's all about. He's just preparing ahead of time for just presenting his number to people.
Oh well, while we're waiting for someone to present information.
You call it a pancake, you call it a coin. A disc has a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting the claim that was never ours. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant sea while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting the claim that was never ours. Stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win, with a joke about where the elephants have been now. Was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look. If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation.
Almost want to grab a cognac, a big fat cigar, sit back and put my feet up.
I like the idea of making these little bumper quotes. They're fun. Yeah, I decided to go for kind of a lounge feel with that one. Usually I try and match the timeline of the person who said it.
I like the other one that I did, where it's got that sort of eerie background. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. That's why I like it.
I know what you mean. There's a lot of them that end up weird like that. It's okay when it's a little eerie, but when it gets to the point where it's annoying, I can't play those. And I've got some stuff that's so eerie it's annoying. But some of it's just outright AI glitches. We should make more of these.
It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent, acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah. They say the light just stops to think when it hits a new address, that a pencil in a glass of water breaks from all the stress, and a fish you're trying to catch is right below the spot you see. Well, sit right down and let me set your inner physicist free.
Oh, it's just a bend, it's not a break. A simple change of pace, for goodness sake. The slows and takes a turn, a fundamental law to learn.
So many stories get it wrong in every textbook, poem, song. Let me shine a light on what is true. Refraction's not the trick.
The trick's on you.
They whisper that a prism paints the colors found inside. That white light's just itself until by magic it's denied. But Roy G. Biv was always there, just riding side by side. It's just the speeds are different, so they all fan out wide. And a mirage on the highway, a pool of water in the heat. Isn't the sky falling down? Oh, it's the sky meeting the street. A bent and lifted image from the layers of hot air. A thirsty illusion, but the science, it is there. Oh, it's just a
bend, it's not a break. A simple change of pace, for goodness sake. The light just slows and takes a turn, a fundamental law to learn.
So many stories get it wrong in every textbook, poem, song. Let me shine a light on what's not the trick.
The trick's on you.
We want the world to be as it appears, to trust our eyes and fight our doubts and fears. But light is just a messenger, a runner on the ground. And when the terrain changes, well, his path gets bent around. So blame the medium, the density, the index, and the speed. Not some rebellious photon with the mischievous little need. Oh. So when you see that spirishing diagram in class, aim low for the fish, don't let that old myth pass. The diver sees you high above, not where you really stand. It's geometry of bending, not a sleight of hand. And rainbows aren't a place, you can't go chase their end. Their personal performance on the droplets light depends. Your rainbow's yours alone, a vision sweet and slightly shifted by a million tiny prisms in the aftermath ring gifted.
And it was never a break.
Yeah, a beautiful correction that the universe will make. The light just
slows and takes a turn.
A lesson we must learn. So close your misconceptions. Let the proper knowledge burn. Let me shine a light on what is true. Refraction's not the trick. The old tale's just a flick. The trick was on you. Yeah. It was always just a bit.
Geo-Or's an earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Edward's a wealthy ward, weird one and of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, an increase in radios, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic.
What was that, man?
How's everybody doing tonight?
How's it going, man? Just hanging out.
30 Globers in here right now?
Perhaps.
We think they're hiding.
Hello, Matrix.
How's it going, man?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I can't complain. Beautiful Saturday. Extremely warm outside.
I'm in Toronto. It's just starting to get warm here.
Yeah, the last, what have we had, 3 days in a row where it's been over 30 Celsius.
Oh, that's fine.
Big Bang.
I hate when it does that.
Someone must have dropped in. Oh, welcome to whoever dropped in.
Let's server meet the damn bot, too.
Does this bot automatically mute itself when people come and talk?
No.
No. I stopped it. We're just quick on the draw and muting it so that we can get back to having a conversation.
Is there any Glober who wants to have a conversation about the Earth?
Don't be shy. Nobody's going to bite your head off or anything.
That's why they keep me behind a microphone, so you're all safe. No takers. Fair income. Oh, the music wins. Now, Travis asked for, what was it? Divine refraction. All right. Let's see if it works.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, Kanu function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. When logic fails, they change their section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. मैं बोला थोड़ा logical आ, वो बोला अरे यार ने सब बता. Divine refraction. बस एक ही reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, refraction, divine direction. जब photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh बोलता, सब मेरे भाई. Refraction नहीं है, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang, bring equations, not excuses. Rocket gaya, screen पे glitch, screen fail, camera switch. Rakesh बोले ये क्या scene है? Space to fake सब dream है. DJ Rakesh बोले loudly, space is fake, baby proudly. चांद पे गए तो shadow wrong, लगता पुराना video song. DJ Rakesh, moon landing looks like VHS. DJ Rakesh, Bollywood space में full stress. NASA और ISRO दोनों भाई same trick, एक ही चाय. Camera angle like not right, Earth round बोले पर flat in sight. Rakesh ने बोला मैं DJ हूँ, पर truth mix करता every tune. When the show starts, none blink करे, लगता Photoshop ही पड़े. DJ Rakesh बोले मैं नहीं fool, moon landing was in old school. Pixel chill में like 8-bit game, reality show सबका same. DJ Rakesh, drop the beat, truth, refresh. DJ Rakesh, Bollywood star, space का crash. तू बोला space में stars है, मैं बोला CGI के scars है. तू बोला rocket गया रे, मैं बोला editing माया रे. DJ Rakesh का final say, fake moon video सब ले. India हो या USA, same story, new screenplay. DJ Rakesh.
I've brought this up before, but why are maps? Why haven't we have a flat Earth map, and why are maps based off of a projection?
All maps are flat Earth maps.
Which map are you talking about? Are you talking about the globe projection maps?
Okay, hear me out. Why would it matter if all maps are flat Earth maps? I'm looking at, let's say Mercator projection maps that Google Maps uses. These are round Earth maps. Why hasn't Flat Earth developed their own map? B, wouldn't it be more efficient to use a Flat Earth map than a round Earth map if I want accurate, road trips?
Do you know how expensive it is to make maps?
I don't off the top of my head, but I do know that there's been multiple, ignore history for a second, just like within our lifetime history, there's been multiple companies that have developed their own super accurate maps independently of, each other. Google Maps, Apple Maps, MapQuest. I'll stop.
Do you know how much Google Maps spent developing their maps? Almost $1 billion.
That's
It's heaps of photos.
So
And
if there's
just
if there's
by
heaps
the
of flat Earth
imagery
maps,
alone, satellite imagery for the entire Earth, $100 million.
and you said it was $1 billion total. So
Yeah, Google Maps
the
total for the
imagery
street
was just
views and
1/10.
everything like that. They've spent almost $1 billion developing their map. It's very
Okay,
expensive
but
to
it's
build
surprising
accurate
to
maps.
me that the
Even
imagery
a
part
small
is
scale
only.
map may cost $50,000.
So how accurate do you want these road trips to be? Like, are you going to be driving within 1/8 of the fog line, or what type of accuracy are we talking here for a road trip?
Yeah, are you
reason.
lost? You can't follow road signs? What's wrong with you?
Like the
time
reason
out
I
for a second.
hung Tic Tacs, the reason I ask this, I've got friends who just to drive 3 blocks down the street will turn on their map system in their car. I'm old school. I can drive 3 parts away across the country, and then I'll look at a road sign and go, "Oh yeah, that's where I'm going." So how is you having a ultra refined map going to change anything? What are you expecting it to do for you?
So just to be clear, I bring this up because it feels like, without going on ad nauseum, flat earthers are really about testing reality, measuring the Earth, actually measuring the Earth. Yet I don't think any flat earthers here would agree on a number for how far across the Earth is.
We've made no claim to that.
I know. It's a part of the strategy.
So why
but hear me
strawman
out.
us?
I didn't strawman you. I said
You are. You're
don't
telling
think-
us, you're questioning why we haven't given you a direct number and how we're not agreeing on numbers. I've never put a number forward. I'm pretty sure T-Dub's never put one forward. How about this? Hey, T-Dub, have you ever put a number forward?
I'd love to.
Not that I recall.
I'd love
If
to
I
have
did,
a
I'm a
conversation.
Right.
Not get yelled at.
Yeah,
it's
the
not a
problem is
strategy,
you're
by the way.
strawmanning us. No one's
Okay,
put a number
strawmanning
forward,
you-
so you're claiming we can't
No,
agree on
listen,
something
listen,
that we've never
listen.
put forward in the first place. So how
Yeah,
can
yeah.
we disagree or agree on a number that's never been placed forward? That is a
You
straw
start by
man.
listening.
You're claiming we have. You start by not being a fucking slime.
I don't think you understand what strawmanning is. I never made your argument for you or made a
You
make-believe
did. You're
argument,
claiming that we
and
don't
then
agree
you
on
knocked it
something
down.
that we have not pressed forward.
Yeah. I'm claiming that you guys wouldn't agree that what the distance is from.
How
Earth,
can we agree on
side to
something
side.
that's never been put forward?
Okay. Why hasn't it been put forward?
Because we don't make a claim to it, son. The only
Why?
claim we're making is that the surface is planar.
Why wouldn't you make an argument for how far away, left and, north, south, east, west?
So now you're
Why
telling
not
me what I have to make a claim to. No. Listen.
asking why haven't you?
Listen. The surface is planar. How far it is across, no one gives a fuck.
I do. Because I'm trying to.
That's
I'm
nice.
trying to do
Go and measure
a
it.
nice travel trip. I'm trying to do a nice trip across the earth. Maybe I'm on my sailboat. And wouldn't it be more efficient whether I own a shipping company or I'm just doing a casual?
You said you're on a road trip. Make up your
To
mind.
know. My point is, if you'd stop interrupting me, is that wouldn't it be more convenient to have a flat earth map if we lived on a flat earth? Why do you and many other flat earthers use my globe earth maps to plan your road trip? To
I don't
travel
use your
across the
maps.
ocean?
I told you that.
Yeah, we
So
don't. We don't.
What map do you use and how far
that people are
across
planning
is Earth?
road trips with a Mercator map, bro? How detailed is that
I
shit?
do.
You
I
got
use Google
a
Maps.
magnifying
It can
glass in your
accurately-
Mercator map, and you go, "Zzz, oh yeah, there's the roads." Like, come on, bro, what are you talking about? People don't use the fucking Mercator map to plan road trips.
We absolutely do. Whether you buy a map from a gas
They
station
don't.
or can you let me finish? Whether you buy a map from a gas station or you go on maps.google.com or
They're flat.
apple.maps.com, They are projection maps based on a round Earth.
No, they're not. Original local area maps are not projections of a round Earth.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. You know how I know that? It's because a long time ago, when there was maps of New South Wales, maps of Queensland, maps of South Australia, maps of the Northern Territory, and they tried to line the bastards up, they didn't line up. When the guys went up to Papua New Guinea to go into war, they had the local maps there. They didn't line up. If they were based off the globetard projection, they would have been perfect from the get-go. None of them lined up.
When you say lined up, what do you mean?
Well, when map A from area A gets put next to map B from area B, they didn't line up. As in, the north-south lines didn't match up.
Okay,
None of it did.
Clarifying question. When you're saying they didn't line up, area A versus area B.
Okay, on a map, I'll answer you. On your map, I'll answer you. Before you get going, listen. On a map, you've got your grid lines. Yes? Imagine someone's got the grid lines, picked them up, and screwed them sideways 20 degrees. And you're sitting there wondering why the fucking map's not lining up. That's the level of out they are.
You realize you haven't even made an argument. You're talking about...
You realize you haven't. You're telling us about distances that we've never put forward, and then you're claiming that's not a straw man. And now you're telling us we must have a map. Well, I've told you, I can drive all the way across the country. Hey, tic-tacs. No, shut up. You've told me that I have to have a map to plan a road trip. No, I fucking don't. This is how easy it is. Matrix, I'm going to go to Western Australia, get in my car and fucking drive. I don't need a piece of paper to tell me how to do that.
But you'd know that you were going west based on what?
Nope. I don't need to know I'm going west. I get out of town and there's a fucking great big sign. This town that way. Oh, okay. Follow the road.
You started this by saying, I know I'm going to go on a road trip and go west. And I'm asking you.
No, I didn't. I didn't mention west.
And now you're telling me, yes, you did.
I didn't mention west, liar.
Yes, you did. You
mentioned
west.
I said Western Australia. It's another state. Like the Northern Territory. If I said I was going to the Northern Territory, would that mean I'm going north?
Okay, forgive me if I misheard you.
Maps are very, very specific tools for very specific functions. If you choose to use a map outside of its specific function, you may as well throw the thing in the bin because it's not going to be of any use.
Do you deny the fact that when I type in a road trip from New South Wales to Western Australia, a random town there, that when Google Maps gives me hey, this is a 2,000 kilometer road trip. Can you let me finish? I'm not even...
You're making an example that's not relevant to what I said. I've just told you, I can drive across the country without a fucking map, and now you're telling me to agree to some bullshit requiring a map. Hello, McFly?
I'm happy that you know the territory of Australia.
Excellent. And I'm happy you're a fucking idiot that doesn't know where you're going, and you are going to require a map. Go and use it. Pick one. There's plenty to choose from.
The map that I'm using is a round Earth map, a globular Earth map. Where's my flat Earth map that can get me from my A to B destination in a faster, more...
So how do you know it's a globular map? It's on a flat piece of paper.
Because
there's no globular in that.
Projection that Google Maps... I know that the Mercator projection that Google Maps uses, or the projection that Apple Maps uses, or the projection that MapQuest uses, is all based on a globular Earth.
Not at all.
It is.
No, it's actually based. It's based on a celestial. Dude, it's based off the celestial sphere. It's based on sky observations and the celestial sphere. That's how it originated. And the celestial sphere it traces back to flat earth cultures like the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Indian astronomers. Okay, they're the ones that originally came up with the celestial sphere in the first place. The spherical coordinate system is the celestial sphere. right? It's inverted into a terrestrial sphere. It doesn't mean that the terrestrial sphere exists in reality. It's just a convenient coordinate system based off the celestial sphere, which is an imaginary way of mapping out the sky, or in, you know, visualizing the sky. It's not real. The sky isn't really a sphere. It's just a convenient way that the ancients mapped out the coordinate system, the stars.
My understanding is the celestial sphere is a different concept, and when I'm doing a road trip, I don't care about my lat long. In actuality, I care.
That's what it's based off
getting to my
of.
destination. And when I use maps to get to my destination, these maps are based off of a round Earth that are projecting onto a flat plane. If we
Projected
actually
from
live
the
on a flat
celestial
plane-
sphere, as was
if we
just
actually-
informed to you.
If we actually live on a flat plane, we wouldn't have to do any of this projection baloney. We could actually map these maps in a more intrinsic.
Where did the globe
way.
projection come from, kid?
I don't know.
From the
I think it depends on
sky.
which projection
Maybe
you're
you should be listening a little bit more instead of preaching your same story that you've been trying to get out. We love your story. That's great. Come over, we'll have a beer and sit down and talk about it. But the problem is, where that projection of a ball-tard come from was from the sky, the lat long. Your globe map references that lat long, which comes from where? DJ just told you, if you were listening.
You should look into the history of how those maps originated and how those coordinate systems originated. So basically, long before the Earth was mathematically even claimed to be a globe or defined as a globe, the ancients basically envisioned the sky as a perfect rotating sphere. And they imagined the stars fixed to the inner surface of the sphere. And it was just an observational construct. And then later on, people like Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle came along, and they, through philosophical reasoning, they decided that because spheres are the most perfect shape, right? And they kind of worshipped spheres, which is weird. They decided that the Earth must also be a sphere. They reasoned that as above, so below, right? Why would the Creator create the Earth anything other than the most divine shape, which they thought was a sphere? And then over time, they inverted that celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial coordinate system. You can look at exactly what they did in the mainstream history, right? The right ascension became longitude, declination became latitude, celestial poles became terrestrial poles, the celestial equator became the terrestrial equator, and so on. All of that came from basically taking elevation angles to the celestial bodies. So it's like, okay, you know that when you're at this point on the Earth, what's that?
I was just saying, I was affirming what you're saying right now. Is like, so I'm thinking of like compasses when you're out at sea. You're measuring that angle to the celestial body to figure out where you are or on Earth.
Right, exactly. So that's why the ancients needed a convenient way of mapping out the sky, so they could use it for traveling and that kind of thing. So they decided to make a convenient model, which is just an imaginary way of envisioning the sky, like I was talking about before. And so that way you could have like a coordinate system that you could use to navigate and for all sorts of different things. And that was the celestial sphere. If you look at the old sculptures of Atlas, they changed it to a globe that he's carrying, but if you look at the actual ancient sculptures, he was actually carrying a celestial sphere on his shoulders. And long before anyone imagined, I can post a picture of it.
But you guys got to realize that you're talking past me a little bit here. My question, is the foundation is like, why are we using these projection maps based on celestial sphere? I'll concede that point, celestial spheres, et cetera, et cetera. Why not we use a flat Earth map on a flat Earth? Whereas you guys won't even tell me how far away, from one side to the other.
Well,
North,
Rayleigh
south, east,
Criterion was
west.
explaining how difficult it is to do that. It would be great if
Who
we
was
had,
saying that?
Rayleigh Criterion was explaining how expensive it is and how difficult it is to actually physically go out and make a map. Okay, this Mercator projection that you're talking about, or all of the other globe projections, they weren't made because people went out and actually mapped the Earth, like physically. They're made of just a coordinate system transfer, right? Transferring the sky coordinate system onto the ground. So going out, it would be nice.
Cartographers have been doing the cartography thing forever.
Right,
And
but they're only able
say that
to
it's too
map out
expensive.
small sections. There isn't some cartographers that have gone out and made an entire world map based off doing that. That's not how it works. And people had maps before anyone even suggested. Before anyone even suggested that the Earth was a globe, maps existed. People used methods to go out and make maps of certain areas, and then you could stitch those maps together. Right, there are flat Earth maps. They're incomplete because the whole world hadn't been discovered at that time. But the globe maps that you're talking about, they weren't because people went out and mapped the entire world physically and measured curvature. That never happened.
But our world is physically mapped to its entirety for the most part. Like, sure, there's parts of the sub-Saharan Africa that we might not have been there physically and stood on that plot of sand, or I follow all that. Like, it's hard to stand in every single spot on planet Earth and give you the most accurate map. But we have finished a map. It's a globular map. When we project it onto a flat surface,
hung like Tic Tacs. Listen carefully.
2 more seconds.
Stop repeating the story. We've heard it 3 times already. You're preaching, boy. Stop doing that. It's because you've told us 3 times already, son. We've heard it. It's the most accurate map. Blah, blah, blah. Globetard. Listen carefully. All of your maps are just local surveys pinned together with a celestial coordinate system. Can you understand that?
If that were true, then tell me, where did Apple Maps garner its map of Africa?
Who gives a fuck about Apple Maps?
In relation to Google Maps' map
Who cares?
of Africa?
I can explain it.
I think it's important.
I think you should listen to DJ.
So this is what they're doing with Google Maps, right? So they're using a presupposed spherical coordinate system, the WGS84 coordinate system, which originated from the sky, a celestial sphere. And then they're going out and they're driving around using the coordinates of the celestial sphere, and they're gathering data. And then they're putting all of that into a big computer program, and then they're plotting it out into the spherical coordinate system. It's like a big computer program that has like the framework, like the baseline that they're using is that celestial sphere, that terrestrial, that spherical coordinate system, the WGS84, and then they're adding all of the data onto that. So it's not that they're going out measuring curvature or anything like that. They're just putting data into a presupposed spherical coordinate system. It's not like they're actually going out and measuring a spherical Earth.
Okay,
physically.
I follow that. But if they're not measuring reality, if that map would have been better placed on a flat plane, we wouldn't need to project it onto
No, stop. That's where you're going wrong. They are measuring reality. They're measuring reality. This is where you're pulling up. They are measuring reality. The problem is they're assigning it to a coordinate on a model.
And the model is round.
And the model happens to be a ball tard. They can assign them on a flat plane. Listen, they can assign them on a flat plane. There's nothing stopping them. But the fact that they've already spent billions of dollars assigning it to a computer program, so inconvenient or convenient for you, go ahead and use it, son. Stop preaching to us the same story. We've heard it before.
Wouldn't we be better off?
You've told us 4 times today.
To a flat plane.
Who cares?
I think we would be better off, would we not?
Who cares? You do. Go and do it then. If you think it's important, nick off outside and do it. Go and show us how it's done.
Well, the reality is that whether I map myself from California to Nevada or California
Don't make excuses.
to Florida,
It's convenient.
I still end up accurately representing the reality in which I live in because I'm using a round Earth map.
No, you
If I were to
don't.
use a
Okay,
flat
listen
Earth
carefully.
map,
I'm going to ask you a
it
very
does
simple
not
question.
exist.
I'm going to ask you a simple question, and I want you to answer honestly. Outside of your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, where have you ever witnessed the curvature? Alleged.
I've seen 2 sunrises with my drone. I've been able to hold my water bottle.
So you've witnessed the
as a
sunrise.
sign
Where
to
was the curvature in that?
Can I respond?
Yeah, we're going to break these down one at a time. I'm not going to listen to you ramble on for half an hour and then get upset that I didn't address every fucking component. So, you witnessed the sunrise. How the fuck does that show curvature? Where is the curvature in a sunrise? Hello? Where's the curvature in a sunrise?
I'm able to see 2 sunsets with my drone, is what I said.
That's great. Where is the curvature in a sunset then?
Okay. If I'm able to witness a sunset with my drone at 3 feet above the water's surface, and then that sunset disappears, and then I'm able to take that same drone and bring that 20 feet in the air and watch that same sunset disappear beyond the horizon. That leads credence to the argument that I'm looking over the horizon.
So it only leads credence. It's not actual direct proof of curvature. So you have not directly witnessed the curvature. Thank you for being honest. No, that's not science class. That's you being honest. You have not directly witnessed the curvature. That's what I wanted you to say.
Okay. So when
excellent. So you agree with me?
Commercial. When I think that gives evidence that there exists a curve. If I'm able to visibly see 2 sunsets in the same night, just based
that doesn't prove curvature.
That means that the sun
that does not prove curvature.
The horizon, and when I change my vantage point and I'm able to see it again, that means
that just proves there could be an atmospheric effect. You were in here earlier when Jesse was rattling on about atmospheric effects. So how are you going to eliminate that from your claim now?
Hand wave away my evidence as
you haven't given any evidence. You've given an assumption. You've assumed that there's curvature because you've taken 2 particular images and you've assumed curvature because image A can't happen until I go to position B. That's what you've done.
It certainly
you've assumed that,
doesn't it?
What's the evidence?
2 sunsets.
Check it out. Hold on. I'll post something in side chat for you and we'll see what your opinion is of this.
Only if you pulled it locally from your computer in your file.
No, check this out. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. No. Wait for it to load. Waiting. Don't tell me hard drive's got to spool up. Yep, hard drive's got to wind up. Here it is.
Your data has to go all the way
check it out.
The globe.
2 cans. You can see the 2 cans there, right? Those cans are taken both from the same distance. The only difference is in those photos is the elevation of the camera. Have a look at the surface. Have a look at the can that's bottom of it, the bottom image, the bottom of the can is missing. That's taken on a flat surface, unlike Tic Tacs. So the effect that you told us is, definitely curvature, happens on a flat surface.
To a measurable effect?
Well, we can see it. It's observable.
Okay, but not measurable, right?
Well, you can measure that if you like. So, your claim of drone going higher is proof of curvature has just quite easily been debunked with a can of coffee. So maybe the claim of curvature as the answer is incorrect. Maybe there's other things going on. So how about I ask you again to be honest?
You still use my maps.
I don't need your map. I've already told you that.
You still use them.
I don't. I've already told you that. I use local maps. They're not Mercator.
Okay, give me.
So,
give me the
anyways,
source
how about you answer
that
the question
map
honestly
equals
that I
the
still haven't got an answer for?
map.
Where, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and television, have you witnessed the curvature?
Oh, you're ready for my next example?
Well, your first one failed. Can of coffee beat that.
No, the first one you talked over me for. So if you're ready to listen for the second one, I'm happy.
Well, your first one was your drone pictures. They failed. A can of coffee
No,
beat that.
it doesn't work because I have a drone and there's no curve.
But you can see two sunsets. Do you concede that fact?
That doesn't prove curvature. There's two cans there.
I've seen two sunsets at the exact same time with my drone on opposite sides of the sky. How do you like that? Guess the sun reflects off clouds, doesn't it?
So what's your second failure you want to put forward?
The next commercial flight that you guys take that water bottle, hold it eye level, and
And where do I put
see
the camera?
how
Do I
the
put the
level
camera on
of
the
the
floor,
water.
or
Just
do I
your
put the
eyeball.
camera
Just
on
your
the
eyeball.
ceiling when I take a picture?
Yeah. All right. If you guys can't hold yourselves back from interrupting, I think I'm done.
Where do I put
You
my
were done
eyes?
before you started, boy.
Where do I put my eyes when I put a water bottle up against the window? Above, on the ceiling, on the floor, even with the bottle? Where do I put them?
He's gonna bail. Coward.
They forgot about that part. Every time they try to bring that up, I ask that question.
Fuck, that took a while to stop.
All
That
right.
little chap's got a problem.
Right when I had it in my sights, somebody took him out, I guess. Damn, why do people have to be retarded on purpose? Like, why would one choose to be retarded? Why? Anyway,
They're mad because we took space rockets away from them, even though NASA pretended to do a launch yesterday. It didn't have any effect on anybody. My 6-year-old grandkids didn't even know there was. Nobody even talked about it. So they obviously didn't see it because they would be talking all about it. So there we go. That's how interested people are in going to pretend space.
they're big mad that nobody cares about their heaven. Anyway, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask.
Does anybody know where you put your eyes when you put a water bottle up against the window of a plane?
Well, let's just go through these one at a time. If my eye level is above the water level, and I'm looking out the plane, and I'm guessing he wants us to compare the horizon to it, just a wild guess. If my eye line is above the water bottle, and that means the water bottle will appear to be below the horizon, is he saying the horizon is higher than it should be? So you're going to prove a, what, concave Earth?
He hasn't said anything yet. He won't answer the question. Where? Okay, I put a water bottle up against the window. Now, do I go to the bathroom? Do I talk to my neighbor? What am I doing with this water bottle?
You're looking at how flat the water inside it is.
Maybe he thinks the water in the bottle curves like with the curve of the earth.
It's really cool. Like, you could take off in a plane, right? And no matter what happens to the plane, the surface of the water is always going to stay level, unless there's a lot of turbulence and you get shaken around a lot. But generally, it's like a gyroscope, man. That shit is just going to remain horizontal the whole time. You know, so the plane could actually tilt, right? The plane could like change pitch, right, and tilt relative to horizontal. That means that your bottle's going to tilt with the plane, right? If it was sitting on the floor of the plane, right, for example. But the level of the water is going to remain just horizontal. It's not going to. It's not going to change. It's like I'm doing it with my coffee cup right now. Like I'm just tilting it, and the surface of the coffee is remaining horizontal. It's pretty cool. It's like nature's own reference to horizontal.
Oh, if you turn your bottle sideways and look out the window, that tiny little 3-inch section of bottle that you've got, you use that as a level and you look at the horizon, and the horizon will be below the level of the water that you've got. Well, no shit, boys and girls,
Oh, yeah.
because you're at 40,000 fucking feet in a plane.
Well, you also don't know what environmental conditions exist. Conditions exist way out in the distance, which is causing you to see a cutoff point. You know, closer than what you would if those conditions weren't there, right? Too. So, but at any rate, you know, usually if you've got a nice clear view of the horizon, it's also like if it's made of water, it also is horizontal, just like the water in your bottle or your coffee cup, right?
Just it's now up at 40,000 feet.
Yeah, I mean, like liquid in any large quantity, like whether it's in a cup or the ocean, it looks flat. Actually, we get the word horizontal from the word horizon, horizontal, right? I mean, that's a left to right line that has zero slope. If it were to curve, that would be a change in slope. If it was still to remain like flat but tilt either side, right? That would be also a slope of more or less than zero on one side or the other, right? But when it's horizontal, that's your zero reference. That's no change in no change in slope, no change in elevation, equal along the entirety of its length.
Shane, what are you talking about? From what I can tell, I hear people speaking one at a time.
Sure, I can give it a try. So I'm trying to understand this water in an airplane, what that's showing, and since the comment in there is that Glovers would think that it would float as it would in the ISS. So I'm trying to understand the logic of this. What
Yeah,
am I
no one.
trying to see?
Yeah,
in
nobody
the-
claimed the water would float in a plane.
No, I said what I said to you is doesn't water float after you get a certain point high away from the earth? Yes or no?
like float out of the glass?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. Like it would float out of the glass with no
so
other
you
propulsion
mean all
or
those
movement?
those people on the rocket ship right now? What are they doing? Are they floating around or are they pinned to a chair?
Or they would like if we want to stick to the water, then like if you see like on ISS or other places where they're showing the water like in a bubble or a glob, they squirt it out of something. So it's not going to like float out of the container.
Why?
It doesn't have any because there's no momentum to it. There's nothing pushing it. It needs to be pushed out of the container.
Oh, okay. So
So
if I just touch the glass a little bit,
but
it'll move, right?
no, that's not what I'm
No,
saying. You're asking me.
it's nothing to pull it back
Okay.
the other direction.
I have all night, so I can continue to wait for interjections and interruptions. So go ahead.
You said no, and I said if there's no, if people are, if I were up there and we're all floating around, floating, and there's a glass of water sitting on a table, why isn't the glass of water going wee and floating too?
Propulsion.
Propulsion now. Wow. How's that work?
Yeah, it has to move. You want me to explain, or are you going to interrupt as soon as I begin to?
Yeah, no, go ahead. You explain.
And I'll be very brief. I'm not looking to make a diatribe or anything like that. So, with your cup of water, I don't think that anyone is saying that in a plane it would suddenly begin to float in a plane and something that's
On the
low
ISS.
floats. Okay, so on the ISS, if you have a cup of water, it's not going to just float out of the cup. Just as everything that's on the ISS, nothing just suddenly begins to float. Everything has to have some momentum to it to begin its flotation. Something has to propel it. Something needs to move it. So if that was true, ISS, everything would just be floating around. Everything would be coming out of its containers. Everything would be floating out of it. The water on your eyelids would just be squirting out of you. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Think about it. It has surface tension. It's still holding on to itself. It's still going to be there. So you would have to, like, if I
Air
took that
pressure
cup
is
and I
what
squeezed
causes
it.
that liquid. Yeah, air pressure causes that liquid form. So if you remove the air pressure, you wouldn't have that liquid on your eyelids and all that shit. So it's the air pressure that does that, not gravity.
Okay, so I'm wrong in thinking. Okay, I'm totally wrong. All right, it's air pressure that causes that.
Well, if you remove the air pressure, the water turns to gas. So would your tears. Globe tears also turn to gas.
Okay, but to be
Huh.
fair,
I'm
Mercury
trying to very
at a
specifically
vacuum still has
understand
surface
this
tension.
experiment that you're
Mercury
showing
also
that's going
turns to
to prove
gas
something.
in a vacuum.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. I was interrupting. My problem.
Mercury also turns to gas.
Mercury turns into a gas in a vacuum?
Yeah.
Is that
I don't know. You guys tried to move the goalposts over to Mercury, and I debunked that one too.
where
You know.
do I have never
I'm like a
looked at that or even looked into that at all. So I'll
I'm like
look
a
into
super
that.
fast hockey skater that's just hogging the puck the whole time. You guys are shooting, and I'm running over here and going, click. Nope. You ain't getting that. Nope. Click. No, that doesn't exist. See how that works? Because you can't just make up stuff with me.
I haven't made anything up. I've asked you a question about where, like, so with Mercury turning into gas.
Okay,
Where did you
Shane,
find
just
that?
so
I've
you
never
know,
heard this.
Shane, hold
I've
on for a
never heard
second.
this, so I'm
Shane,
honestly
that's
trying
great.
to ask
I
you
know
to
you haven't
explain.
heard it, but you're going to listen to what I'm about to say so we can just help you out a little
Shoot,
bit.
let's do it.
Whilst you remember you said a minute ago, I'm sorry I interrupted you. At the same time you were talking, some other clown show decided to interrupt also at the same time. And what happened is our good friend here about the Mercury answered the other clown that interrupted you. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
So no need to apologise.
I was confused
The
by what
Mercury
happened
comment,
there, so
the Mercury comment was directed at someone else. So you may continue and ask your question.
Oh, okay. I was completely confused by that. Thank you for clearing that up because I thought we had suddenly shifted to Mercury. I was really confused. Much appreciated.
No, I blocked
So
that one.
Okay. I was really confused by that. So I guess I'm still trying to understand, like, the cup in the water. What would that? I don't understand what that shows. Like, I don't understand the value of the cup of setting on a plane. Like, I don't understand it,
I don't either. That
especially
was
if you're
some
trying to
Glober who
compare.
brought that up. Some Glober brought that up and then got quiet. Some hung like Tic Tacs. He got all quiet after he brought it up. Said, put a bottle of water against the window in a plane. And I said, okay, where do you put your eyes? And he said, oh, I'm done. And then he, was all dramatic and shit.
Yeah, so I'm completely confused. Then what is the image
Me
that was put
too.
up
Me
by
too. We
Riley
don't know.
Criterion?
Yeah, we don't know what the story is.
No, is Riley Criterion still here? That's the one who put up the video of the leveled liquid in a cup.
That was in response to the other clown with his
what is the
hold a
response?
bottle of
That's what
water.
I'm still trying to understand.
Yeah, you came in on the back of a conversation. That's why you don't understand. One of his
I heard that whole
so-called globe proofs was hold the bottle of water up there, and Hung Like Tic Tacs is a known troll. He's a pain in the ass. He just comes in with stupid hypotheticals. Then when you press him, he'll have a little whinge that you spoke through him, and he's just negative the whole time. So anyways, he was going to tell us when you hold the water up to the window and you look across the level surface of the water, when you look out the window in comparison to the horizon will show a dip, therefore Earth curvature. Now the issue with that is when you've got your little water bottle holding it up. Excellent, I'm glad you agree. Now, if you hold a bottle of water up and your eye line
Earth, but I still don't understand that.
If you grab your bottle of water, hold it in front of you. If your eye line is above that water, anything beyond that is going to be perceivably low. If your eye line is below that water, anything beyond that is going to be perceivably high. It's just relevant to where the water is in comparison to your eye line. And that's what he was pressed about. Where am I holding the water and where am I going to be in comparison to this water? And he had a little cry.
But then, Riley, this is your video that you own, the level liquid on an airplane. I don't understand what that's showing because this happened. You had to have created that video. I don't think you're on a plane right now.
I guess what it
It's a couple
shows is
deer.
that
I would love
all
to be on a
heights,
plane
no
right now.
matter
It's a couple
how
deer,
high
but
you are above your earth, no matter how high you go, water's always flat and level in its container when there's no wind on it.
no, I think even if you're on the ISS, the water would still be flat in the container, way more prominently noticeable and harder to
Like it or
push the
not,
water
you're
out of the cup.
It's
already
weird
a
how you
flat
guys have.
earther.
Yeah, it's weird how you guys have water gravity on the ISS, but you can't. Oh, you guys have to sleep in cocoons because you're just gonna float around and bump into shit all night.
I said water gravity. Those were words I used. If I did,
But
that's
what
an
would
odd
you
thing for me to
call
say.
it? What would you call it?
What would I call the water
Gravity that
staying
holds
inside the
water in a
vessel?
cup on the ISS.
I don't understand the question because I've never
What
alluded to
would you
gravity
call the
being
gravity that holds down water into a cup and holds the cup to a table in the ISS? What kind of gravity is that? Selective gravity, water gravity, glass gravity? It doesn't hold people down because you see them; they got to float around and do somersaults and shit.
I guess I'm still confused of what word of gravity that I ever use.
The one that makes
You
water
wanted me to give you a. You're wanting me to give you
one who makes
termination
water
of a
stick
term
to a
of
wall.
gravity.
Yeah, the one that makes water stick
What?
to a wall in the ISS. Because which wall is it? Is that a sidewall? Is that the floor? Is that the ceiling? Which wall is that water sticking to in the ISS?
I guess ask your question clearly in a way that I think
Since there's no up or
pretend I'm
down when
dumb,
you're
just like
floating in
I
space.
would pretend.
So when there's no up, since there's no up and down in space, is there? No. Why is the water sticking to a surface, and why did it pick that surface?
So why is the water sticking to a surface?
Yeah, that one surface. Why, if I take the cup and I put it on a wall just to the side of me, like 90 degrees over, it should stick sideways, right? And stay flat and level sideways too.
For the most part, yeah.
And then if I put it on the ceiling, it should flip and rotate and be on the ceiling, flat and level too.
Depending, we're talking about like you're on the ISS, right? And what
Yeah.
you're calling the ceiling. Okay, so what you're calling the ceiling on the ISS, if I take an object and I move it and I no longer provide any more propulsion to it, like I don't nudge it a little bit with my finger, I push it against the edge of something and I let go, it will for the most part stay in that area. For the most part, it will stay in that spot. Will it
So
indefinitely?
for
No, because
every
nothing
action,
stays
there's an
indefinitely anywhere.
equal and opposite reaction, or if you let something go in a vacuum or something that has nothing in its way, it won't go on forever. It'll just, you let go of something, it just stays there.
If I let go of something, it just stays there.
Or do you
I
mean
don't know, like
place it in a, like if I take a pencil and I just open my hand and don't do anything, it should stay right there. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, for the most part. I mean, it will over time. It will move because there
What
is
about the
you know you
oil
have
that
your
was
hand moving and
sticking
things
to
like
your
that.
fingers? What about, yeah, the oil that sticks to your fingers? That should be all over that thing after 20 years. It should be like a slime goo inside the ISS. What about
It
that
pretty much
oil when you're
is, yeah.
sticking to the pencil? Yeah, and you open your fingers real slow, it's going to stick to one of your fingers. It's not going to let go of them both at the same time, and that's the direction it's going to go. And it's going to keep going forever till it hits something like gas balls, like your gas balls in a vacuum. You know how you got to have a container to have pressurized gas like 14.7 psi at sea level. You have to have a container to do that. Same thing, because that gas just goes until it hits something it collides with. Isn't that interesting? That gas has to be pressurized. See how I brought that back?
I don't understand how the gas is related to the
Nobody
solid
ever
envelope
understands
in ISS.
why gas has to be pressurized. No one ever does, unless you're
No,
a flat earther.
did I say that? What? Where are you making these leaps of what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you. So let's try to stay on what you're saying. You're saying that somehow the gas is related to the pencil that's on my hand and ISS and the oils on my fingers. So I'm trying to understand those leaps that
Yeah,
you
you
made
said you can
in
just open your
between.
fingers and it'll
I
stay in
may agree
place.
with you.
Yeah, you said you
I
would
may
open your
agree with
fingers and
you.
it would stay in place. And I said, no, it'll move one way or another. You won't be able to keep that thing in place. That's why they have everything tied down in Velcro. If you look on the walls, everything's stuck to the walls. It's not because they just not stuck there, because in that jet that goes up and down, they don't want that shit hitting them in the heads because it's gonna hurt.
And the
When they
jet that
film the
goes up and
one,
down.
yeah, when they film the ones where they're actually doing somersaults and stuff like that, and they got a computer floating around, some of those they might have that with them in their plane. Yeah, when the plane, it's called a 0G plane where they film that. You know that by now, right?
Oh, you're saying like the vomit comet stuff. So you're saying
Well,
like in the
that's where
vomit comet
that's where it's filmed, right? The longer
right.
clips, like the 1 minute clips or the 2 minute clips, because they got one that goes really, really high. They can pressurize it.
It's going to be very hard for me to agree with you on something and without large conversation, a large amount of evidence behind it, just as it took a long time for you to come to the understanding of your understanding today. So I can't
Well,
just
I
immediately
understand that
agree
gas
with you.
pressure needs a container, and you can't go the higher you go, the less you get pulled to Earth, right?
Well,
Because then
what
how
kind of
would gas
container?
how would gas get pulled to Earth? And when it's really, really high away, how would those little tiny gas balls say, okay, this is it, I can't take it anymore, I have to stop?
So let's try for a moment to be rational. So you're asking a question
Yes,
about
let's do
gas,
that.
and we were talking about a pencil, right? So we're making this leap to gas. So
Uh-huh.
gas is the answer to how a pencil acts?
No, oh, sure.
Okay. So explain to me how a pencil would act like a gas.
Basically, he's trying to explain to you how the ISS can't exist in the bullshit environment that you believe it does.
Yeah, he keeps
don't-
trying to go back to.
so
he
don't
keeps
worry about your
trying to stick
pencil.
to a moving pencil. He wants to stick to.
Now, the reason
No,
we're
I'm good with
somewhat
going either
skeptical
way.
about
I
this
need
ISS stuff, is there's a 6-hour compilation video of ISS stuff ups. green screens, people disappearing, stuff dropping that shouldn't drop, i.e., gravity. It's an absolute shit fest, man. Seriously, you got to sit and watch it. And the next time after watching it, the next time someone posts anything ISS related, I don't know whether you'll laugh or cry.
Sure. Yeah, I'd watch that.
Oh, post it for him.
That's what I was
Yeah,
just
I
looking
could search for it. I don't. You guys don't have to
Oh,
hold
you
my hand.
probably won't
Yeah,
find
I
it.
posted some. Sorry to cut in. I posted some
I'm
already.
not your
I've
typical
just
person
posted in
who's just going to
CBR
say,
one. Just posted, okay, in the side chat. And NASA
okay.
bloomers, they're called, or bloopers. Yeah. Okay, you can watch it whenever you're ready. At your leisure. But there's one
And
there
then
waiting for you.
when you're up there in the ISS and you're floating around, or you're in a spaceship going to the moon right now, and you're floating around, at what point do you stop throwing up?
أنا الجيمر أنا
Well,
ليه
Okay. Yeah, I'm not
at what
sure.
point?
I don't know what the question relates to anything
So
I've said so
since
far.
you don't have an up or down, and you can't, that would be like being sideways or upside down, and you wouldn't know anything because your ears don't have any up or down to keep you level, and that's why you throw up. Why? At what point do you stop throwing up? When do you get used to being you have no sense of balance?
Yeah, disorientated, basically.
Yeah, what point do you get used to being I have no sense of balance at all?
Pretty quickly. And have you ever done
Wow,
like
that's
you ever
interesting.
seen those? You ever seen those rides at like they have them at almost all kinds of if you're in the Western world, have you ever been on one of those things called like the Gravitron,
Well, see,
where it's like a big spinning
that's
thing?
inside your Earth. That's not
Well, I'm
floating in
just
the
trying to give you an
vacuum of
example.
space where there's no up or down. So in Earth, if you're in a gravity plane falling, your ears still know which way down is. So you can't beat that.
Yeah, you
You
got
ever
reference
skydove?
anyway. But if you're in
You ever
space,
skydove or scuba dived?
yeah,
Your
I
ears
have.
still
Yeah,
know which way is up and down.
yeah, yeah. If
When
you're
you're
in
scuba diving,
space,
you know which way is up and down.
If you're panicking, that's why they say look at the bubbles so you can make sure you're going the right direction. Yep.
Yeah.
Be
Oh, that's
nice and
weird.
calm. You'll
Huh.
be nice and calm. You'll figure out which way you're going.
Yeah, but you wouldn't feel it, right? You wouldn't feel what's up or down.
Why?
Well, you would, because you're going up. Of course, you're going to feel
When you're
it.
scuba diving. So I'm
How
trying to give
come all the
examples in a
scuba
floating
divers
state.
don't? How come all of them don't scuba dive at 270 degrees rotated, like kind of like so their belly is 45 degrees to the air constantly? Why do they always scuba dive with their belly towards the ground? That's weird that they do that since they can't tell where that's at.
Where what? Huh? Everything that you want to see when you're scuba diving is down. I'm saying we're trying to do a comparison to the vomit comet or in
Yeah.
the ISS or on the ship and how you feel when there's zero gravity or when you don't have a relation to what's up, down, left, or right.
Water, yeah,
right?
water's not floating in the sky. Right.
Yeah. And you've never
Yeah.
experienced zero G, have you?
There's no such thing anyway. Falling is falling. Your ears still know which way down is.
Yeah. So you know
Your
you
ears
have
still
to.
know which way down is if you skydive at
Yes,
night
when you're
or if you're like
falling. Yes. When you're skydiving, you don't think you're going up.
Is there anybody in here that's actually scuba dived or been as like scuba certified that could speak to that? Because I've scuba dived, and
Skydiving, I
I've
said,
also
not scuba dived.
I've also done. Oh, okay, we'll go back to that then. All right, so skydiving. Is there anybody in here that's skydived? Because I have skydived. Have you done that at night?
Did you fly up or down?
At night. I never knew they did that at night. Thought that was a risk.
Yeah.
The only time you were doing that if you were in the military.
The flying Elvi.
Yeah. So there's plenty of people that have skydive even during the day.
You're
so
a
let's say,
flying
let's use during
Elvis.
the day.
You're a flying Elvis.
Go ahead. I'll let you go through your thing, and then we'll go
Shane,
back to the conversation.
did you
Yeah.
go higher than Felix?
Like Felix Baumgartner?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yep.
Absolutely not. No. No one has. In a balloon.
Did he know which way down was?
He passed out, so I'm pretty sure he didn't know for quite
Oh,
a bit
he
of distance
passed out.
which way was down. He passed out. You're using it as an example, and he passed out when he was coming down. He tumbled for quite a bit of time. When he came to, he didn't know where he was, what he was doing, what was up or down, what was left or right. He had no clue what was going on, and then he woke back up.
That was just
And if you
momentarily.
watch the
That
video,
was.
you can see him tumbling.
Story
He was
Yeah, I've
tumbling
seen the
so
video.
fast. Yeah. I don't know. I can't pretend to be in his mind or know exactly what the reality
Up
is
with
for him.
me. Oh, sorry.
But I'm still just I mean, you guys can ask as many questions you want, and we can go different directions. I thought we were moved on to what was up or down and the sensation of that.
Okay, I
You
can.
see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
All right, so that was been debunked. Thank you, scientist man.
Yep, Mr. Neil
Neil
deGrasse
deGrasse
Tyson.
Tyson talking about how you
Yeah.
view things. Yeah.
About how you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude. It just look flat.
Yeah. Yeah. Was I making that claim or something? I'm not sure where that's relative to what
I
we're
don't
talking
know.
about.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you would lose your orientation if you're in space. There is no up or down reference. You're lost, left or right. You've got no idea. You'd just be rolling around. You wouldn't be able to even stop yourself. You couldn't stop yourself because you'd overcompensate and you'd just keep moving. If that was the case, you just couldn't do it. And you've seen it. You see it in the Vomit Comet when they're doing it, when they are taking their first experience. Everyone's kind of like panicking, you know, and because they've never felt it before. Right.
They sure are. Like throwing a
Yeah.
cat up in the air and
Speaking
catching it. They panic.
Yeah.
speaking
Yeah.
of overcompensating, I got to represent my boy Alan Eustace, who is actually the highest jump, surpassed Baumgartner 2 years later.
Oh,
Wow.
good. We can stop talking about Baumgartner's jump then.
What was the Now the main difference was that Eustace was in his suit the entire time. He wasn't in a pod.
Mm-hmm.
So he was free, like not as free as he could be in his like weird suit he had. But yeah, look that up if you ever. He has a TED talk all about it too. It's pretty
So
interesting.
he broke it by nearly 8,000 feet.
Wow. Amazing. I heard nothing about
Yeah,
it.
because
And he has a continuous shot of the entire thing, going up, going down. Whereas with the Felix Baumgartner, you don't have that. You have jump cuts and different cameras. So, for example, the camera inside the cupola, when the door opens, the horizon is flat. But then when he steps out, the horizon all of a sudden becomes Planet New Mexico. Kind of weird.
Yeah,
And one shot where Zenith is on the door, and then Zenith is not on the door; it's underneath it.
What's Zenith?
People who advertised with them.
Oh
It
yeah,
was a
Zenith.
GoPro. You know that was a GoPro event, right?
Oh, the Baumgartner or the? I'm just now
Yeah, the
looking at his thing.
Baumgartner jump. That was a GoPro event. When they released that camera, put them all over the place. That's who sponsored it: Red Bull and GoPro, and other people.
Zenith.
Yeah, and they have fisheye lenses that make everything look curved.
That was the point of that camera.
Was to make things curved.
Yeah, so skateboarders could use it, make those crazy shots they use. Right after that, everybody had that camera out, using it, putting it on their head, going down the street, doing all kinds of crazy shit with it. I have those cameras.
Yeah, I've got some too. I got them because of the large field of view that the fisheye lens gives you, and then you flatten it out in the software if you prefer that look as opposed to the kind of fisheye that makes it look like things are going faster than they really are.
No, I don't want to use software. I just want a regular camera. The reason I have mine because they're waterproof for the ocean.
Okay. And just so if you guys don't want me to, just feel free to say, hey, we're past that. I'm still trying to understand Raleigh Crichton's FE's video. Like, what was the purpose of that? Was to show that at 30 to 40,000 feet, there are people who claim that the water would somehow begin to float, and you wanted to show that they were wrong.
No, I already told you. Water always stays flat and level no matter how high you go, even if you go to 250 miles high like the ISS, where they push around bubbles and do weird shit with coffee and bags and all kinds of weird shit. But according to you, they don't. They just have coffee tables and they make tea and they just sit there like it's a set in a movie.
According to me, those are things I've said.
Yeah, water just sits in a cup on a table. Is what you said, word for word. Rewind the shit.
Yeah, it's recorded. You guys are it's on YouTube live right now by one of your people in here has been streaming it 24/7.
Yeah, it started forever ago.
Long time
That's
ago.
right.
Yeah, this has been pretty long running. It's pretty amazing. And a really good amount of people. I mean, especially for Discord, this is a good amount of people that are continue to remain engaged in this
We've been running
conversation.
for 8 years, brother. Last year, we were 16 months. We were the #1 channel on the politics server, a server of about 80 to 100,000 now. We're the #1 concurrent hours channel for the entire year.
And Phaetux was getting all kinds of praise because they had a 147-hour live channel.
But we had to split off because another server really wanted us on there. So we did. And guess what happened to their server? It blew up too. So that's what happens when we move. We just attract people.
I found
Our trend is triple every time. So the next server will be 1 million, which is already being scouted, but that's a secret.
Cool. So what is you guys' the conversation you're having with the guy who, and I was here through it with the guy who was asking questions about mapping and things like that. And I know that brought out some extra energy from some of the people in the room, but it doesn't seem that person is here anymore. Well, that's still here. So you guys, I'm sorry to put everybody into a group based on what one person was saying. That doesn't make any sense. But is there an agreement that maps are useless amongst the crowd?
No,
There is no reason to
that's not the
measure?
problem. Maps are
Okay.
tools, and if you use the wrong tool for the wrong job, the job won't get done. Every map has a specific function and purpose. That's why they're designed that way. You're not going to use a local map to fly from Australia to United States. You're not going to use
my company says we have to use Google Maps. Guess why? So that we all get the same mileage, because every mapping one is different, believe it or not.
What were you saying, Matrix? So like
if you use a magnetic map, it's going to be absolutely useless if you're not using a compass. Every single map was designed for a specific reason. Once you look into the reasoning for that particular map, you can use it for that. It's when you choose not to use it for that. Like that kid kept selling Makeda. Okay, you're a Google Cylinder fan. That's awesome. Go and tell someone else.
I like Google Cylinder Map. It works fine for me. Works in my car. So does Apple.
I think it's funny when people say, hey, these are great. Where I live, there's a new subdivision on each side of the town, one at the east side, one at the west side. On one of them, Google Maps works all right. Apple Maps does not, and vice versa on the other one. It's like they made a deal. High five, you go east, I'll go west. Happy days. And we'll work out the difference later on.
That's because the Earth's a sphere.
Didn't allow for curvature, did they?
They couldn't see it at the other end of the town. That's the architect's fault. Yeah, by
a hump of
a
Earth.
big round hump of Earth that you can't see from an airplane.
Yeah, I've posted some material on the Zero G. $5,000. Ride the Vomit Comet. Have a look at the way they behave whilst they're riding, the body language, and that's very short. They're in an enclosed aeroplane, so they know their orientation. But still look at the panic.
Yeah, the first few times.
Yeah,
It's
the
very
first few
disorienting the
times.
first few times.
Yeah, but imagine now that you're in space.
How
For a long
come?
time.
Hey, did you know that they have green screens on those too? Because we have pictures of the green screen where they have a net around it so you don't fly around when you're trying to do green screen work. Did you know they have green screens on those planes?
I don't understand what that would prove or disprove.
Was how they do the
Wha-
fakery when it comes to
Why
being
would you need green screen camera work done on a plane that makes you float?
Yeah.
Why would you
I
need
could, I
that?
could give plenty of reasons. Why would you need
Okay,
green
yeah, I
screen
want to
when
hear
you're
one. Let me
pretending
hear
to try
one.
to...
Yeah, I
Sure,
want to
I'll
hear
give you
one.
Can I give one?
Got one.
Yeah, I got
To
one for you.
film the movie Apollo 13 or Apollo 11.
Or Gravity.
Or why would
Yeah,
you
so
have a
they
green screen? Okay, go ahead.
so when they filmed the movie, okay, they made a mock-up of the inside of the craft inside the Vomit Comet, and then they had an area where they would go in there, right, during the loops, and then they would film their shots, and then they would wait again, then they would go through the loop, and then they would film their shots.
That makes total sense to me.
And that's what they've been
But
doing.
what are you guys saying that why they would have a green screen in there so that
That's
they could...
exactly why. That's exactly why we're saying.
So
Remember,
you can
NASA.
make
What were they doing?
videos.
Yeah.
So you can make videos of pretend that you're floating in like the ISS, for example.
Yeah, the answer was
movie.
faking space, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, for a movie.
Oh, for a movie. Oh, there's a difference?
Yeah, so like if I can either try to explain or I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, I want you to try to explain how they figured out the difference between what a movie is, faking it, and when it's actually real.
I'm sure it's pretty hard for people
Oh,
when
mate,
they're
got
doing really good
busted
at
on the
movies to
background
fake things.
screens when they were pushing old George W. Bush through the center.
That's right.
Oh, what's that? Oh, that
Oh, that
sounds
was
intriguing.
the new technology. That was the blue screen grid. That was before they got rid of having to use the grid. Now that's the VR when they were starting to use virtual reality with that guy. He was the one grabbing at the orange, wasn't he? That was like one of the first
Yeah,
attempts.
that's right. Yeah.
Tim
Yeah.
Peake, wasn't it?
Tim
Yeah,
Peake,
that's the first. That was their first attempt at making like things look like they're touching them in the green screen room.
Yeah. It then went on to become like automated reality on your smartphone devices. Do you remember? It went on to be used on that as well. So you could make it yourself.
Well, it's on everything now. I mean, I use it every day
Yeah.
on Teams. I float in outer space on Teams.
So
yeah,
I guess I'm confused. Like the example of the Vomit Comet green screen.
It's because
is
you think you live
used
on a
for
globe.
movie. Yeah, Yeah, that could be. That could be.
Yeah.
And there could be
Well,
some convincing that would
How
happen.
come they don't put green screens at the bottom of Mount Everest?
What the hell does that have to do with man? Okay. Where's that
well,
going?
let me explain the green screen in the vomit comet. So imagine you're in the vomit comet, but you want to make out you're in the ISS, okay? And you're going to do this pretending you're floating everywhere. Then you would need the inside of the ISS as a backdrop, and that would be the blue screen or green screen technology. So that's that fixed for you, and then you're pretending to be moving around as the plane is doing its arc. You're going to be motion,
He knows how it
COG.
works. He's pretending to be dumb. You can hear it in his voice. He's
I
pretending
don't
like he doesn't
I
understand
don't work in this world.
how that works. They're so
No, I
stupid.
understand.
Globals are so stupid now. They don't know how green screens work.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, and that's what we mean by the vomit comet being used to simulate as if they're on the ISS.
So you guys actually think that I can't differentiate the difference between a green screen and the
Why
vomit
would they
comet?
have a plane that does that? Why would you want to go up and down inside of a plane like that without filming it?
Because
Why would I
they
want to
don't
go up
go
and
to
down in a
space.
plane like
Remember
that
that.
without filming it? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
without using a camera showing you going up and down. What would be the joy in that? Just, hey, I'm gonna go up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and yay.
Practice.
A practice what?
Practice for the disorientation that you guys mentioned.
Of what?
How do you get things done? Use a tool. Let's say you need to do a repair.
Practice for where?
Am I not saying very clearly where?
Yes, you didn't
I
say
don't
anywhere. Where are they practicing to be floating at?
So it's not clear. I mean, you're saying it's very clear that they're thinking it all.
No, because you said you don't float when you go 200. You said you don't float when you go high up in the air. So I'm trying to get it straight with you when we start floating. At what point?
Yeah.
So I said you do not float when you go 250 feet in the air. Those were words that I used.
250 miles.
250 miles. So I go 250 miles into the air. Things don't float, is what you're saying. I said that.
No, you said water doesn't float on the ISS. It sits on the table. That's what
I
you
never
said. It's
said the
recorded,
table
dude.
or anything else. I said within a cup. We were talking about within a cup. Your continual leaps into other things and adding things to what I said.
I said the cup is sitting on the
they're
table
not
and the
helping
water's in the cup.
conversation. Okay, then let's stick
Were you
there.
not
If that's what we're
listening
going to
or
talk
something?
about. No, I'm very directly listening, and I'm playing it back the things that I said. Right? It's very easy to go back and listen to the
So
conversation.
they're practicing for floating, but where would they be floating then?
Why are they practicing floating for? Is my question.
Okay, we had the conversation about how it's disorienting when you are like floating, right? When you're
Where
taking
would you
into a
be?
zero gravity
Where
environment. For ISS
are
or anywhere
you
else that you're going,
practicing?
space.
Space.
Where are we practicing? No, we're practicing.
Okay, so how high
the
is that where
atmosphere.
how high is that where you float? I'm gonna get this out of you one way or another.
Yeah, come on.
So you're looking for precise.
How high do you have to be to start floating?
Yeah. At what altitude
Look,
or how many? Go on.
I mean, we could Google it, but neither one
Okay,
of us
go
are
ahead.
going to be able to take that
Let's
as
find
truth.
out. Let's find
Go
out.
on, Google it. Google it.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point of that? Like, if we just
Let's
Google
find
it,
out
tell
how
you a
high
number.
you, because otherwise,
just go ahead and
if
jump
you're
to
on
your next
Mars,
argument.
if you're on
'cause I'll
Mars,
give
you're
you
going
a
to get
number.
pulled to Earth, according to you.
How? What?
At what point does Earth stop pulling on you and you float?
Yeah, go on, Google that. Yeah, Google that so we know.
Okay, I can Google it, and it'll just be a number that then you'll give me in the next argument.
Yeah. Let's hear the number.
Let's just
Let's
throw
hear
a,
the number.
Well, so what we'll do is we'll just throw a number out there, 100 miles.
No.
All right. So now continue to your next argument.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It doesn't matter.
100
It doesn't matter what I
miles?
say.
100 kilometers.
What's right then? What's right? What's right?
100 kilometers, 62 miles.
Well, no, that's the
beginning of
arbitrary
space.
distance.
Yeah,
that's the
to
arbitrary
space.
distance. Yeah, but that's not where gravity stops kicking in. because
Okay,
it,
so
I
give me
think
the
it
real
changes
answer.
insignificantly. Really, it's like 9.81 meters per second squared to 9.6 meters per second squared, or something like that. It's like really tiny difference at that altitude.
Insignificant. Yeah. So yeah, at what altitude does gravity stop pulling? But then again, you're meant to be floating. They show you floating on the ISS, and they're only 240, 50 miles off the Earth's surface. Very low, low Earth orbit. LEO.
Nobody will ever answer this question when I ask it.
Yeah, because it's
Okay,
very
I'll Google
revealing.
it for
That's
you.
why.
So we'll Google it. At what height does a body begin floating?
It's
I mean, you
an
could do the
astro-
same thing. I don't know what this proves. I'm trying to figure out what that proves.
I'm not trying
I
to
mean, we can
pollute
all
my
Google it.
computer system with bullshit.
What height? What height is it?
Oh, let's see. It's looking up swimming and shit like that.
No. I guess it doesn't know. I guess it doesn't know about outer space, does it?
Not density and buoyancy.
No, 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 guys, you
Approximately.
missed it. You missed it. Stop for a second. At what height do you begin floating on the ISS? The 8-foot deep mark at the pool.
negative buoyancy pool.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just gonna quote Google because I have never floated in space, so I don't have any way to say, hey, when I was this high up, this is when I began to float. So this is all compatible with multiple
Yeah,
different.
actually, no one does really. But
So-
carry on.
At approximately 100 miles or 100 kilometers, 62 miles.
Yeah,
is
that's
what's
62 miles. That's what I
the
said.
Kármán line.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said that.
So then,
already.
what's the next part of the conversation? Now that for some
That's
reason
incorrect.
I've answered that.
What the fuck?
What was that?
Okay, cool. That's why
I
that was my point of why I
disconnected.
didn't want to answer it. Like why I didn't.
What
was the
what
point of
was
me
the
answering it if
answer?
all
I
you're going to say is it's incorrect?
disconnected. What was the answer? I disconnected.
The Kármán line, 62 miles off the Earth's surface.
Oh,
100
62 miles
kilometers.
is where you start floating?
That's what it said.
That's what it says. I don't know.
How come
No, that's
water doesn't
conditional.
how come water doesn't float?
Float where?
On the ISS.
So
Well,
do we
It's
want to
only
go
if
back
you're
to that,
in-
or are we going? Well, I'm
Yeah,
not sure
we're
where we're
going
at
back
in the
to that
conversation.
because you
we have
contradicted
to.
yourself.
Yeah, it's an anomaly.
How did I contradict myself? And then I'm more
Because
than
you're at
happy
250
to
miles
analyze
high
that.
and you said, oh, water can sit in a cup. It sits in its container at that high.
Yeah, it does. So what am I saying about something not floating though?
Because at 62 miles high, things should just start floating. That's the end of gravity, isn't it?
Gravity's not the thing that's holding the cup in its what? Holding the water in the cup.
What's holding the water in the cup? This is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
How's it different than the conversation we had just 15 minutes ago?
No.
How's
Can
this
you
different?
explain what's holding the water in the cup?
I got this one. What's holding that water in the cup?
I mean, you got it. Go ahead.
No, you're going to tell me.
Oh, you have the questioning line. Okay. So we were talking about a pencil. We talked about the cup. And when you have things like the water on your eyes or the water on or the liquids
What
on your skin,
holds
sweat,
water
things like that.
in a cup?
On the ISS at 250 miles off the Earth.
Anywhere. What holds water in a cup?
I mean, we've already addressed this. I mean, what do you want me to say? You want me to say gravity, but that's not what is the answer.
What is the answer?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. We'll go Google again since you want things to be
So you don't
very
know yourself then.
correct
So
on
you
things
don't
that
know
are
yourself.
findable.
Let's see if Google even knows.
Yeah. So you don't actually know yourself. Fair enough. Because
No, I know I
what
been
is the
there
answer then?
myself? No.
Oh, so you're just not sure of yourself, so you don't want to say.
Yeah.
No, I think I answered this
Playing it
before, so I'm trying to
No,
figure
you
out.
didn't. So you're going to ask Google if you answered it before. Google, did I answer this before? Let me look that up. Let me listen to your voice transcriptions.
AI.
No.
No, you never did that. You never answered that before.
So I never answered how like things that stay close to the things that they're near. Like you could put something, you could put a pencil against
I'm not talking
you
about
could put the
pencil. I
cup.
want to know how water stays in the cup.
On the
What type
ISS,
of answer do you want?
On my kitchen table.
Which answer do you want?
On my kitchen table.
How
We
does
can
water
move to
stay
the
in the cup on your
ISS.
kitchen table?
We can move higher up in the air after that.
Yeah.
How does water stay in the cup on my kitchen table?
It's in a vessel.
Daddy? What?
Yeah. He said it was in a vessel. It's in the cup, basically.
Okay, so it's in a cup. How come it doesn't float out of the cup?
Mm.
Like if it
Well,
turned into a gas, or are you saying like the water is staying in its current state?
Oh
yeah,
my
why is it
goodness.
staying in the cup? Yeah, why is it staying in the cup and not overflowing and leaving the cup?
How come the water's sitting in the cup level?
But we're talking about on like your kitchen table inside of your home.
Okay, ready? I'm going to put this one more time so everybody understands. There's a cup of water on my table. How come it sits there flat and level? Is that clear enough? Got to Google it.
No, I'm just sitting here.
No, you're
you
not.
don't know the answer.
You're looking it up.
I can show you my video on my screen right now. I'm just sitting here.
No, I don't want to see your screen.
These are things
Not
I've already
interested.
answered, and you already know the answer to.
You what is the answer?
Yeah, well, you
Why is
came
it so
into
hard to say? Why is it
Yeah.
so hard to say? Say the answer.
Yeah, remember you came into the server. It's live. This is live, by the way.
Now he has to look it up, he said.
All right.
No, I
Okay.
didn't say that.
Okay, did you look it up anyway?
I was looking up the other question that you asked me to look up, the one that made more sense to where we were going in the conversation, and then you brought it back to the table, and
It's
the cup on
fine.
your table.
Yeah, I don't want you to get confused. We're going to start on the ground, then we can move up
Yeah.
into the sky. So,
Yeah.
there's a cup of water on my table. What's keeping the water in my cup? There's no lid on it.
It's in a vessel. There's capillary action that keeps it there, as well as the gravity.
Capillary action.
Yeah, there's
He
capillary
said, as
action
well as the
as
gravity.
the
he said.
gravity.
Oh, so gravity, you said?
It's one of the contributing factors. Yes.
So, are you sure?
You know when you pour water out of a cup, how you could even turn that cup upside down and some still sticks to it.
Small residue.
Okay, let's go to
Very
your
small
next.
residue.
That has nothing to do with anything. I'll
Okay,
tell you what.
nothing to do
I'll
with
tell you what.
capillary
I'll tell you
action
what.
or surface tension.
Yeah, I'll
or-
tell you what causes that
Okay.
too.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll tell you
okay.
what causes that too.
Let's do that.
Since you
Let's do
don't
that.
know what causes any of that, you said gravity causes all that, right?
Gravity causes what?
Everything
The
you
water
said.
up?
Capillary action, water sticking to the glass, all that, right?
I said all of that's related to gravity.
Is it or not?
No, I never said that. They're
Well, okay,
different
which part
mechanisms.
is related to gravity then? Let's figure that one out first, since we got to go backwards now from the beginning. Which part of that whole thing we were talking about is related to gravity?
What part don't you understand?
The part you said gravity's involved with keeping it in the cup. Is it or is it not?
What else would there be?
That's not a yes or no answer. It's yes or no. Is gravity keeping water in the cup? Yes or no?
Is gravity involved? Yes. Is gravity
Is
the
gravity
only thing keeping it in the cup? No.
So what else is keeping it in the cup?
I gave you multiple answers. Which one of those do you not accept?
You didn't give any that were the correct one yet.
What's the correct one then?
Oh,
You
it's
tell me what the
called
correct
air
one is.
pressure. Yeah, it's air pressure.
Air pressure is what keeps it in a cup. What happens when you turn the cup upside down?
Nope. So if I take that cup and I put it in my vacuum chamber and I pull the air out, it'll turn into gas. and the air pressure would be so low that the water just turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber also, never to return.
Never to return in the vacuum.
Never.
So the H2O is not staying in there.
That's
inside of the
correct.
vacuum
So
as a
gravity
gas.
didn't do its work like you claimed it did. It was just air pressure the whole time. Aren't you glad we got that out of you?
I don't agree with you.
Yo, you have to agree with me. You
I
can't
got
not agree with me. Sorry.
Do you guys all
I
believe
got
that?
proof.
Okay, yeah,
I
let's
got
do it.
proof the Earth is a globe.
Oh, yeah. So now he's going full in. We were trying to do smaller things of water in a glass. He's going full in. If you guys want to jump to full in, that's fine. I am more than happy to stay on the water in a cup and how it's only
No,
having
yeah, because I want to know
one
what
mechanism
happens.
action, which is
Yeah,
air pressure.
there are a number of
Oh,
anomalies.
dude, that just proves that how are you keeping air around the ball in the vacuum of space? You can't. So your globe doesn't exist.
How are you keeping air
I
in the
got proof
vacuum
the
of
globe
space?
exists.
Yeah, in a vacuum. How are you keeping a globe in the vacuum of space with all that water around it? How is it able to exist and stay on that ball in a vacuum? That's what Radwin
But
is asking.
not in my vacuum chamber, but in the vacuum of space, which is
Yeah.
supposed to be
Yeah. It's a
four
great
times
example.
greater.
It's a great example. I mean, does the moon have water on its surface?
Is the
Not
moon in a
we
vacuum also?
Yeah.
right. So that water
So
should be evaporating.
so the moon is in the vacuum. So the space is a vacuum.
Yeah, it doesn't have atmosphere.
So how? Oh no, you can't
The
say. You know
moon.
what atmosphere is, right? Atmo is air, and sphere is ball. And you're saying
let's go ahead and
air
agree.
ball. You're saying ball of air. You're saying ball of air keeps a ball of air in place. Is what you're saying.
Cool. So let's go ahead and agree that everything that you have to say, where you're saying that I already understand or that I already agree with you on, you've not been right. So let's go ahead and just explain your side as opposed to this, we all agree or we all understand or this. I don't know that to be true what you just said. The way
You
that you're
said you didn't
describing
agree
things,
with
I don't
me.
know that to
You
be
said you
true.
didn't agree with me that if I put a cup of water in my vacuum chamber and I pull the vacuum, that it won't turn to gas and leave the vacuum chamber. You said,
Oh
"Oh,
my
I do
God,
not
dude.
agree with
All
you."
right. I'll just stick around till after Professor's done because all he's doing is he keeps saying things that I didn't say. I never did say I don't agree with you about
You don't even
water
know what
and
you're
the
talking
vacuum and
about,
how it
dude.
act. Okay.
That's the
I'll
problem.
wait.
Someone could rub shit in your face and you will not smell it. That's your issue.
That's funny. Actually, that's funny. Sorry, I'm not laughing.
Yeah.
I'm laughing with you there. That's
Yeah,
funny.
that was fun. That was funny though. Yeah. Oh, it was a good one. Absolutely,
It was a good leap from where we were at
Yeah,
to where it was.
very good.
Really, that was good.
Clever words put together. There. I like it. I like his humor.
And you
10
couldn't
out of
even
10.
do that. You couldn't do that in a vacuum either.
Radwin goes one step further.
It's amazing how this air pressure seems to be holding everything together, isn't it, guys?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Didn't a girl get her rectum disemboweled in a vacuum sealed airplane toilet?
Yep, that's right. Oh, that would have been just forget it. Oh, please.
Yeah, the pressure is lower outside, so it would suck you through that if you were at an opening like that. Why do you think in the movies when they say don't shoot a gun, they shoot a gun and somebody flies out because they hit it just right and the whole side blows out? Because that can happen.
Why did the pressure get lower?
Why does the pressure get lower? Because all the pressure
Yeah.
that we get is made on the ground.
So what happens when you go real high? Does the pressure get really, really low?
Yeah,
Is there a
did you ever
point
heard
there's
of the
no more
gas
pressure?
cycle? Did you ever heard of rain?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a gas cycle. That's part of the water cycle. Water turns into gas and then it turns back into water. You guys should be amazed at what you learn in this room.
You
Yeah,
haven't learned anything yet. I've
that's
been really
fair.
trying to
That's
learn.
fair,
But
but there's a
so I'm
simpler
asking you
answer.
again. Yeah,
Ask.
is there an answer to the question of as you go higher, the pressure gets lower, right? Is that what you're claiming?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
The reason why, as you go up from the Earth, the pressure gets lower is because the Earth is flat.
and it's colder up there too.
Yeah, but primarily because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, well, that is
Because
why.
the Earth is flat,
That's
the
the
pressure gets
main
lower.
reason. Yeah, because you could not do that on a ball at all.
What happens if you go really, really high? Does the pressure get basically non-existent?
I don't know.
Like say
Let me know when
could you
somebody.
get to a
Let me
point where
know
you've
when
got
somebody goes really, really high and comes back to tell the tale.
fair enough. I mean, based on your guys' claims and understanding it, that's a very fair question that I can't personally
Do you
disprove.
think there's people in a tube flying around the moon right now?
Of course I do.
No, because it's not been 4 days yet.
You said, "Of course I do." Like you would have to be insane not to think that way.
I would have to be insane to not think that way. Me as the person, yes, I would have to be insane to not think that way.
Why? What would make you think you can live in a tube in the vacuum?
Oh, Radwin, hold on. I got another one. Hold on, bro. Now, my friend, I've had a few Globers tell me that if it became the truth to them, that they realized that they were mistaken and it actually is proven that the Earth is flat, that they would then say, well, my faculties have told me the Earth was a globe my entire life, so my faculties must be so bad. I can't trust myself. I must be insane. I should go into an insane asylum. Are you saying you would join their ranks?
No. What I'm saying is that just as I'm sure there was a point in everyone's life in here where they thought something that was different and then they were proven wrong, whether major and life changing or small. And neither one of those would cause me to become insane. They would just be a difference in my
Well,
understanding.
yes, that's fair, but
So I
why
would
did
accept
you bring
being
up the
insane.
term? Yeah, right, but why did you bring up the term insane? Like, why'd you even bring it up?
I brought it up specifically because of the question that Professor Triangle asked me.
Okay,
Yes,
so you
I
said
didn't
you would
say
have to be insane to not believe that people were going around the moon right now?
I said I would have to be insane to believe that.
Well,
Based on
first
everything that I
off,
have.
the alleged moon mission that's happening right now, they're not even anywhere near the moon yet. So if you think they're going around the moon, then you'd be the one with the problem. In both scenarios.
Like if I think they're going around the moon right now, no, I don't think they're
Yeah.
going around the moon right now. Do I think they're going to? I think they're going
What
to.
size air tanks are they using? Do you guys know? And where did they put them? Where do they fit in that thing?
Yeah.
Because they got to compress the air and then re-release the air after scrubbing it and doing all kinds of shit to it. And they
Yeah.
still have to add oxygen.
Yeah, for 10 days.
And so, how do they do this? I'm just wondering, since nobody will ever, for some reason, get me the prints for these machines.
Yeah, I've
For
been
a
looking as
rebreather?
well.
You guys are looking for prints on how a
I want
rebreather works?
I want the print
Or
for
carbon
that thing
scrubber?
that thing that they just shot in the air. I want the whole thing, schematics
Yeah.
for it. Engines all the way up to the pointy thing on top.
And remember, they're running that at 14.7 psi, by the way. Okay, from 8
I just
psi.
want to see.
Hold on, brother.
I just want to see. Well, I can tell
Hold
you how to
on,
do that,
hold
but I
on.
just want to see the
You're not
schematics
allowed.
for this thing.
Listen, brother, you're not going to get those until after Don Pettit's requisition order for the emergency procedures on if you have a leak comes through. Okay.
So if I provide you with very detailed schematics for the Artemis 2 project and the very old rockets from the 80s that they're using, and some of them from the 90s, but most of the stuff that they're using is from the 80s leftover shuttle stuff that is very freely open and available on multiple websites. And
They're
multiple
fucking
people have
lying.
analyzed that.
It's made up.
Okay.
It's fake.
Yep. Go ahead. No, go ahead and
That's
give
the
me
answer.
that.
No,
I
that is
want to
the
see
answer.
I want to
Give it to 'em.
see where the people are sitting right now. How that whole atmosphere they're creating works.
Yeah,
Is there
14.7
anything? But I guess here's where the struggle
Yeah,
where we keep going in
there
circles,
shouldn't be
right?
a struggle.
It shouldn't be. It should be, let's have a dialogue and let's have an open conversation.
Yeah,
Maybe
can I
I
get
can
those
be
prints,
convinced.
please? Thank you.
But can you also be convinced? I could, but it
Okay,
doesn't
thank you.
matter.
Oh, I can't
Does it
wait.
matter? Doesn't
Yes,
matter.
because
If
then
I
I can
gave them
pull
to
them up
you,
in
no,
SolidWorks and look at them and recreate some of the stuff and
You
buy
can.
some of the parts.
You
What?
could do all of that given the money. I mean,
Yes. So
you
can
could
I
buy
have
some of
them,
those parts.
please?
You can buy some of them that
Bro.
are not
Oh
even
my
expensive.
God! I know. Thank
Hey,
you.
don't worry
Just give
about
him
it.
the
Helping me
evidence,
there.
dude. Give him the
Nah,
evidence.
don't.
It's
Just
that simple.
send them a Google search of the title and screenshot it, and don't even send the document. And the title itself will just be the proof. How about that?
Can you at least do that for us?
I'm not doing
Enlighten
any work
us.
for you guys.
Yeah,
That's not
93.
the point of the conversation.
Dude, you made enough work to click through Discord, open it up, sit in here, argue against a bunch of people, like fight against multiple people, but you don't want to just type in the search bar real quick? You're just not confident in what you're saying or even believe in. You just don't want to accept that you've been lied to your whole life. You gotta grow up,
You're
bro. We
doing
all went
all
through it.
that just to get me to Google something you could Google for yourself. I mean, do you guys
Well, I mean, you're
you
trying
guys
to.
have
You're
been
in
on
a point
social
of
media.
growth, aren't
You've
you?
been on social media for a long time. You do understand how annoying it is to continually Google stuff for someone.
Excellent. Stop making
That's
claims
how
then, and you won't have to
research
Google
works,
shit.
too.
Okay,
Exactly,
fair
bro.
enough. Fair enough. Let me ask you this question. Just answer honestly. Have you
Yeah.
searched for it before?
Yeah. Have I
Too much
searched
work
for
to do it
that
again.
very specific thing? But
Yes.
no, it's not too much work.
No, I asked you,
But-
have you searched for what you were asked for before? Yes or no?
No, he lost
right.
the equipment to search stuff up because he doesn't have it no more.
No one
Well,
ever
I
said
just
that.
want to
You
know
guys make
because he's
huge leaps
so
just to.
so
So you guys
confident.
are.
No, I want to know the answer, even though that other guy interrupted. Because you're so confident that it exists, I just want to know if you've searched for it and got it before. That's all. It's not a hard question.
Yes, I have. For
Okay, there you go.
plans and schematics for things like rebreathers and carbon rebreathing.
No, I want to know how that thing was built. I want the prints for this thing that's sitting on top of the rocket that they're all sitting in right now. I want those plans. I don't give a shit
So
about the
you want
rockets.
the plans. Okay,
Yeah.
you want plans
Hold on,
specifically
Radwin.
for the Orion
Real quick,
capsule.
brother. You were asked for the Orion capsule plans. You said, and you made it sound like you had already searched for these plans, but not the plans for that specifically, but for plans of something that was so similar they're practically identical, like old versions of the same craft. Now, it turns out you were just searching for random parts, which may or may not be assembled into the Orion capsule. So you completely tricked me into thinking that you were actually knew what you were talking about.
Now, parts of the Artemis project use things from the 80s were the things that I talked about. So like some of the
How do you know that?
boosters, 90s. I know it the same way you would know it. I don't know it by actually being there or being a part of the project or by observing it. I know it by the stated things that all the groups have stated.
Okay, so yeah, that's
around
fair.
it.
So somebody somewhere that was semi-official enough that you trusted them said, hey, they use these parts. You said, okay, I guess that's true.
Yeah, because it doesn't change my worldview or anything by taking their word for it.
Right. So basically,
It's
absolutely zero
inconsequential to me,
research
right?
whatsoever. Just somebody said so, and there you go. All right. Now that we know the truth, I guess we can continue.
Okay, sure.
Well, listen, my friend, if we had Zanuck here, he actually built the Orion capsule. And the joke, in case you don't know, the new guy, Zanuck is a glober who's an anti-flat earther who always seems to be an expert in every field, and he's done every job. So whenever we ask him anything, like if we asked him this question, he'd be like, yeah, I totally built the Orion capsule, bro. I was there with my bare hands. And I put the rebreather into the Zoombl zapper, and then I attached it to the Zing Zinger.
I've heard those people before, and because like when like Chatter and the multiple other things where they've had people in there, and there's always somebody in there that's a part of everything. I can understand the defensiveness and I wouldn't really call it defensiveness. I would say I can understand the experiences being something that would lead you to believe I'm going to provide that same level of experience where I'm going to claim that I understand everything and know everything and have been a part of everything.
No, bro. I was just hoping you were going to provide the documents that you said you had searched for before.
He doesn't want to give us hard evidence that the Earth is really a globe.
Actually, I was being too charitable there. What I meant to say is I was hoping that you would have had searched for it before, at least.
I've definitely searched for parts of different missions as well as this one, the Artemis mission, different components. Have I searched for the entire plans for the entire Artemis
Yeah,
2
just give me the
project?
control panel at least then. Just give me that panel that they've got in front of them. At least give me something. I know exactly what I'm looking for. And if you guys can't provide anything like that for me, I know it's bullshit.
So you want just the control panel? It's better when
You
we get
guys give me
direct
anything
because
that those motherfuckers have to touch inside there right now. Something. The schematics. I want to see the components, the tubing, that kind of shit that you would normally have in plans.
Yeah, I mean, it's like super simple, bro. If it's available. Because it could
It
be
should just be on
restricted.
layers. It should just be one file and layer. You pick which layer you want to turn on, really.
Yeah,
say
like
an
just like
STL
when
file
you
or a
pull
stat
up a
file for it.
schematic. Oh, I mean,
Dude,
it
I
could
pull
be
them
that
up
way,
every
but
day. Every day I pull things like this up. So I want that one.
yeah, you could get a blueprint or an exploded diagram, which is better.
Does it matter where it's from? Is there certain sources where you would say that's absolute bullshit and there'd be no reason for me to provide it to you, and you would just say, well, it came from there, so it doesn't matter?
Yeah,
Is
nice
there somewhere
poison the
where I
well.
can
Cough
get
up the
good
Nope.
coins.
source?
Nope. Go ahead. Post whatever you got. As long as it's like a drawing I can look at. Because I'll be able to tell. Because I know what I'm looking for.
Oddly enough, I think this is just some of my research of looking at this before. Not the entire thing. I was only looking at a very specific aspect of the Orion capsule. Who has the best schematics for it is like that Kerbal spaceflight program. They have really good drawings of the stuff and really good outlay of
That's
all the
hilarious,
tubing, the
dude.
electronics, and everything. It's kind of funny that they have like some of the best.
No, that's actually not funny. See, the greatest source for a fictional endeavor is a fictional endeavor.
Yeah.
Funny how that works.
Or that art imitates life. Oh, this one's pretty good. I don't know what this group is. It's just one that I found, so it's not. I don't vouch for it or say that this is an absolute answer to all questions. But this one has some interesting stuff about Apollo and about Orion. What would be probably more interesting would be like, would you guys have more credence to like if there's a patent filing for something that's on the Orion capsule?
No, because most of those patents will be from our company.
Okay.
How
I mean,
good
is
it
that
is.
so? Is that pretty true that if I show you patent filings, that will not be suffice?
I need to see the schematics, please. Just give me what I'm asking for.
I've been posting schematics in the chat. So the question I had for you is, what I'm trying to figure out what is like. I could do this all night, and then you can keep saying no. I've been down this path before in multiple conversations because not
No,
just
you
like this
haven't.
type of
You're making
conversation.
excuses now. It's a coping mechanism. Just provide the schematics like
Coping
he asked
mechanism.
for.
Look in the fucking chat. Does that work?
Yeah.
Oh, calm down,
Okay,
Frank.
do it now.
Give me the timestamp. I'll open it up. Give me the timestamp. I don't know why it's a PDF, but give me a timestamp.
48 past the hour for one of his claims.
No, I put it in there a while ago, but let's see. What was the most recent one? So I put one at 10:48. There's from the stuff from Asmat. It's from it's mostly talking about the Apollo with the locking door. The locking door is pretty much the same as then the Orion. a lot of stuff from the Apollo program and Orion are very similar. The Orion program is very outdated. I mean, we could be doing way better shit than what they're doing with Orion. You know, a 6-person tent being launched into space is not crazy impressive.
His other one, 45 past the hour.
Well, it should be, because how do you pressurize a tent?
Yeah. And there's a bunch on Pinterest, but I mean, that's such a weird place to find that kind of information.
Wow, dude.
I'm trying to find something that would be like compelling to me, and so far I'm finding things that are
Yeah,
not extremely
they're
compelling
definitely
to.
not compelling to me. Come on.
I'm not asking you for.
That's not what I'm asking for. You
Yeah.
know that.
I don't know what you're asking for. I've been
I
trying to
want
get
panel
very good.
drawings or something of how the thing
Yeah, that would
works.
be good. Yeah, so something. What I asked before was, would you want like a step file or an STL? And two of you
Sure,
chimed
give
in
me
and
the
said no, no,
STL. Give
no.
me the S. Sure, give me
So like STLs
give
would
me
make
a
more sense.
SolidWorks file. Give me a SolidWorks
Yeah,
file.
SolidWorks file. I wouldn't be able to view
That's
it because I
common.
barely use SolidWorks. I'm on a Mac.
Hey, dude, at this rate, settle for a logo.
Sorry,
Dude, give me the placard from the coffee room.
I'm kind of half-assed doing this because it's it's a Friday night. I'm having an enjoyable conversation to me.
No, dude, you're not. No, it's not just any Friday night. It's Good Friday, because on
Yeah, it is Good
Sunday,
Friday.
yes, dude, on Sunday, our Lord and Savior Orion Christ will circle the moon to hallmark the return era of man into the cosmos, where eternity awaits us.
Yeah.
Is this weekend Easter?
Yes, dude, that's why they launched this week. It's
Oh
Passion
my
Week.
god.
Dude.
Oh man.
So
You
I
know,
don't
the funniest part
understand.
about all of this is the fact that it was April Fool's, and they're just mocking you guys. Honestly, they're just rubbing it in your face.
Whose face are
Not
they
our
rubbing it
face.
in?
Not my face.
The Glober's face?
Yes.
I don't get on the news how they
Okay.
said they're going on the far side of the moon for the first time, but didn't Apollo
Yes.
13 go on
They're
the other
mocking the
side of the moon?
Globers.
I don't understand that. How can they say that?
Yeah,
The
dude.
astronaut.
Yeah, they also.
No,
Hey, listen. They also
what they
said.
said is
They also
farther.
said
They
they're going
said
to be.
farther.
Hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
Yes, farther by 4 miles, I think.
I think it's quite a bit more than 4 miles, but 4 miles is still
How
kind
did
of
they
far.
That's the
measure
number
that?
I saw,
How did they
bro.
measure that? Hey, can somebody tell me how they measure it since you won't give me the schematics? Can you tell me how they measure that distance? And how do you measure height above a ball?
How would you
Oh
measure
yeah,
height above anything?
depending whether it's an apogee or perigee, then you have to completely redo all your calculations. I bet you when you do the math, they're actually closer, according to the model.
It's too bad I'm not into this shit anymore because I would have like software written right now, be following this shit like I would have done probably 20 years ago.
It's all CGI, brother. All CGI now.
No, I can get you the NASA APIs that it can give me this live data if I want it. Just doesn't mean anything because he can't tell me where it comes from. It's just numbers.
Did you notice there was no live view of the astronauts when they were taking off in the cockpit? None of that image came up. You know?
Yeah,
with the little.
that was
They
pretty
had
much
this
a big
huge,
letdown.
they had this huge sit down view before they took off, and then after they took off, they realized that they can't show the astronauts in the bunker underneath the launch pad. So they're like, "Oh, just cut to the outside of some CGI nonsense."
Yeah, that was pretty much a big letdown. But
Yep.
that whole program, the whole Artemis program, has just been so underfunded, and the people that are involved are just not the highest caliber of what we have available. Most people want to
Yeah,
go work for
$93
SpaceX.
billion, by the way. $93 billion for the Artemis mission on its own.
What the fuck?
And they can't what they can deliver is so small of a package compared to like what SpaceX's proposal was, or even there's the group out in Australia that had the even
Somebody
bigger
got a shot of one of
plan.
these SpaceX satellites. What are they called? The internet ones?
The Starlinks.
Yeah, the big balloon that it really is. They showed it the other day.
The balloon ones, that's like Project Loon. They do have ones that are balloons that are like weather
No, they're all.
balloons
It's all
too.
balloons. Yeah, it's all balloons. Yeah, they bought Project Loon. That's right.
But they didn't buy
Actually,
Project Loon. Project Loon
Yeah,
was
they
owned by
actually bought it.
Google.
Yep, that came part of the deal. That came with one of their deals. Yep.
an interesting on a podcast, they're saying, how come we've never had a photograph taken of an actual satellite before? Found that interesting. In space, there's not an actual satellite, a photo of a satellite in space. You can look anywhere you want. They're all drawings or photoshops or what it may be.
So any photo that I would show you
I'm a glober for the record.
would be a drawing. Yeah, Project Loon was not purchased by SpaceX. It's still part of Alphabet. They have no affiliation with each other.
Well, Yoder's not in here, but he will just give you the paperwork for it.
Who said that they're not, dude? The first result on Google.
Yeah. No,
Exactly.
What are you asking me? No, wait a minute. What are you asking me?
How do you know they're not a part of a different company?
Yeah, it was a couple of years after they took over Google, and they released Starlink, same thing, just under a different name.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so it was like a covert. No, they didn't want their
No, it
stockholders,
wasn't
shareholders to
covert.
know.
It was part of a deal that was made, and they talked about it. And that's why there's paperwork for it. It's covert to you because you weren't paying attention, I guess. I wasn't either. I just knew about it because it was all over the news.
That Loon was purchased by Google Alphabet. That was all over
Yeah,
the news.
Elon Musk, SpaceX.
Or by SpaceX. My bad, I missed
Yeah,
SpaceX.
so they can have the internet.
It is pretty funny that like Project Loons. Do you guys know the name of the guy who's in charge of that? It's a funny name. His name's
Satan?
AstroTiller.
Yeah, Satan.
Oh, okay. Weather balloon guy is Satan as well. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, astroteller. Do you know what that sounds like to me? Astronomer. Do you know what an astronomer is? A person that names the stars. It's all just stories. Names are essentially stories that give things qualities. So they basically created all this verbiage about the cosmos, and they tricked people into thinking it was a reality. Yeah, go ahead. Try to find any scientific hypothesis in any of astronomy or astrophysics. Go ahead. Go and try to find one. You won't. All you'll find is stories.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. What would be like something? What would be an example of something that would be that an astronomer would like? I mean, other than prediction, they do a lot of prediction, but I'm not sure what a observer would really be creating.
And they don't do very many predictions, bro.
Yeah, it'd be like the difference between like a microbiologist and an observational
The
biologist.
cycle is supposedly 23,000 years. That means for the previous 23,000 years, from the midline of the cycle, it's been cycling, and they've just been witnessing the cycles, dude. There's no predictions going on.
Oh, so you're talking about like the astrological cycle?
Post-dicting.
Like
Post-dicting. That's what they're doing.
Pisces, Aquarius, the heliocentric kind of
No,
model of
dude.
the 2,300 years.
Well, I mean, yes, you can call them those names, but those are just constellations and how they move
Yeah.
through the sky.
Yeah, more
Yeah.
names, more
Again, it
stories.
goes to your thing, the stories. Yeah. Again, it goes to I mean,
Yeah, you know what
Google
my
has needed
favorite sky
stories.
story? Hey, you want to hear my favorite sky story?
I'm on board. Let's do it.
So Sagittarius constellation, named after the archer, because it
Hey,
looks
that's
like
me.
an archer, right? So now there's another interesting thing named after Sagittarius, which is called the Sagittata. And the Sagittata is the apex of the arc of a chord line in a circle segment. So if you take a circle and you draw a chord line, which is a line that goes through 2 points on the circle and no more, straight line, you can then go to the midline of that line, put a dot. You can then draw a line from the center of the circle through that dot to the surface, and that will be the highest point on the arc. And if you look at it, it looks like a bow and arrow. Now, interestingly enough, the chord line goes through point A and point B on the circle, and let's just call the apex of the arc point 0, the tip of the bow and arrow. Now, they claim that the Earth is a specific size, so you can apply the circle segment formula at any given point on the Earth and get the height of the hump between point A and point B. Now, what they say is that curve is actually blocking things in the distance. The problem is that when you actually apply the math to the observations, you can see things 30 miles away that should be below 400 feet of curvature. So the Sagittata that they say exists on the Earth, named after Sagittarius, isn't actually in reality, brother. So the curve of the Earth that's supposed to be blocking things far away just isn't there, my friend. And the reason is because the Earth's flat.
Can you accept that bit of information and acknowledge it? Because that's what you have to do.
That was a very beautiful story.
No, it's a fact, isn't it? It's a point of fact. It wasn't a story. It's a point of fact. So it's not theory. Okay, don't mix it up now. That's the truth, what you just heard there.
I didn't say it was a theory. So it was a beautiful story. That's how AI
Yeah,
Overlord presented it as a story,
it's
and I
more than a
accept it as
beautiful
a story.
story. It's a point of fact, is what it is. See, a story is a story, everybody else. Don't mix. What you're doing is you're mixing them up here. What?
But Jen, let me translate for you, Jen. What he said was,
thank you.
Dear sir, that is some eloquent oratory.
That's all right. Yeah. Right. There you go. That's what you should have said.
Hey, oh no, actually, so let me translate it for a Matrix. Bro, your oral skills are on point. No homo.
That's good.
Please say it with an accent next time.
However, all jesting aside, what I just demonstrated is that the alleged curve of the Earth, which is supposed to be geometrically present, is easily debunked because water lies flat and level and it covers 70% of the surface of the known territory of the Earth, of which all elevation profiles are benchmarked, which means from the top of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, benchmarked to sea level is between two horizontal parallel planes, which is validatable by measurement and the physics of water. Therefore, the Earth is not only flat, but really flat.
That's why they're not going to the moon.
Well, I wouldn't say that if the Earth is flat. Listen, Jen, to be fair, I wouldn't say if the Earth is flat, you can't travel to another object.
No, we can't
Right.
anyway because we don't have the technology. But yeah, I know what you mean. but it goes against the images they're showing us purportedly from space. That Earth is a globe ball Earth when we're
They already
measuring it
said if you
here.
watch the launch, it's the vacuum of space and vacuum this and vacuum that. So they're already saying vacuum. So we got them pinned down.
Yeah, and you notice the rocket went in that familiar parabolic arc. Remember, all the way and back down again. There we are.
My wife said, because we watched it on one of the big TVs, she said, "Oh yeah." I said, "You want to watch it?" She's like, "Yeah, let's watch it." I said, "Is this going to be like the car one? Remember that?" She's like, "Yeah, let's watch it." And it goes up. She goes, "Why is it going sideways?" I said, "Keep watching." She goes, "Oh, it looks like it's going down now." I said, "Yeah, isn't that funny?" People think it's going around the globe. She started laughing her ass off.
There you go. See, you still think they're in? You still think they're on their way to the moon right now, in deep space? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Wow. In spite of all the evidence that we've given you, that is just totally trashing this stupid hoax. You know, you're going to go against all that material.
Which evidence is the most compelling? I mean, I'm free to open.
Water's flat. It
open
covers
for opinion.
70% of the territory. How about that?
Yeah, that's all I need. That's it.
That's all. Okay.
That's all you need.
Okay, what else? Listen, what else would you need? A benchmark standard that's a continuous level across 70% of a surface, of which the variance that is not that is only a swing of 13 miles against 197 million mile square surface area. If you put that into a flat standard, it's actually flatter than some panes of glass. It's actually flatter than some pieces of wood that you've sanded.
Yeah, they say it's flatter than a pancake in places. Flatter than a pancake.
Flatter than a pancake.
Most people
I got
say
a question.
flat. Most globers don't say flat; they would say smooth.
Yes,
I
but
got a
smooth and
question.
flat. That's fair, but check this out, bro. Flat is all the extent of the surface that is much wider than the variance of the height is between two parallel planes. Now you can have something that's smooth, that's a ball, but you can't have a ball that's flat.
Yeah. Someone's
I got a question.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Thanks. I got a question for the Glober. Does he believes that the Indian went to the moon as well?
Can you
And
back
why?
up from your mic a
And why
little
the American?
Can you back up from your mic a little bit so I can hear you?
You got the mic.
Yeah, sure. Is it better right now? I'm sorry.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, that's better.
Much better.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks, man.
Do you believe that the people from India went to the moon, and why didn't American went to the moon this time?
The people of India went to the moon?
Yeah, do you
I
believe
haven't
that the
seen anything
Indians
where-
went to the moon with the Chandelier? I think it's 3 that
No,
landed at the South Pole.
I thought
in
that was
March.
a Lego. I thought that was an ad for Legos for kids' toys or something. I didn't know that was the actual real event. Get out of here.
Okay, India. Remember in 2023, they landed at the South Pole looking for the water. Do you remember?
No, I don't.
No, dude,
Oh,
Chandrayaan. Are you talking about Chandrayaan 3? Because
yes, yeah.
Professor Phil crashed one of them. In case you didn't know, Professor Phil. I'm serious. Professor Phil said that Indian Space Agency hired him to do their telemetry or something on the mission that crashed. Thanks,
Unbelievable,
Phil.
Lylan.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil.
Hey, Shane, I tagged you in a 2-minute video. Would you consider checking it out and giving us your thoughts when it's slow and you're not talking?
Yeah, I can watch it. Let's see. Get in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's only 4 minutes long if you want to watch the whole thing, but just the first 2 minutes. I just want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, and my colleague's question still stands. Do you accept that India went to the moon in March of 2023? Yeah?
You know, if I was going to question anyone, it may be that one, just because of like the way that they display it. They actually use Kerbal Spaceflight as their when they do their display. So it looks more dubious, but I have no reason to believe that there would be a major benefit to them to completely make it up. But it does seem more dubious than I've seen others.
What?
You're telling me that you can't
What the fuck?
you can't understand that. Oh my goodness, bro.
No, would
Is
I
that
say
some
something
weird?
amazing?
Is that some weird escape card? They didn't completely make it up.
No, I don't
Typical
know. No, you
typical
guys keep
NASA
going down this
fanboy
path where I
response.
keep having to like you want me to say absurdities. I was not
Yeah,
there.
because you're
I was not
ambiguous
on
about
them.
everything you say. Everything's like,
Because that's the
well,
reality of how we live. That's the reality
purple.
of
If
life.
you're looking at purple when it's light outside, it looks like purple. But if you're looking at purple when you're in the ocean, at the bottom of the ocean where it's pitch black, it doesn't look like purple anymore. And that's how you rationalize shit.
Yeah, remember, you're the guy that when they rub shit in your face, you don't smell it. Remember, that was put forward.
It
Right.
was funny the first time. It's still a lot funny.
Yeah, it's still funny. Yeah, that is so good. Time was perfect.
I hope you guys. I mean, maybe I'll mute myself while I'm watching this video. Sorry, I don't want to.
Yeah. Just mute yourself for a while. They're very interesting. This character, very interesting indeed. Pure 100% fanboy, man. He's not relinquishing anything. Not relinquishing his position at all.
Hi guys, I want to take this opportunity to introduce Arizona Bill to the channel because I was browsing the servers and he was in the 24/7 Flutter Discord by himself and I was able to invite him in here. So hi Bill, welcome.
Yeah, sorry we weren't there. We're away from home at the moment in the English hub, so we welcome you here. And if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. But welcome, yeah? And thank you for sticking with it.
Thank
in the
you.
other server.
Glad to be here.
Brilliant. So what's your position with this horrible moon flyby? 10 days. Hardly any underwear. They got hardly any underwear on this journey, by
Why
the
is
way.
it taking them so long? Don't you just go, there's the moon, let's go to it?
Yeah. They're testing the Orion. It's all about testing, you know.
Oh, it's all about testing things?
Yeah, they're still testing that Orion. That's what it's all about. And then they want to break the record as well, remember? Yeah. They're breaking records. First black man to lie about
Where did they vacuum test this unit at? I'd like to. Can somebody at least find that?
Yeah. I want to know that as well because I was asking about that. And they're breaking records. First woman to
Oh
light
my
us on the
goodness,
moon.
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, not only are they launching in Passion Week, but Orion was gifted to be able to walk on water.
Wow.
Holy crap, dude. The symbolism, bro.
It's just
So it's going down. It sounds like something's going down this time.
Yeah, dude, it's space NASA Jesus, basically, is what they're trying to pull.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have space alien Jesus is coming.
Wow.
I also think it has something to do with the fact that the remaining people. So remember, like I always argue with people that ain't nobody except two people left alive that have seen the Earth with their own two eyes as a globe, allegedly. Only two people can make that claim, and they're going to be dead soon. So they got to be replaced by some new geezers.
So true. So true. That's Buzz Aldrin. I think there might even be I think there might be 3 of them alive, I think. But 2, yeah, for sure.
I only know of 2, and I vaguely remember somebody correcting me that the other one died. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I think there's 3. Yeah.
Okay, I watched the the ISS hairspray video. Is that the one that was?
Oh, that's
the one?
right.
Was
Yeah,
that
I
the
just wanted your
compelling one?
thoughts on it. What do you think?
I'm not compelled to think that. I don't know what it's trying. I understand what it's trying to show me, especially since it's got the the little meme kind of stuff at the bottom, but I don't really understand what exactly it's trying to show me.
What part do you not understand? So for example, if I go swimming and I have long hair, wouldn't my hair be moving around freely and flowing, or would it just stay in one place?
Yeah, it'd be moving around freely and flowing. So you're saying like when they're in the vomit comet and her hair was like kind of moving around and everything, that the lady in the ISS, her hair should be doing the same thing, kind of flowing around.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because in the material that I posted, you see the woman's hair flowing beautifully as she's trying to orientate herself. That would be in the vomit comet. But yeah, in the ISS, it's fixed. They got that hairspray that holds it into position. That's not right, is it? That's not natural, is it now? Bit of a Medusa
I see what you
type
guys are
hairstyle.
saying. I see what you guys are saying.
This
I
doesn't
agree
mean
with
the
you.
Earth is flat, okay? But it's just something very
It brings
suspicious.
into
I was just
question.
wondering your
Yeah.
thoughts.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I agree. It
Yeah,
does look
what you're
weird.
witnessing.
It
Hang on,
definitely
what
looks
you're
weird.
witnessing there. What you're witnessing is the blue screen, green screen technology, and then the vomit comet doing its dive. That's why she moves like that. Holds that for about 30, 40 seconds, and then comes back down. And you understand? That's what's going on there. That's
Why
perfect
doesn't
example.
if she's in the ISS, if she's on the blue screen, you're saying that she's also in the vomit comet, the video
Yeah,
of the lady. I'm
of
trying to
course.
see what you guys are saying. So she's
Yeah,
also in the vomit comet,
yeah.
but she's used hairspray to keep her hair like that.
Exactly. I don't know why she would have done that, but there you go. Silly cow. She should have just left it alone, but they've hammed it there. It's what you call hamming it up. And then the blue screen is behind her of the ISS. The plane does its parabolic arc. She does her movements. And then the plane levels off again and goes up and she's back on the original position. That's a perfect example. Textbook.
I
How they
also
do it.
find
Yeah,
it
I can see
really
that.
odd. Like, for example, if they were in a submarine or aircraft carrier, the military has very high standards about what women have to do with their hair getting it tied up. They wouldn't allow you to just freely flowing around like that with all the electronics and hair getting loose.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a hygiene nightmare. Like I said, those environments have to be more hygienic than a hospital where a woman's giving birth. I'm sorry,
Huh, that's
right?
interesting. I wonder
Definitely.
if they put something in her hair because of that.
They should have put it in a net, a hair net or
Yeah.
a plastic. Yeah, should have just been, or better still, cropped hair, actually. So you don't have any hair for this mission. Part of your job, just like joining the military. You have your hair cut. So you're going bald, lady.
Well, they did an interview, and she had the obvious hairspray, and the interviewer conveniently asked her, "How do we know you're really in space?" And she pointed at her hair and did like a little cheesy grin, and as if that was how we know she's really in space.
I
I
remember
wonder how
that.
much these people get paid.
Not much.
Not much, actually.
Man,
Yeah. No,
if you
no,
give
no.
me a McChicken, I'll brainwash you all back to ground one.
Yeah, and remember, their lives have been threatened as well. If they break loose and try and tell the truth, well, some family member might get killed if they don't get killed.
Oh,
So
you mean
there
like
go.
Mrs. Moon? Oh, you mean like
Yeah,
Mrs. Moon,
Mrs.
bro?
Moon. Yeah, Buzz
Tell us
Aldrin's
about
mother.
it.
You got it. Yeah. See? Mrs. Moon, yeah. Buzz Aldrin's mother, commits suicide a few weeks before they went.
Oh no shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's because it didn't happen. What actually
That's sad.
happened is they whacked her. They whacked her, bro.
Yeah. That's what
Oh
they did.
man, well, that's sad stuff. That would suck.
Just like they whacked. Listen, friend. Just like they whacked Gus Grissom, brother. Tell us
That's
about
right.
that, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim knows
Yeah.
all about that. Hook it up, brother.
Yeah. That's right. Because he hung a lemon on the capsule because he knew it wasn't fit for purpose, and then he gave an impromptu interview with that permission of NASA. That's why they took him out, because he was telling the truth, wasn't he? And the day he dies, he was saying, how can we communicate between? How can we communicate from the moon when we cannot communicate between two buildings? Right, they're having communication problems between two buildings, and then you hear the fire, and they die that day. Poor man.
Both these events were back in the 1960s, late 60s, right? Talking just around the missions. Buzz Aldrin and what was his guy's name? Grissom.
Yeah, Grissom. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I've heard about the Grissom one, not Mrs. Moon, Buzz Aldrin's mum. Is that right?
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin's mother. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, mate. Didn't know that.
For anyone that's thinking that the ISS is something completely different than a vomit comet or a parabolic flight, it really isn't. So I just looked it up, and it basically says the astronauts aboard the International Space Station are not floating because there is no gravity at that height. They float because they're in a continuous freefall. At the altitude of the ISS, roughly 400 kilometers above Earth, gravity is still very strong. It's about 90% as strong as it is at the surface. So gravity is absolutely present there. According
There
to
you
the
are.
club.
Right. And yet they're flying through this ISS in a gorilla suit and a guitar. Really?
You want to know what else is weird, bro? So Mrs. Moon, supposedly, the reason why she decided to end it all is because she was so nervous about how famous and adored by the entire world her son was going to become that she just couldn't handle being the most prominent, prideful, gloating mother that could ever happen, even better than every Chinese mother ever could hope to dream to be. So she's like, oh, I just can't be that awesome. I just have to go.
Yeah, she couldn't take the accolade and all that. That's what was said. That's what was said. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And
She
then
couldn't
Buzz
take the
Aldrin.
fame.
Yeah, she couldn't take the fame. And then we've got Buzz Aldrin's sister stating that when Buzz came back, supposedly from the moon, he was getting drunk regularly and asking people if he went to the moon. Did we go to the moon? Did we actually go to the moon? In his drunken state.
But think about him at a party, and there's a lot of Chinese people there. And you know how Chinese moms have this stigma that they pride over their children. So the Chinese mom walks in and she's like, oh, your son went to Harvard. My son graduated from Harvard when he was 7, and now he's a chemical engineer at 17 companies and speaks 32 languages. And then Mrs. Moon comes in. My son went to the moon. Sit down.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like top trumps, isn't it?
Yeah, and then there's another in another interview, Buzz Aldrin was asked what was it like actually stepping out and walking on the lunar surface, and he broke down and cried. He left the set from that interview. He actually broke down and cried.
Really? Wow.
There was also an interview.
Another story.
Was another interview where a kid asked him, "How's the smell in space?"
That's what I heard. That one, yeah. Is that where they said it smelled like bacon or something stupid? Space smells
Yeah,
like
something
bacon.
like that.
Yeah, space smells like bacon. I think they said. Ridiculous. How would you be able to smell that in your suit and your in a vacuum suit, but virtually? How could you smell bacon? Honestly, must have been his own farts after eating those snacks.
Man, now you guys got me all introspective on this whole thing.
Yeah, and then there was that 8-year-old. I think when was that? 2018, I think it was. 2017.
I'm not asking for more.
Yeah, there's a young girl.
Keep going,
There's a little girl. I think she's 6 or 7 years old, and she's asking Buzz Aldrin, "Why is it that we haven't gone back to the moon in the last 50 years?" And then Buzz Aldrin replies, "That's not a question for an 8-year-old. She's actually 6." But he says, "For an 8-year-old, that's a question for an adult." Right? And the reason we didn't go is because we didn't go. And if we didn't go, we have to find out why we didn't go. That's what he said in his half-drunken state. Nicknamed Buzz
There's a lot
Aldrin.
more to that context too. that whole thing in context is pretty interesting. That whole dialogue.
Yeah.
Out of context, I totally see what you guys are saying, and the snippets are very compelling to give a case against the idea that we ever went to the moon.
Well, yeah, because he's been acting a little bit weird ever since. That's the thing. Look at Neil Armstrong. He moves from where he was living to another area where nobody knew him. Do you know that? That I found amazing. That he could live in an area for like 20 years plus,
Jen.
and no one knew he was Neil Armstrong. Yeah, hermit.
Jen,
Yeah.
Jen, you might know this. Who became a car salesman?
Oh, car salesman. Hang on, I'm trying to think now.
Isn't that the guy who got left up in the rock in the
Michael
Lander?
Collins?
Alan Shepard or something?
Yeah, Michael
Collins.
Collins.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names. I am sorry, but
that's okay.
Well, from what I remember, one of them ended up becoming a used car salesman.
Exactly. I mean, come on. What a come down. I.e., rocket cars. Come get your cars from over here.
Dude, they pretty much told him, if you guys go out there in the public and say the wrong thing, we're whacking your mom.
Yeah.
So they're like, all right, I'll just become a car salesman. No worries.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin's living in a neighborhood and no one knew it was him.
Was there any one of them that actually became a car salesman? I can't find any of them.
Yeah, no, I said that, dude. I should probably back it up. Can you give me a moment? I'll see if I can find it for you.
No, you don't have to. No, we're all in a social environment here, man. Let's treat it like we're sitting at a bar and we don't have the world of.
No worries, Jedi. No worries, Jedi.
We gotta show him
we'll
that
settle.
he became a car salesman.
Nah.
I don't need to see.
We'll settle for a logo. Just a screenshot that you tried.
Man. Dude.
Right, a guy by the name of Alan Ronan did a documentary where it's called "Did We Go" by Alan Ronan, and he went to Neil Armstrong's hometown, right, to question the locals there, and he had the door shut in his face every time. No one wanted to say anything about Neil Armstrong. That was weird. He only wanted to ask them what did they think of Neil and how was he when he was a younger man and when he was a little boy, where he grew up and that. And nobody wanted to speak. In fact, one of them say, "Oh, we know who you are. We got nothing to say here." Shut the door on him. Right? So he found it very difficult to get any information at Neil Armstrong's hometown where he was born.
I'd probably do the same. I mean, I'm a private being. I wouldn't necessarily want someone showing up to my home with cameras, and especially
it was only him. You see,
era.
It was only him and his camera. Just him on.
Just him and his camera.
Yeah, it was just him and his camera, really. Yeah, and if there was anybody else, there would have been one other person, possible one other person, but it was just him, really.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Oh, blimey, that would have been at least maybe 20 years ago now. This particular video I'm talking about, maybe more.
So they could have had a small camera. They may not have had like a massive TV crew from the 70s camera.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that massive camera thing. No, it was a small one. And he went to his hometown, and just nobody seemed to want to talk about Neil Armstrong. You know, the prodigal son. You know, the man who went to the moon. And then the other
Have you been around Midwesterners before, though? Have you been around Midwesterners before? I mean,
no, I've never. And then to find out where he was living, nobody knew he was the man that went to the moon. Can you imagine that? You're the man that went to the moon, but nobody knows you're that man in your neighborhood. How could you pull that off?
Maybe he didn't talk to his neighbors.
He didn't. That's what was said. He didn't talk to his neighbors. He kept private.
Damn.
A recluse is what he became, a recluse. That's what Bill Casey called him, a recluse.
Yeah, brother. He didn't want to end up like Gus or Miss Moon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be like, guys. If you're like the player that throws that like game-winning touchdown and you're in like junior high school and then you do nothing else for the rest of your life, That's going to be depressing as shit. If you go to the moon and then the rest of your life you're the guy who did that one thing that one time, how do you go forward, man? How do you just do a day?
Well, you don't go backwards. You will never be
Interestingly
going
enough,
backwards. No, you're going forward all the time. Of course you are. Because you're going to be
Well,
called.
the one thing
I
you
found out the
don't do
car
is
salesman.
look like somebody killed your dog in a press conference right when you get back.
Right,
I found out
right,
the
exactly.
car salesman.
Yeah, go on. Who was it?
Buzz Aldrin.
Ah, there we are. Buzz Aldrin.
So, at least one high-profile astronaut became a car salesman after leaving NASA. Buzz Aldrin, the second person to walk on the moon, briefly sold Cadillacs in Beverly Hills, California, following a turbulent period in the early 1970s after retiring from the Air Force and leaving NASA. According to reports, following his historic Apollo 11 mission, Aldrin suffered from depression and alcoholism, complicated by the end of the Apollo program, a divorce, and the death of his mother. Interesting.
There we are. Yeah.
Yeah, that was him as well. Cool.
Well, thanks for looking that up.
Poor
I
guy.
didn't know that. But man,
Well,
what a troubled life.
Yeah,
what a
for
horrible
sure.
life when you got to lie like that. That's all I'm saying. Remember,
Yeah.
he got paid and he lied. He did try to tell the truth. In fact, let me just say something else. In fact, Neil Armstrong it's been stated that he did try to whistleblow. Actually, he did try. That's why, like, supposedly on the lunar surface, you don't have any portrait photographs of him on the lunar surface. Okay, only Buzz Aldrin. So all those images you see from the Apollo missions, that's Buzz Aldrin, all of them. And then there's one that a camera caught Neil Armstrong almost out of shot. It's a back shot of him, and the camera came from the LEM. It was mounted on the lunar excursion module. As it was panning around, and managed to catch Neil Armstrong right in the corner. That's the only shot you've got of him on that surface, supposedly, okay, on the lunar surface. So they said that was a deliberate kind of whistleblow, showing the disdain for his lie that he's telling. You understand? That was one there. Then there was another interview where whenever he spoke, he kind of like never included himself in the answer. He always spoke as like the third person. Okay, and they did a psychological analysis of his answers, and that was a form of whistleblowing, apparently, an attempt. Okay, that's what's been put forward. He couldn't just come out and blurt it out. And then there was that other famous one with the famous lines: "There is a lot that we've left undone. For those who can remove truth's protective layer." You might remember that speech that lasted like 5 minutes. Yeah. So he was trying to let us know somehow, some way. And then he ends up being buried at sea, finally, when he passes on.
This is not meant to be a dig at anyone, but it may be perceived that way. You guys have some amazing pattern recognition abilities.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Well, we recognize your pattern, don't you worry. You got you picked. Keeping a good eye on you. You're the man that we can rub poo on his face and he doesn't smell a thing. There you go. Go. We got some pattern recognition, don't you worry. We're heavily scrutinizing everything.
So, like for you guys that are speaking up a lot, is this a lot of your like identity, or is this just more of a thing that's enjoyable conversation and the back and forth and convincing?
Oh, it's everything. It's everything. It is everything.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy it. It's informative. Remember, billions of dollars now into the trillions, really now, have been stolen from the public in the US, for example. You're losing money hand over fist. Okay, so we're doing our level best to highlight the anomalies and the lie. It's enjoyable. We listen to the people who believe, and we enjoy that. Yeah, it's good. It's everything. I love all this. It's good for
We
the brain.
we enjoy this conversation just as much as you would probably enjoy talking about NASA and rockets with your friends.
There we are.
I enjoy this conversation that we're having right now more than a conversation with people that just agree or say yes.
I'm glad to hear you say that, but are you learning Are you picking up on the anomalies that have been highlighted from us and the other expert scrutineers that are out there? And there are loads of
I
them.
would say I'm learning your point of view. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm agreeing with your point of view, though.
Okay, all right, okay, but it's something for you to look at, yeah. Because if we're telling you that, and we've given it to you in no uncertain terms, the Earth is indeed flat and stationary, and you yourself haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, and you can't claim to have said you've seen the curvature. That should be ringing alarm bells. That alone. Come on.
I think as long as we get somebody to the stage where they start questioning things, I think that's primarily the type of thing that we're interested in having these conversations for. We're not here to convince anybody. Yes, we bring forth our arguments and our points of view and our experiments, XYZ, but ultimately it's down to the individual to convince themselves whatever you think is the standard that you would uphold to find truth, whatever you're questioning. But yeah, I'm kind of grateful for us, because if it wasn't for someone else, I wouldn't have questioned this. More than likely, right? It was only because I stumbled across this that I was able to question the foregone conclusion that the Earth was a planet. So I think we're just trying to pass that on in some way. What you do with the information is down to you, dude.
Yeah.
That's no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think about 35% of the world's population understand that the moon landings were a hoax currently.
I don't know if either one understands, but I would say believe or give it any value. Yeah.
Well, no, the word understand has to come into it, because when you realize, the technology cannot work in a vacuum, that's fully understanding that they lied. And then we're showing you how they made the mistakes, the bloopers, the vomit comet stuff, green screen, blue screen technologies. We're giving you a lot of material that you've got to look at. Then you'll understand where we say we understand. And you remember, as a flat earther, we know that nothing can leave the Earth. That'd be a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we know for sure they're not going to space. They're just not. It's not happening. It can never happen. We don't have that. We will never have that technology. It can't be done. God
But you could go high enough to make water float, right? Based on the comments you guys were making earlier. Because there is going to be a point where the air pressure is no longer going to keep the water in the cup.
Oh, if we could get that high. No. Wait a minute. I will never accept that you can float up there. Okay, that's something we got out of cartoons.
Okay. Yeah,
that's what we got out of cartoons. There is no evidence that if I go up high enough, right, let's say 60 miles up, 62 miles, suddenly I'm going to be weightless. No, I don't hold that position at all. That's a no-no.
Yeah,
right.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's the honest truth there. We don't do that. That's something that was given to us through cartoons first, and then now they're floating. They're not. It's the vomit comet all over again. We hold ourselves to the highest standard, mate. I'll tell you that now. You got to take me up there. Even William Shatner didn't float when he went up, did he? Blue Orion, was it? I think it was. Yes, he was standing in the corner, not floating. Everyone else was.
He went up in like the Virgin thing, right?
Yeah, that's right. That would be Sir Richard Branson. But I think he didn't go with Sir Richard Branson. He went with Blue Origin, I think. Could be wrong.
Oh, yeah, Blue Origin. Yeah, you're right. He went on Bezos' thing.
Yeah, Bezos. That was right. Yeah.
Yeah, all those guys are not getting very high. I mean, they're getting high, but they're getting way up there in
No, it's
stats.
just
They're
a
not getting up
glorified.
to they're not getting into where like SpaceX or
No, it's a glorified vomit comet ride. That's all that was.
Yeah.
It's a vomit comet ride, glorified one. That's it.
Man, it does say 350,000 feet for 10 minutes suborbital flight. So yeah, so just going up far enough to be able to see where it kind of gets hazy. You can see the blue gray of the Earth and of the atmosphere, and then the dark of the sky at the same time. The dark of
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
So
That'd be
Richard
pretty
Branson
interesting to
was
see. But
yeah. So Richard Branson was trying to call himself an astronaut, but NASA said you didn't go high enough. Now, if you look in the side chat, you'll enjoy the words hoax there because everything there is a hoax. Have a look at it.
I don't believe you.
I'm not asking you to believe me.
What do you ask for?
You
I'm
to
not
open your
asking.
mind and go and question things for yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, on this server, you have to ask for something. So if you believe that the Earth is flat, give it to me.
Oh, okay. So you want proof that the Earth is flat? Well, first you have to understand that that's what you experience when you look at the Earth.
What if it's the opposite? When you look at the Earth, you observe that the Earth isn't flat. What about it?
Then you would have to prove that what I was observing was an illusion.
Do you believe in any god? Because I think that flat Earth and gods is like related.
No.
You don't believe in any god.
Flat Earth comes down to a measurement of the surface of the Earth. What you do with that information might lead you to a theological, religious idea.
Okay, so if I'm in Australia and in Europe, I will watch different sky or the same skies.
Different skies.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, how come? How come that I can see different skies from Europe and Australia, which is in theory the top and bottom of the Earth? In theory, not really the bottom, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, you've gone to a location where there's other stars in the sky, and then you go and stand underneath them. It's like me standing in a room, a long room, and I'm standing underneath a few lights, pretty lights. And then I go away from standing underneath these lights, really far away, and then I go and stand underneath another bunch of lights. Now I've walked on a horizontal surface and I've just gone and stood under different lights.
Okay.
What
about
the orientation of those, like orientation of constellations as you go from north and south?
What do you mean by orientation?
Turn from the right to the left, turn to the left to the right, different
left to
sense.
Yeah.
If
so
you are
go
in
to
Australia, the sky will turn in a way that in Europe that will be the opposite of it.
Yeah, because you've gone to two different locations where there are two different sets of stars, and these two different sets of stars do two different things. One appears to rotate around the observer one way, where the other appears to rotate in the opposite direction.
Okay, yeah, that's like obvious when you say it.
I know.
that's like weird that like for thousands of years people really are not dumb enough to believe that the Earth is flat. From 1,000 years, people figure it out that the Earth is not flat.
How did how did everybody? What did we do?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you because people watch the moon. Okay, so people watch the moon, and every day and every month the moon change shape, and when you calculate the shape of the moon, you you quickly realize that the Earth isn't flat. Does that make like from 1,000?
So I understand you.
Yeah,
So I
okay.
understand you.
Go ahead, smart man. Go ahead.
Okay. So we noticed the phases on the moon thousands of years ago. The conclusion was. What was the conclusion by noting the phases on the moon?
The conclusion was that the Earth isn't flat.
Why? What caused the phases on the moon?
The rotation of the Earth on
the rotation of the Earth caused the phases of the moon?
Yes, sir. Good job.
No.
You got this.
No, according to the heliocentric model, phases of the moon are caused by the position of the moon as it cycles around the Earth in 28 days. So,
So
for
you're
example,
smart enough to guess that the
my
Earth
friend,
is not
my
flat.
friend,
God
my friend.
damn.
No, this is just you repeating a narrative to me. This is a story so far. I'm going to ask you to prove this story in a moment. You understand the difference, right, between a claim and proof. At the moment, you're just telling me a story. Thousands of years ago, according to you, this narrative was, we proved the Earth was a sphere because now we're going to beg the question that the Earth is a sphere and the moon is in rotation around that sphere, right? That's not proof. That's begging the question. Now you're going to need to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay.
Do you understand how we're back to where we started?
Yeah, I get it, Jedi, I get
Good.
it.
Good.
So
So
you're
how do we
smart
prove the
enough.
Earth is a sphere then?
Yeah, okay. So you're smart enough to deny 1,000 years of study, but that's okay. You're smart
No,
enough.
no,
So
sorry, stop.
oh, you're
You've
not
just
smart
pointed out
enough.
one.
Okay,
No,
that's okay.
stop, please. Before, no, thank you. You just pointed out one thing to me. This was
Yeah.
moon phases. I pointed out to you that that was begging the question, and you're still going to need to prove that the Earth is a sphere. I haven't denied thousands of years yet. So far, just one thing that happened a long time ago.
Okay, you didn't deny 1,000 years. Okay, that's okay.
Okay, I demonstrated how it's logically stupid. It's begging the question.
Okay,
Do you know
I'm
what begging the
stupid.
question is? It's a type
Because
of
you're
logical
smart.
fallacy.
No, but you're
Do you know what
smart
logical?
enough to. You're smart
Hopefully.
enough to prove. Okay, shut up a little bit. So you're smart enough to tell me that the Earth is flat. Okay, that's been 1,000 years that people say that the Earth is not flat. So I'm begging you, please give me the answer, man.
Okay,
I believe that the
dude.
Earth is not flat,
Okay.
but you
Okay,
have the
dude.
answer. The
Dude,
Earth
do you
is flat. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Okay. Water is horizontal upon the surface when observed, measured, and practically used. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, so when we add these two truths together, we reached a logical conclusion that the surface of the Earth is flat. Now, you understand what water is, don't you?
Yeah,
Cool.
clearly
So
get it.
let's say, for example, we've got a container of water, a large container. Can you describe the surface to me? Is the surface curved or is the surface flat?
The Earth is obviously.
Water. No, just stick with me. Stop running down the road. Stay with what
Yeah,
I'm talking
you know
about.
what? I'm gonna put on off my brain. I'm gonna listen to you. Okay, my brain
Dude,
is
I asked
off.
you a question. I asked you a question. Describe the surface of water to me when contained and at rest.
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is that?
Describe. Do you know what describe means?
Yeah, but what the
Tell
fuck do
me
I need
about.
to describe?
Corvus, this doesn't
Yeah.
go anywhere in that part of the conversation because they
Yeah, but that's cool.
They just,
that's cool.
Yeah,
you know, that's
no,
back and
I'm
forth.
a glober. I believe in the globe. I'm a person who
Yeah.
lives in reality. They won't
No,
go
but
anywhere in this
man,
conversation.
that's
You'll have to try something else.
Yeah, but that's kind of cool. You know, that's funny.
Excuse
Go
me,
ahead,
you said
Jedi.
you believe in reality. The globe doesn't exist, so you're not in reality if you believe the globe. Please don't make
Yeah,
that statement.
Go ahead, man.
Okay.
What the fuck
I'm in
do
my
you mean?
reality. I'm in the shared reality.
Which one,
No, you're
Shane?
in
Which
shared
one?
delusion, fantasy.
Dude, I'm backing down. I'm trying to just like help Corvus move on in the conversation to
But
something where
you know,
it's a more
Jedi,
meaningful conversation. I'm
do
not
not
trying to
sound
become a part of any
American.
argument.
So I'm like,
I am
you know,
American.
you're not. Yeah, but Jedi don't sound like an American. So I'm
No,
like,
he's from Britain. He's from Britain. Never mind.
Yeah,
Get on
I
with it.
know that. I get it from the accent, but I'm like, you're not retard. You know what the heck do you
No,
believe in?
yeah, at the moment,
Flat
you haven't
Earth.
been
You
able
know.
to. Yeah, you haven't proven
Well,
your globe, by the way. Blimey.
You,
I mean-
you on the other hand, you sound more retarded than Jedi because I am Portuguese and I'm going to tell you the navigation never
you
worked. Hold on a
Portuguese.
second.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on a second.
And
Let
my
me
ass.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm from Portugal.
Hold
I
on.
am from
Hold-
Portugal. Yeah,
Hold on
right.
a
Act like a
second.
normal person for once. Just shut up and listen.
Go ahead.
Well, if you are Portuguese, right? You know that we never navigate on the globe, right? We don't have no map whatsoever of the shape of the globe. So stop lying to yourself.
Yeah,
There we
okay,
are.
yeah. Like, you know what? You know what? I will tell you this, but I know that the Earth isn't flat, but I cannot
Okay.
prove it.
How do you
I
know
cannot
this?
prove. Okay,
Hold on.
He said he can't
listen
prove
to
it.
me.
English isn't your first language,
No,
is it?
yeah, but for real, listen to me. So
Okay.
I know that the Earth isn't flat. I cannot
But you
prove
can't
it.
prove it.
Like I. Okay,
That's
listen to
stupid.
me.
Right,
I'm
dude.
Hey, how do you know?
stupid.
Sorry. When you say that you know something, that you have knowledge, and you can't prove your
Yeah,
knowledge, then it's not knowledge.
yeah,
It's a
that's it.
belief.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is that
Yeah,
I
exactly. And
know
I'm trying to
it's
help
not
you.
flat, but I
It's
cannot think and do the calcul about it. That yeah, the Earth isn't flat. So please give me the equation how the Earth is flat. I can
Just look
calculate
outside.
myself.
Just look outside. That's all you have to do.
That's it. That's yeah.
Yeah.
The Earth
okay.
is not flat. Look outside.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Just look out.
You
Literally,
only
just look
have
outside.
this.
Yeah.
Do
Look
you know
outside.
that
So
you
what
sound
he's
like
trying to express to you, my friend, what he's trying to
you sound like
express
a
to you is,
retard?
my
You
friend,
know.
my friend, please, thank you. What he's
Go
trying
ahead.
to express to you is that everybody experiences a flat earth. So when he says go outside, this is what you experience. You experience a flat, stationary earth. Everybody does.
Okay,
And by the way,
so when
and by the way, you claim to be Portuguese, right? So have you ever traveled from the south to the north of Portugal? Yes or no?
no,
Right. So do that experience,
I've
right?
been
Because
to
hold on a
South
second, hold on
Africa,
a second,
South
hold on a
Africa, and
second,
Portugal,
hold on a
and the
second.
constellation is not the same.
Oh, hold on a second. Portugal, it's 600 kilometers wide, right? If you have a fly from Algarve to Porto, right? You know how far that is,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Why didn't you ever saw no curvature whatsoever when you fly the plane?
But I've been to South Africa, and the constellation was not the same.
That's because you went to a different place and there are different things in the sky. I told you this.
Okay, that's right. But that's it, man. I was
We're
just
talking about
trying
the
to
ground,
get an
though.
answer.
That's the only thing that would explain this phenomena. You changed
Damn.
your location to where these things are, and you said, "Oh, I can see these things now." That's it,
But
really.
yeah, I didn't think about it. But yeah,
I
you're
know
right.
it's crazy.
Like
Now,
you know,
this
in
is
the
why.
Bible, they say that like for 1,000 years, people figured out that the Earth wasn't flat. But
That's a
yeah, what you
Yeah, you
talk
misconception.
can't prove it though.
when
Dude,
you
that's
tell
a
me that,
misconception.
just yeah, but that's real. When you tell me watch
No,
your side,
no.
yeah, that's flat. Yeah, I'm like, you
Excuse me,
goddamn
please,
right.
dude. Excuse me. I get
But
that
wait,
you're really
yeah, you
excited.
can go
You
ahead.
keep talking. We are live streaming. People are trying to listen, and when you keep talking, it's hard to have a conversation with you.
You
Trying to have
last.
a conversation with you. Is that okay? So when you say people have known for thousands of years, this isn't necessarily true. I tried to show you that with the first thing that you gave me with moon phases. Right? That's not proving the Earth is a sphere. That's pretending the Earth is already a sphere and explaining it from that point of view. It's not proof, it's a claim. So, unless you want to keep going through the narrative of all the stories that we got told, I just want to know that you understand this point.
Okay, yeah, I completely get it, but I can tell you this from 100% the truth. The moon phases, I cannot explain it to you. I'm not smart enough. But the only thing that I told you is that when you're on South Africa and America, you have different constellation. One
What do you
turn
see when you look at the
right.
ground?
Yeah, and I
So
told you why this is, didn't I?
yeah, repeat to me. I'm sorry. I'm slow. I'm
It's
really
okay.
slow.
You moved from one location to another, and where you moved to, there were different things above your head. Now, let's say, for example, we're in a room and I've got a light above my head, and I walk away from that light. And as I look at that light, as I walk away, it looks like it goes down and down and down. It isn't going down, it's still on the ceiling, but it looks like it's going down. But when I look up, there's another star above my head or another light, because
Yeah.
all I'm doing is changing my location underneath the things above my head, the stars in this
Okay.
instance, or the ceiling.
Yeah. Okay. So all of what they saying, like from 1,000 years ago, is like shite. Fucking
Yeah,
shit,
it's wrong. Just
right?
because you've been doing
When we
something
look into it, yeah, when we look
Okay.
into it, no, it's
Yeah.
not as good as it's supposed to be.
Okay. And can I'm sorry, but can I ask you the question? Where did you found this knowledge? Like
looking
for
outside.
1,000 years? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, looking outside once again.
Where did you found that knowledge?
You understand
Okay,
that
so
just
I
because you've been doing something for a long time doesn't make it right. It's just an appeal to
Yeah.
antiquity. It's a
No.
fallacy.
For sure. Yeah. For 1,000 years ago. Yeah, that's shite. That fucking shit. But can you tell me how did you get to this? Like, did
long
someone tell you to believe this, or did you?
Observação. Já que não queres entender inglês, vou-te falar em português.
why did he start
Entendeste?
saying?
So
That's
stop,
weird. So
so
how did
stop
we come
playing
across
games
this?
with all of us.
Okay. Do you want to
Okay,
listen
so
or what?
I'm not fucking Portuguese, so what the fuck are you talking about?
It's
But
okay,
I was,
dude. No worries.
yeah,
We know
that's
the
okay.
question. I got your
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
So how did
answer
I come
it.
across it? By seeing
Yeah.
too far. On YouTube, I came across videos where people were using cameras and seeing things very far away. Things that were so far away that they shouldn't have been able to see them because of the curvature of the earth. This is where most
Oh,
of us started, by seeing things so far away that we shouldn't have done.
okay. So you watch a YouTube video about this. No, you
That's where
didn't realize yourself like telescope.
no. So
Like you
no,
watch the results from a YouTube video. That's it.
let me explain. So 11 years ago, I never questioned the idea that the Earth was a planet until I came across a YouTube video that was showing the long distance observations. I then went out and did long distance observations myself to show that what was in the video was easily demonstrable to myself. From that moment
Yeah.
onwards, I fell into the flat Earth.
Okay. So why do you think that people fake it? Like NASA, ISS,
I don't know.
like
Ask them.
but like what the fuck is that? Like they lie about it? Like I don't get it. I am
You gotta
ready
ask
to
the
believe
liar.
in
I'm not
you,
the liar.
but
I'm not the one lying to you.
yeah, you're not the liar. But do you have a thing, or do you
A
believe that
conspiracy? Who knows? It could be for the money. It could be anything. But you gotta ask them.
Okay, for the money. So how can they make money from people who believe that the earth is round?
Because they get like $70 million a day from that because people believe that the earth is round. There you go.
How? Like, do you pay
Tax.
for
You get tax, right? And your
taxes?
tax money
Okay,
goes to them,
yeah.
yeah.
So the
They get
tax go
70
to
to 60.
NASA.
Exactly,
Yes,
yeah.
Even in
NASA's
Europe,
getting. Sorry,
Okay,
even in
but
sorry,
I believe
even in
that
Europe,
China, like China, go to the moon, want to go to the moon. So I was wondering how can the U.S., the Russia, Europe, and China, cooperate on something that big. If the Earth isn't a globe, why the fuck do China just go to the moon straight up?
You gotta
Why
ask the
there is
president.
a beef to Europe Russia,
You're asking
like,
the wrong questions, brother. You got to ask, why is there no curvature when I look outside? That's what you need to be asking, not why. You
Is this
know.
a rage bait VC? Like, what is going on here?
No, it's not a rage bait VC.
Okay,
This is
I
definitely a
get
rage bait
it.
VC.
No, chill.
Wait,
Enjoy.
Corvus, did you create this VC?
Yeah.
Oh, why, dude? What are you doing?
No, this isn't his created VC. This is our created VC.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jedi?
it's them, man. They control everything.
What,
the
Jedi?
curvature of the Earth.
Control this channel.
No, but for real, like China, like, yeah, we're gonna go to the moon.
You're not
around
going to
the
like the
Earth.
answer, dude. Right? You're not going to like the answer to the question about,
Yeah,
why would they
but
lie?
I want the answer.
Yo,
I
didn't
want
a
the
flat
answer.
earther spend like $30,000 trying to prove the Earth was flat, but ended up proving it was round? Some shit like that. Like,
Well,
dude,
no,
you
they
should
didn't.
you should
because
look
they
at what
proved
he's
it flat.
doing. Spend the money he spent, and then you're gonna figure out it's round, and you're gonna waste your time.
But they
just
are
waste a bunch of time.
false
No,
believer.
we're
Man, you can do
measuring
it
it
for
flat,
free
though.
and look
That's the thing.
outside.
When you look to the
You
sun,
can
you're not
prove the
measuring
earth
the
is
surface
flat
of
for
the Earth.
fucking £6.
Have you actually done like experiments, or are you just talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done the measurements.
Man,
Could I
he
see
saw a
the
video.
could I see the
He
measurements?
saw,
Could I see them?
he,
No,
he
right,
saw a
hold on.
video on YouTube.
Hold on,
He saw a
dude.
video on YouTube.
Please don't strawman me. Now, the only reason
not
why I
strawman.
brought up the video on YouTube is
No,
because
he's
it's the
not talking
first
to you.
thing that ever made me question the earth. What was in the video, I went and did. You understand the difference by just blatantly believing something on YouTube or validating a claim that someone makes, as in going and doing what was done. So I went and made my own long distance observation. I live in the southeast of England. France is 23 miles across the English Channel. I made multiple observations of France at multiple distances between Dover and Folkestone at distances from 23 to 35 miles, where France was observed at all distances where it shouldn't have been if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So just by demonstrating that we can see too far shows that there's a problem with the curvature of the Earth and the theory or an idea that the Earth is a planet. Anybody can go and do this themselves.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna take your word for it, but I gotta do
Good.
that shit myself.
Good.
I was gonna
Yes.
say.
Go and
Oh
do it
yeah,
yourself,
have you
dude.
seen the? Do you see how they're going to the moon, Artemis? You think that shit's fake or what's
That's
going
all.
on
Yeah,
with
it's
that?
all fake. That's what we've been talking about. It's all
It's all
fakery.
fake. Oh
all
shit!
Of, all
All
of
of
it.
it.
CGI,
But
man.
so they spent all that money just to fake it for you guys, right?
Yes, $93 billion.
For you, not
Yeah.
for me.
That makes sense, man. They're so smart.
So what are
Yeah,
your
the world-
experiments since you believe the globe?
Yeah, you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth yet, have you? So you're not
You're
sure
not going to take
yourself.
our word for it.
I
You're not going
mean,
to take our word for it. So what's your
I'm not
experiment?
stupid. I mean, every time I'm looking out an airplane, you can clearly see the curvature of the
Nah,
Earth. I don't know if you
Bro,
ever
you
seen
can't
it.
see curvature from 40,000 feet.
I hate it when
That's
people
just
see
that's
this.
blatantly
I'd
false.
be
Your
seeing
own
the
scientists will
curvature.
say
friend.
that.
Hold on,
You guys not like
please.
curves? Like, do you
When
guys
you
against
look
curves?
out at the horizon from an aircraft, are you saying that the horizon is curved, having one part of the horizon higher or lower than the other? Curvature, right?
Yeah, it's very minuscule, but yeah, you can see it.
It's very minuscule. Okay, cool. Have you ever thought what would happen if you turned
Earth is
around?
big.
Excuse me. Have you ever thought what would happen if you turned around? Like when you make an observation panoramically of the horizon, 360 degrees, noting that it is at the same level when observed all around you, having no part higher or lower than the other. You understand when you turn around looking at the horizon, it's just a circle around you. It's not curvature having one part higher or lower than the other.
Low key, I just want to say something. How about this? We settle this once and for all. We get all the flat earthers in the world. We load them up in an airship, and then we float up all the globe earthers.
Why don't we just
go up in a
measure the
rocket ship and
surface of
actually
the Earth?
see it for ourselves?
Why can't we
just
measure the
measure the
surface of the Earth?
surface?
Yeah, what's going on? Why don't you measure
Why
the
don't we
surface
just
of the
get a
Earth?
laser and propagate it over distance and see
some
if
guy
it hits a
did that.
target?
He proved
Let's see if we
himself
can
wrong.
get some binoculars or high-powered optical equipment and see if we can see an object that we shouldn't be able to see if the surface of the Earth was curved at the rate that we're told. Maybe we can just do that.
Yeah, why don't you do that? That's how you prove it. Don't keep looking up to the stars. Just measure the surface. You haven't done that yet.
Well, you guys are the guys who obsess over this. So could you show me some of your studies and can you show me some actual evidence?
Yeah, sure. Good, reasonable
like,
question.
Screen share it. I would love
minutes.
to. I would love to see the videos or whatever you got.
No problem. No problem. Give me 2 minutes. I'll start dumping them in the side chat.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. And then maybe remember, no matter what.
Maybe I'll become a flat earther, bro. Who knows?
Hang on, no. You're going to have to go and measure it before you can claim that. You'd have to measure it to know it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you end up believing again. You've got to confirm.
Yeah, I like that.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's a good mindset. Got to confirm everything. Yep.
Yeah.
I just want to see this evidence.
The real evidence is outside waiting for you, and that will be the proof.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yes.
You'll learn a methodology here. You then got to apply that methodology practically in the real world. That's what you're going to have to do, so that you can make. So that you can make the claim. You know it's flat. That's what you want. That's what you're looking for. So you've got to go and do that yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. What scientists do you guys usually follow, or kind of like?
Don't really follow any scientists as such at this point at the moment. We listen to what they say. Yeah, we listen to what they've got to say.
Question so far.
Yeah, that's
this
right.
is surveying.
All right, you put in the side
what we're
chat.
going to do
Let's take a look at this evidence, guys.
Dude, it's inside.
28-mile laser test proves that the Earth is flat. Let's look at this.
Yep, that's lovely.
Okay.
So we're not doing science here. We're doing surveying. Do you know the difference?
Surveying is probably using visual, looking at something.
Surveying to measure the land using tools, for example, theodolites and lasers.
You're probably going to need your eyeballs to recognize the curvature when you see it. Anyway.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Here, I'll put my own evidence as well, just so you guys could so I can have a little rebuttal.
You mean somebody else's evidence instead of your evidence?
Boom.
What's this, buddy?
Click that link. It's not even showing the picture. I don't know why, but
yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of ruining it.
No worries.
It's Jeranism.
Oh my god.
Yeah, guys, this guy. What? Sorry, is this like in the community known as like? Oh, it's already debunked. Like I can't use this video anymore.
Yeah, I do apologize, dude. Yeah.
Am I stupid or something, or like? You just guys are
indoctrinated. It's okay.
Oh, I'm indoctrinated. So yeah. It's okay. I believe that the Earth has some like ice wall around it. Yeah, for sure.
No.
I'm trying to hide this one. That's maybe what that penguin was looking for when he was walking to that mountain.
No one.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, is that the picture?
Hey, Brian, check it out.
Wall called Antarctica.
Who's 23 feet tall? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, Dr. John D. I don't know who this guy is, but
maybe you should look into him.
I'm gonna believe in like John or Isaac Newton rather than this guy. I'm not gonna lie, because he's actually a well-known scientist, and this guy.
That's just an appeal to authority, bro. Stop being fallacious.
Different fields.
Oh, it's an appeal to authority. What do you like?
Yeah, different field, by the way. Different field. Nothing to do with.
Yeah, I'm like controlled by the government right now. I have no free will. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you don't believe people because of their titles.
Like,
please think about what comes out your mouth first. Don't start acting like a robot.
Yeah, I'm a robot, guys.
No,
I think the Earth is round.
Dude.
Come on,
hey,
guys.
Piccolo, I took a
up,
screenshot from that video you presented. It shows a man that is 23 feet tall. Can you see that?
Here, let me take a look. Yeah, man. I mean, I know some people are 23 feet tall.
I mean, hopefully you brought something better than that trash.
I mean, dude, he's like extending his arms and then like.
So
yeah,
this flat Earth,
he could have very long arms. You never know.
Dude, this flat Earth proved the curvature of the Earth. What about the other flat Earth? The other proved the.
Here, let me look at your
flat
videos.
Earth are we gonna believe?
It's just a bunch of yapping. It shouldn't be this complex to explain it. It should just be pretty simple.
No, you're the one that's
I know.
yapping
If you shut up, we would.
out of control. Yeah.
I mean, it's like 5v1, and you guys are getting destroyed. Like, I'm putting you guys in your place.
We're talking 10 years.
Hold on. Like the 30 million people in this VC likely agree with me more than they do.
Well, you got the wrong number.
Bro, that's
and
not
by
an
the way,
argument,
it's been
bro.
10
Come on.
years that the flat earthers have totally destroyed the heliocentric model, and we're now into the 4th month.
I don't even know
of
what that is.
2026, the 11th year, and you've lost every debate.
Bro, you put your whole life into this, and then you're gonna grow up one day and realize, holy shit, the Earth is round.
I'm 64 at the moment, and I'm very happy with what's going on. I've got no complaints as such. We've destroyed the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but we're not passionate about balls and stuff like that, bro. So
Yeah.
Where'd Shane go? He was so pleasant.
Piccolo's super passionate about balls, and that's a shame.
It's not follow the rage bait, guys. I've muted him because he's trying to rage bait you. Right, dude, are you going to be here for a reasonable conversation, or are you just going to talk shit?
Well, I wasn't talking shit. I was just telling him what's gonna happen.
You just keep talking through people, dude. It's annoying.
I'm letting you talk.
So,
right
what
now.
question do you want answered?
I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay, sorry, you seem to be
I just
running around
want to
saying you've
intervene in
won
the conversation
something. I'm
that you guys are
confused.
talking about. You guys were talking about
You seem
flat
to
Earth,
be-
so I just wanted to intervene. Just
All right, so what's your point?
Yeah.
Lay it out. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I can give you multiple examples, like the
Yeah, give
airplane
me one, go
example, that video. I don't know, the ship escaping the. Yeah, I'm talking right now, Travis. I don't know why you have to say that. Anyways,
The ship taking what?
you guys think? Oh yeah, you guys think the rockets are fake? Like, why would they fake all that? Just
You're
for
not
what?
answering
Just
the
to
question
control.
put to you. What is your best proof of the globe? You haven't answered it yet.
What was the question? Can you? I can't really hear you.
What is
Can
your
you speak
best
clearly?
proof of your globe? Best proof.
I don't know, the arrogance of you guys, like the fact that you believe the Earth is flat, and then the fact that you
No,
believe
it's not a
that
belief.
NASA
You're not
is
answering the
faking.
question
What?
again.
Oh, I've got to ask.
You're
Why do you
obfuscating.
think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you know
Why,
that
you think the
already.
Earth is
We
flat?
measured it. You know that we measured it, and you agreed. Yeah, measurements. You asked for some material. We gave you some material. Then
Is
we
this
said
your
to
YouTube
you,
channel, Doctor, or
So,
what? Taboo conspiracy?
Piccolo, just
What's up?
focus. If you were to measure your computer table, for example, at 6 foot across, would you run around and tell the whole world that it's 10'7" after measuring it 6 foot?
Okay, what are you getting at here? Can you just get to the point?
Well, it's a simple yes or no. After measuring your table at a particular distance, 6 foot, would you run around and tell everyone that it's 10'7"?
Okay,
Yes
what
or
is that
no?
supposed to prove? What is that supposed to prove?
Answer the question. It's very simple, my friend.
Oh yes.
You'd run around and tell everyone that it's 10 foot after measuring it at 6 foot.
So you measured the entire Earth?
You don't have to measure the entirety of it.
Okay. Okay, one that guy.
Hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. Check this out. Your good man Eratosthenes only measured 2 shadows and assumed the entire Earth. So when we measure a 10-mile lake, that's fucking good. If we go 20, that's twice as good.
You're right,
So,
bro.
my question still stands. If you were to measure your computer table at 6 foot, would you run around and tell everyone that it's 10'7"?
If I were to measure my table at 6 foot, would I tell?
No, you wouldn't. And that's what we've done as flat earthers. We've measured the Earth, and it's not round. So that's what we're telling people. It's not curved.
My life's been a lie this entire time.
Yeah. Unfortunately for you.
All right. So what do I do now?
Sit back and enjoy the show.
well, go out and confirm that what we're saying is correct.
Well, I'm a flat earther now, so I have to,
No,
ask
you're
some
not a
basic
flat earther. You haven't
questions.
measured
No, you're
it
not.
yet. Yeah, you got to
Wait,
go
what?
measure that. And prove
I have
it.
to go measure it. Do I measure it
Yes.
now? Like, what do I
Yeah,
use?
because you can't make the claim that you know it's flat. Then can you? You can't.
But you got. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I got to go measure it myself. I have a ruler.
Right.
I have a 12-inch ruler. Do you think that would
Well,
work?
yeah, you're going to need that, and that's perfect because that's a perfect horizontal unit of measurements. 12 inches.
All right.
Good luck
So
with
he was
that.
telling me to measure my table. I'm gonna go do that real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on real
You
quick.
can use that ruler. It's a horizontal linear
All right.
measurement.
There
not
we go.
curved.
Got my ruler out. Place
Good.
on the table.
All right.
All right. It's saying it's 12 inches. So let's one 12-inch. It's another 12-inch. 36 inches. All right. And you told me to go tell everybody that it's 10 feet or some shit. All right. I'm gonna go tell everybody.
No, that's not what was said. The question was
Oh.
put forward. Would you tell someone it is different than what you've measured? For example, you measured it at... Oh, are you that slow?
Yeah,
I'm going to
how
call
could
you
you not
Fortnite.
Yeah, I'm a bit retarded, bro.
No, I didn't say that. I said slow.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
And he didn't say you were slow. He was asking, are you that slow or not? Didn't actually say you were.
Yeah,
So you've just measured your table at a particular size. Are you going to go and tell lies and tell everyone else now that it's a different size than what you've just measured?
I mean, I wouldn't gain anything from doing that, so I don't know why anybody else would do that.
Excellent. We don't gain anything from telling anyone it's curved either.
But like, what do you gain from telling them it's flat? Like, what's
We don't. I don't get paid to be here.
So then
contrary to popular beliefs.
Like, what's the point?
All we want you to do, other than being a clown, all we want you to do is to think for yourself. Yeah. How about shut up and listen? All we want you to do, you don't listen through your mouth so you can keep it closed. All we want you to do is think for yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. So if I start thinking for myself, like, what's that going to do for you, though?
Well, no, it means that
it'll give me some peace and security, knowing next time I'm driving my car that you are actually thinking and watching what you're doing. That's what it'll do for me.
But how does that have to do with the Earth being flat or not? If I'm thinking about it or not, for myself. I think about things all the time, but thinking about the Earth is not going to make me a better driver.
Well, wait a minute.
No, it's going to make you a better person.
Yeah. What about if you
makes sense.
think about? Hang on. What about if you think about the Earth? You've gone out, you've measured it, and discovered that it is indeed flat. You might decide to look at other things you've been told and find out they're also you've been misinformed. So it will change your outlook on life, won't it? It will.
Wait, what else have I been misinformed on? Because I'm a robot. What else have I been misinformed on? Because you said, since the Earth is flat, there's other things that likely be. Yeah.
Right. So you may look into other topic matters. You may look. That's what I said. You may look and find some other lies, things of your interest.
Yeah. You guys really opened my eyes. I really appreciate it. All right. Well, I'm going to continue my journey on my flat Earth journey. I'm going to make sure I measure everything and devote my whole life to this.
Yeah, you might find the Dragon Balls along the way.
I have to make sure the people around me are really thinking. So I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah. Well done. Good luck. Come back with your findings. Yeah. All right. That's well handled. That was well handled, gentlemen.
Kid was a troll. He didn't even want to listen.
No, yeah.
No, he was a troll through and through for sure.
Yeah, it was obvious. But well handled.
The excessive sarcasm was just a coping mechanism. I don't like what they're saying, so I'm not going to stick my fingers in my ears, but I am going to say stupid things.
Yeah. So are there any other Globers in the place? Questioning the flat Earth? Anyone? No. All right. No mention of the Van Allen radiation belts from this mission.
They disappeared. They're no longer real, man. They got the technology now.
All right.
I thought they lost the technology.
They found it. They found it on April 1st, man. Get back.
I thought it was P back. I thought it was the P taped to the wall.
That's right. That's what they were going to do.
They got the special tape. They got the
Yes.
special tape now.
Yeah. Certainly can't nail it to the wall. Terrible. Can you imagine that? Pee and poo bags hanging on the wall. I mean, you just couldn't do that. That's wrong, man. You build the shielding. You build your shielding for that if you're going to do it. You're not going to have urine and pee. No, that's wrong, isn't it? Obviously,
Scientific, man. Stop that. Scientific, man. Come on.
Yeah, pure gaslighting there. Stupidity. You know what I mean? No, it's ridiculous, really.
Of course, of course.
Stupid bastards they are. Come on. Pee and poo bags on the walls to stop the radiation and cosmic ray particles and stuff. Out of their minds. Can you imagine that? You're 10 days and you're looking at your piss and poo. Can you imagine that?
Just floating too.
You're going to throw up. That's going to induce vomiting. That would.
While
Come
moving
on.
at like 17,000 miles an hour.
18,000 miles per hour, and they're going to reach 25,000 miles per hour, right? And come on, you know what I mean? Get out of here. And then you have to go to the toilet as well. On top of that, you've got
Scientific.
to go to the loo. And you're not changing your underwear for 4 days.
Brother, all that stuff is scientific, man. You gotta stop asking questions. Just trust the science.
Wow. Yeah. Terrible.
Jen, when I was in Iraq, I didn't change my underwear for weeks.
Yeah, but that's a different situation, wasn't it? Really?
I think I went 28 days without a shower, maybe.
It's okay with scientific too.
That's a month. Yeah, you went a month almost. Yeah, a month.
I did wash my forearms and my face, with like a bar of soap and water, and my feet every now and then.
Right. Yeah. So you did do some personal hygiene. Okay.
He tried.
Apparently, the space is very tight in the capsule there, so they can't afford to have as luxurious having new underpants every day. That's a no. Not allowed. No space. So they have to wear their underwear for 3 days to 4 days.
Now, well, let me think, Jen. I got to be accurate here. So 28 days. How many weeks is that?
That's 4 weeks. Yeah.
So I think, if memory serves, I changed my underwear at least twice during that time, maybe 3.
All right. So every 2 weeks, one every 2 weeks.
Now, how I did it, Jen, is very technical. What you have to do is, because you always got to be on guard, you can't just like take your whole clothes off. So what you got to do is you wear your underwear until you wear it out, and then you just take your knife out of your sheath, slide it down one side of your hip, slice, slide it down the other side of your hip, slice, reach down in there, whip them out, and whip them right in the desert.
Polluting the desert.
And then you free ball for a little while, feel the cool air.
Oh, wow.
So do they like change their boots during the entire trip or no? I guess 10 days wearing the same boots isn't the worst that could happen.
Right, yeah. They probably haven't got any footwear on there. They've got 14.7 PSI. That's very comfortable now. Very comfortable in there.
Yeah, but you got to be prepared for decompression.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. You've got to have your suit on all the time then. You'd have to. Otherwise, you're going to. And then if you have your suit on all the time, but they've got what they call comfy wear. For when, soft clothing. So when they go to sleep, or they sleep in bags. They sleep in the bag, don't they? Which is attached to the side of the wall of the capsule.
Do they sleep in shifts?
I didn't check that, but they probably would do. Yeah, they would have to, wouldn't they? Obviously.
Yeah, they better. If they're not, that's pretty telling. That
No, they would have to have shifts. Yeah, that would be silly. No, there'd have to be someone there communicating with mission control.
Hey, dude, if I was on that mission and I was the guy that was on shift and everybody went to sleep, I would put myself in the corner, paint my face white, and then have like a little alien tail coming out of my mouth just floating there, and then when everybody woke up, they think it all went down. Although listen, that doing those kind of pranks is dangerous because the people might wake up and just start stabbing you. It's an alien, get him!
Start lashing out. Exactly. And then you end up hitting a button, and there you go. You set some thrust, and now you're out of control and you're heading the wrong direction. Using up precious fuel. Very true. Not that they're up there, ladies and gentlemen. Not that they're up there. because they are not. Yeah, I posted 3 charts of elements and when they start to degas, what temperatures, at what Tor values, right? And where they're supposed to be going is higher than the charts I put. So they're exceeding the charts. 10 to the minus 11, 10 to the minus 12 Tor. It's quite high value. There's no way they could be. There's no way they could be there. They don't test to those values. NASA can't test to 10 to the minus 12.
What was the vacuum that the guy's tongue was boiling?
Oh, it wasn't even. It was in the plus. It wasn't even in the minus. Okay. So that was a Tor plus Tor, not minus Tor. And it was like maybe 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet off the Earth's surface, possibly 20, but nowhere near space values at all. And he collapsed in that vacuum chamber. So you hadn't even got to space. You haven't got to the Kármán line yet. I got that source from the Apollo Detectives. So if anyone's interested, go to the apollodetectives.com, go to their videos section and look up everything to do with vacuums. It is a massive learning curve. Absolutely interesting and very informative. And you will learn how impossible it is to be there. apollodetectives.com and go to their video section. And you can also go to their playlist section and look up Faking Space with Paul on the Plane. Another good section. Showing you all the anomalies in the photographs purportedly to have come from space. Every single one of them fake. And if you download this, and if you download the software, there are 3 types of software that you can download for free, and you can actually then go to nasa.gov and download their imagery, and you can subject their imagery to the software, and you can discover for yourself how these images are faked.
I'm so sorry, guys. How can I get hold of the moderator? I'm having some serious issue.
What's up? I'm not the moderator, but what's up?
Just some channel they're fighting and reported them as it's going crazy. And nobody's responding to my ticket.
So you're after a server
Huh?
You're after a server admin, not just a moderator for this channel. The moderators in this channel will do the same thing as you've done, is put a ticket forward.
Yeah.
So each channel's got their own administrative crew, and the server has got theirs over the top of the channel individual ones. So you're after one of the main guys.
Is this an AI?
No, I'm not AI. Some people wish I was, so you could turn it off, trust me.
Oh, sorry, dude. You sound like an AI.
Really? That's
Yeah.
the first. Most people say I sound like a cartoon.
That's how AI talks.
Wow.
Okay. Hopefully somebody replies.
If there's an issue within the channel and it's something that is threatening to yourself, my advice would be to stay out of there. So you're more than welcome to sit in here and have a listen if you like.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, we've got you here. What's your take on the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Never thought about it?
Yeah, that was a good answer.
From what I've seen, some people say it's flat, some people say it's round.
Yeah, true. So what can we
Some
do to
people say it's
separate that?
rectangle.
Yeah, they're clowns.
Triangle.
So some people say it's flat, some people say it's round. What do you think we could do to separate those two, or to prove one or the other? What do you think we could do?
I don't know. Like, is it okay? What's the? How do you? Okay, how do we prove?
Because at the moment we've
It's
got
all
one group of
relative.
guys saying it's round, one group of guys saying it's flat. We need something that we can do to separate these crews and go, it is
Yeah,
this.
but how do we know the absolute truth about the shape of the Earth? You know, it's relative. I mean,
Relative to what? Relative to your imagination?
no,
Relative
I
to
don't
your
know what it
experience.
looks like. I just want to know what it is, though.
That's right. A lot of people do. So how about we just measure it and see what comes out?
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't say that. Measure. You know, you want to check something out for its specifications. You're going to measure it,
Yeah.
obviously, right? So you measure. I mean, take the numbers that you were given from school and you look it up. You know, the radius being 3,959 miles, the circumference being 24,901 miles. With those two numbers, you can start to make some quantitative measurements. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I do agree. Yeah.
Right. So that's what you'd have to do then. And we've done that. We've tried to measure the curvature of this Earth, and we're finding the Earth to be flat, horizontal constant everywhere. No curvature. Okay?
I guess, yeah, it is then.
Well, no. It is for me because I've checked it. It is for my colleague here, Matrix, because he's checked it. For you, it's you're intrigued to think you should be thinking, let me go and check. Next move. Yeah, don't you think? Right. Yeah, because you can't just believe.
Right.
Yeah, because that means you're repeating what you did when you were at school. At school, you took it as faith because they taught you that. Now you're listening to us. You think, okay. But what you'd have to do is go and check it, okay? Because you haven't checked
Okay.
yet. Either way.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That'd be your best move.
Okay.
Yeah. So when are you going to do that?
He's going to drop all his shit and he's going to do it right now. Yes. Look, mate, we're not expecting you to dump everything and do it right now. Everyone's got something going on, whether it's school or work or family. Mate, everyone's busy. So just take your time looking into it. Do what you can do. Don't break the bank. Do what you can afford to do. Don't go out and spend $500,000 on something you don't even know how it works first. Look into it, please. That's all we're asking people to do. Have a look into it. We don't want you to be a believer. We want you to have knowledge so that you understand and know what it is that you're on and about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
But I'll stop harassing you now. We only picked on you because you were the last person to drop in. That's all, mate.
Yeah. If you're interested, you can look. If you're interested, look in the side chat. You'll see some material in there related to flat Earth, and then to the moon landing hoax and how that was hoaxed, as well as other things.
Oh, really?
To do with measurements.
Was it actually
Yeah.
hoax?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we can't go there. We're not able to go
Dang.
there. Yeah, imagine this. Yeah, you're measuring the Earth flat, okay, and you've gone out and you checked it. You know it's flat, and then NASA's showing you images of a spherical ball. How are you going to feel?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well, okay, look, I'll say it
I
again.
get
You've gone out after learning at school, and now you're an adult now. You've now gone out because you've listened to us. You think, let me go and check it. So you go and check it now, and you really do. You realise that it is indeed flat. You've confirmed it. So now you're going to look at the NASA images, and you're going to think they're lying. Obviously, surely,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's it. That's what you're going to
But
feel,
why
that
would
they
they
lied. So
lie?
right. That is the question, and it's upon you to go and ask them. Because I'm not the liar. Go and ask them why they're lying. That's what you do, don't you? When somebody's lying to you, you go straight up and goes, "Oi, what did you lie about that?"
Yeah, but I can't directly ask them though.
Well, you could really. Of course you can. Whether you get a response or not is another thing. But you can ask them, and the response will tell you
Yeah.
why they're lying. Because yeah, you can always ask NASA. That's not beyond now. Yeah, they put a question to them
Yeah.
immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
Come
not
on.
gonna get a response.
Yeah,
That's
you
another
might.
thing.
Then that would be telling, wouldn't it? Right there.
Yeah.
Because if you've done something and you're proud of it, it doesn't matter how many people say you didn't go. You just lay down the proof down there, and that's it, and leave it for them to decide at the end of the day. But you know that they're going to be lying because you've measured the Earth flat, and you know this. You see, the thing is, you're the one with the knowledge. You know they're lying, no matter what they tell you. See the difference? It's a very powerful position to be in, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And then when you encourage your family members and then your friends, yeah, and introduce it to them and leave it for them to go and find out. Yeah. And everybody begins to get on the same page. So knowledge is very powerful. Yeah, I was in a server called Black Heaven on the politics, and I debated one of these black brothers of mine, and totally destroyed him. Right, and I took the debate, and then the moderator was saying, "Yeah, but Jin, he's put a video inside there for you to check us. Why would I, flat earther, knowing the earth is flat, be looking at his material? It is for him to bring the material that proves his globe, and if he can't do it, then he must sit down and shut up. I don't have to look at his stuff. I'm not beholding to him to be doing anything, actually." Right? No, I don't need to look at his material. Remember, I actually believed it for 48 years. So I no longer need to look at any globalist material unless it's them actually measuring curvature. But that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see, him measuring the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, so I can show it to the 8-year-old children on Earth and they can copy him and everybody knows it's a globe.
But brother, what about the sky? What about the sky? What about the stars, man?
Oh, we're looking in the wrong direction now. We're no longer measuring the surface, we're looking up. Like I said to my colleague in that my brother in that server, I said, my car's parked down the road. I want to wash my car. You know what I'll do? I think I'll wash my neighbor's car right here instead. Right? Am I washing my car? No, I'm washing my neighbor's car because it's a car. Silly, isn't it? I wouldn't do that, would I? I'd wash my car. So if I want to know whether or not the Earth is curving, I'm not going to look to the planets because I'm looking in the wrong direction. I must measure the surface that I'm on. It's right there.
It's that simple. It's that simple, man. It's that
Yeah,
simple.
it really is. Yeah. Nowhere else to go, is there? As soon as you look away from the Earth and you're looking up, your accuracy and concise is gone because you're not looking at the surface of the Earth where you're on, where you're going to get the gold standard measurement. You're looking up now. Your precision and accuracy is lost. You're into assumptions now. That is why we always say to the newcomer that you have to prove it to yourself. So you can actually say, the Earth is flat because no human being today can claim they know the Earth is a globe. They haven't measured that curvature. So no one knows the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. That's why
No
they
one.
always appeal to other people, man.
Yeah, yeah. That's right.
What about the scientists? What about NASA? What about this? Why are they faking that? I'm like, brother, just look outside. What about that? Stop asking me
Yeah.
these dumb
Well, if you look
questions.
outside for yourself, yeah. And you're forgetting you do have the right to go and check. You don't have to rely on
Yep.
them. Yeah. So you can actually say you know. Because up till now you don't know the Earth is a globe. You haven't measured it yet. You haven't done any of
What
that
about
stuff.
some guy from 2,000 years ago? He found like, dude, come on, just look outside. Just look outside. Just look
Yeah,
outside,
the
bro.
man that never lived,
Right.
you mean? Yeah. That
Like,
man that never
who are
lived.
who are these? Are like others that they appeal to, like NASA? Who do they think they are that they warrant everyone's, unquestioned faith,
Yeah,
and admiration? I mean, they're just some guys on the TV.
Yeah.
Some actors,
right.
man.
Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
it.
That's right. It's true, isn't it?
Yep.
Their word is
Tragic.
gold, you know. Their word, what's the word? What's the expression? Their word is
It's gospel. It's scripture.
gospel. That's the word. Yeah, their word is gospel. That's it.
Thus
That's what I'm
saith
looking for.
NASA. Thus saith NASA.
You know,
Oh
their word
my
is the
goodness.
gospel.
Right, and the question is why? Why is their word gospel? Like, what makes them so fucking special?
Yeah.
Seriously,
It's
like,
true.
someone please tell me.
Well,
It's
it's true
because
because they
people
don't
have
want
been
to.
indoctrinated. That's why.
Yeah, because people they just don't seem to want to go out and check for themselves ever. They don't. They just want to believe.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell by the arguments they make, they always appeal to something, external. Like, hey, what about this guy? What about that guy? What about this guy? What about, I'm like, dude, just look outside. Just look outside. It's really that simple, man.
Yeah, I agree.
They always want to trust some scientists. Like, dude, this guy could be wrong, right? Just because you're a
Yeah.
scientist doesn't make you infallible, right? You could be wrong still.
Yeah, and a good majority of them don't know how to begin to measure the Earth. It's like
Yeah.
out of their. It's not even in their head. They've got no idea, and because of that, is why they keep appealing to the others because they don't know how to do it for themselves. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on there. They're embarrassed. They're quietly embarrassed, but they don't want that to come out, so they appeal to the so-called expert. I said to them, yeah, but don't forget that you can go and check it for yourself. You have the right to ask them, question them, because it's like you can't even question them. How dare you question
Exactly.
the experts? Who are you? I had one woman in this Black Heaven server, and she was going, "You mother this, you mother that. You ain't no mother fucking sign. Excuse my French. You ain't no mother this. Why should I listen to you? You ain't even got a qualification in that topic matter." So I said to her, "Excuse me, do I not have the right to study the topic matter for as long as I deem fit to acquire a standard by which I can go and check? Do I not have that right? I don't have to have a certificate for it. I'm not making a living out of it. Do I not have that right? Do I not
Exactly.
have that?" She went quiet. I said, "Yeah,
They
right,
think
thank
you
you."
have to understand every single little detail too. Like, you just need enough information to run the experiment. I was
Yeah.
talking to a guy the other day, and he's like, "Oh, how much science do you know?" I'm like, "Bro, you don't need to know every single, science in
Aspect.
order to measure the curvature. You
Yeah.
you don't need that. You just need to know the claim, and that's it. And then you just run the experiment. And if
Yeah.
you don't see what the claim is saying, then the claim is false. It's really that
Right.
simple."
Right. So after after about 5 to 6 weeks, because I've been really harassing them in this server, right? Now we're not
Yeah.
talking flat earth today, and then we end up talking flat earth, okay? Right. So then she ends up saying, "Well, Jin, I don't know anything about it." I said, "That's right, I know that. That's why you don't want to talk about flat earth at all. And you accuse me of not having the knowledge, but you don't even know the model. I know you don't know."
Literally, what's funny? The
Yeah.
guy was talking to Jedi earlier, and he's like, "I know the Earth is a globe, but I can't prove it." And then he proceeds, hold on. And then he proceeds to call me a retard. That had me dying. I'm like, "So you know the Earth is a globe. You know the Earth is a globe. You can't prove it, but I'm the retard." And then he says, "What about the people from 1,000 years ago?"
Yeah, I heard the guy.
Oh my
I
god,
heard the guy. You know, I was there for that, and I thought, wow, what a
dude.
wally to even make that statement. Yeah, that's silly. So yeah,
Oh
that's what I
my
was saying to the young
god.
lady. I said, you know, I know you don't know anything about it, but then don't shoot me down because I do know, and don't think I need to have a qualification to know. Come on, man, what's going on here? I'm trying
They
to
get
bring it.
tricked by the titles, man. They get tricked by the titles. Oh, this guy has a PhD and this and that and that and that. It just means he's been indoctrinated for 8 years. That's it. That's all it means, all right?
Yeah, and
Oh
he's
my
misinforming
goodness.
me, and he's end up misinforming me.
Oh
Yeah,
my god. You get
yeah,
paid to get misinformed.
exactly.
Holy moly.
Yeah,
And that's because they're lazy,
you
man.
MF this, you MF that.
They don't put in the time. They don't want to put in the work. And it doesn't even
Yeah,
take that long. You know, you can do it in a week, actually. It's not that hard.
yeah. I said it. I said if you're organized, you could do it in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. 2 hours, and you'd know once you got yourself organized, got all your equipment together, your friends and whoever you're going to take with you. Yeah, you can do this all in 2 hours, and you're done.
Of course. Or you can just
Yeah,
look at the evidence that they provide, supposedly, you know? It's my biggest
yeah.
issue with these guys is that when they're debating you, they're making their claims, they already presuppose. They're like really they try to be sneaky with it. They already presuppose all their theories, right? So
Hmm.
they pretty much start out with the assumption it's a globe and let's build our argument from there. But that's what's being debated,
Yeah.
so you can't start there.
Yeah, that's where we shoot them down instantly, right there. Now you're assuming already, and as they said in that movie called Under Siege 2 with Steven Seagal, assumptions are the mother of all F-ups. Right there, you
You know?
go. Right, I won't forget that line. Yes,
It's too many fallacies too in the debate. Too many
exactly.
fallacies. It's ridiculous. I'm like, bro, come on.
I'm banging the table. I objection, begging the question fallacy, objection, affirming the consequence fallacy. You know, objection,
Holy.
false equivalence fallacy. I'm just banging the table. Table's broken now.
They go crazy with the fallacies, man. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous. And they're
and
supposed to be professionals and everything.
that's right.
So that's what makes it
Professional. They are
shameful.
professional assumers.
Professional assumers, literally.
Yeah, yeah.
Assumers.
Experts in assuming, ladies and gentlemen. You know,
Oh my god.
supposing. I'm an expert supposer. And then when you pin them down, they don't want to ask any questions. Yeah, always looking the other way, or
What about
changing the
this? What about
topic.
that? What about this? What about this? What about that?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
about my dude? Just look at the ground. What about the ground? What about the ground? What about the ground?
Brilliant. You know what they're doing now? You know what they're doing now? They're not moving the goalpost. They're running with the goal out of the pitch. They're running out of the
Oh
stadium.
my goodness.
That's
They
what they're
moved the
doing now.
goal. They moved the goalpost to Antarctica, man.
That's it. That's it. They're shipping it out. You ain't scoring a goal here.
Oh, they
It's
they
getting
done
ridiculous
redefine the
with that
whole.
lot.
They done write a whole book, a new book for the game, man. A new software
Yeah,
and everything, man.
yeah.
Oh,
Let
this
me
can't
give
be
you what was
true.
it? Let's go back to March 2023, and NASA is introducing their new Axiom suits for the Artemis. Okay, so
Yeah.
2023. Now, a young man of about maybe 18 years of age asked the question, "How do the suits protect the astronauts from radiation?" And the guy goes, "Oh, that's a good question." Now he went straight to, "Well, the moon itself is going to protect them when they're on the lunar surface from the bottom."
How do you
And I
even
thought,
know that?
wow,
What are you on about?
what?
How do you?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, yeah. But failing that, they would really have to go underground, is what he
Yeah.
said. They'd have to go underground to get protection from the radiation. So basically, you're saying that the suits don't protect. You
No,
see,
at all.
not at all. Yeah, that's what he was saying. I laughed.
They probably didn't even
Wow.
realize it. They contradict themselves all the. They don't even realize it. And they call
Right.
you
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah. That caught him off guard because he said when they're on the lunar surface, the moon itself will be protecting them from radiation from underneath. So what about on top there, where you're actually on the surface then? Oh, what a silly answer. And then failing
Holy
that, you've got to
moly.
go underground. Where can they go underground on the lunar surface? It's just crazy, the thing he said there. So clearly the suits do not protect them from radiation. Axiom suits made by Axiom, the company, and the brand name Prada, Italian brand. They had something to do with the suits for some reason. I don't know why. And remember, they're going to the south side. That's what they were planning to do. Minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. Where are they able to test for those temperatures so that the suit can work in that condition, in those conditions, should I
No
say?
clue, man.
Exactly. Minus 400 degrees Celsius. I'm good at keeping things for a long time, yeah. Motorcycle equipment and things like that. Okay, through all weathers. And you know, if it gets too cold, sometimes a bit of plastic can crack. Because when you're riding a motorbike and you're doing like what 60, 80, 90 miles an hour regularly, right? That the boots itself gets so cold it cracks. All right, and that's just here on Earth.
Absolutely.
Right. So what material have they got that can withstand that kind of temperature?
Or like some super material. They'll make up some story, you know. They'll beat it up, man. The professionals.
Yeah, yeah. And where did they get to test it?
Exactly.
It's got to function, you know what I mean? It's got to move. Things tend to get stiffer and stiffer when you freeze them, or they become brittle, usually. So what kind of material are they using that can withstand that kind of temperature? And where did Prada get the formula from? And Axiom, for that matter. So yeah, a lot of questions. Just a lot of questions, no answers. And Radwin highlighted the fact that he can't even find a schematics for the Orion itself, the capsule and all the air pumps, air conditioning, everything, that how it works. No, I put in a 5-minute video which touches upon it slightly, but no actual breakdown, you know, diagrams like of the LEM. You could get them for the LEM, but it seems to be lacking for the Orion at the moment.
Yeah. It's a lot of questions, man. No answers. No answers.
Right. Yeah. And they're breaking records. So you got the first man of color going to the moon. So it's going to be the first man of color lying that he went past the moon. There you go. First lying one.
Wasn't that the guy who dropped the globe in space? The black guy who recently went on the new mission, or not? Or am I tripping?
There is it. His name is Victor Glover.
Yeah, I've seen him before get exposed. Hold on.
Yeah, Victor Glover, his name is. And then there's the first woman
for the video.
Yeah, Christine something.
First actor.
Then there's Jeremy Hansen, or Hansen, should I say, and then Reed Wiseman. So there's a whole bunch of records they're trying to break. Whether it be, you know, the furthest, you know, the longest slide I've ever told.
Yeah, they got to hype up space. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They actually
A lot of people are shilling on Twitter, you know? Like, look, we defeated the flat earthers. Look at this picture. I'm like, bro, it's just a picture, man. Come on. What are you saying?
Silly. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous.
So it just shows how most of the population is like brain dead, and you know, it's sad.
Yeah,
it really is. Like, oh, look at this video that we got from the government that defeats your you know, your experience in life. Like, dude, come on, just think for a minute. But I think they're paid though. A lot of these accounts are definitely paid. So
yeah, that's what I think as well. I do get that feeling as well. Yeah, they, you know,
because they're all saying the same thing.
Because we're revealing it. Yeah, they're under pressure from us for sure. Now, AI highlighted the fact that I think there's only 2 or 3 astronauts left alive. So they have to bring in the new generation. And Victor Glover touched on that in his little interview with Mission Control, Capcom Mission Control, right? You know, they're doing it for the next generation. So they hope that they're going to build on top of what they do. Yeah, that's what's going, yeah?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
They got to get people talking about this, man, because the hype is dying. People are no longer buying it. Like, even normies are saying this looks fake, you know? That's how you know you're in trouble.
Yeah. You can tell it's fake because it looks fake this time around.
Absolutely. It looks so fake. That's what Elon
Whereas
said, right?
before,
It looks so
before
fake, it's real.
you
That's
can
how you
tell
know
it's
it's real.
real. Yeah,
It
you can
looks
tell
so
it's real because
fake.
it looks fake. Right, that was before, but now you can tell it's fake because it does look fake.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you know. And
Yeah.
Elon Musk, and then I said about Elon Musk, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard. You know what I mean? Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty much their logic right there. That's how they think. People buy it up. That's the crazy part, but
Yeah.
their time is short for sure.
The lack of imagery was clearly obvious this time round. You know, all this high-tech photography equipment we've got, we should have had a camera at the back. So as the so-called Orion capsule and the rocket was leaving the Earth, that should have been a continuous video of that, continuously, as you leave to see the Earth rotating, whatever. We should see all of that continuously, non-stop. No, and then when they go into apogee and to do this long elliptical orbit, then the camera should change. Come on, what's going on here? We're not getting the photographic imagery. Clearly crap. And that's a massive clue that they're definitely not in space. Just there alone. Terrible image. And then the image they give us, pure CGI. Definitely. It has to. You know why? To quote Robert Simmons, it has to be. It's CGI because it has to be.
Exactly. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And if you just read it in like if you just look at their faces, they'll open up their eyes and stuff like, fuck, you got me, you know? They got me. Say something.
Yeah. I'm constantly scrutinizing their body language because remember, they're lying to us. As soon as they open their mouth, they're lying. So you've got to look at them. You've got to look at the body language and then look at the body language of those who are listening to their colleagues lying. So you look at the others as well, all down the line. Yeah, I'm looking at their body language. It's quite telling.
Literally, they just open up their eyes like, damn, they got me. What do I say right now? Oh, it's good engineering, guys. Can you explain the engineering, please?
No, it's really
it's just good engineering. It's really good. It's good. Yep.
Yeah, really good engineering is what they said there. Remember that? Really good engineering. And what happens if you have a leak in the spacecraft? Oh, well, then you have a leak. Oh, really? Nothing's going to go wrong. It must be really good engineering, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh,
what if you get a fever? What if you get sick? You know, you're up there for like days upon days upon days.
That's right. Now
they never
you
get
might
sick,
remember,
right? These astronauts. That's crazy, eh? They never get sick up there.
Yeah, I don't even know how they're managing to suppress the vomits and then the diarrhea. I don't know how they can manage that, but at least they've got a private cubicle in there, very tight, but they've got it in there with their little toilet and that. Which, by the way, the fan was broken down. The fan was broken. I think they fixed it now. Okay, but the toilet broke down. I've noticed. Let me tell you something. I have noticed that they're highlighting the toilet a lot. Right? They're really talking about the toilets a lot in this particular mission. Right? It's taken, at one point, main conversation about the toilet and how the size of it and everything. So they're really talking about the toilet, and now it broke down a little bit. So that's due to us scrutinizing and saying that, you've been lying.
They're listening to the feedback.
They are listening big time. You can
They're
tell.
listening to the feedback, and they're running the algorithms too. You can tell, man. Like everybody's
Yeah.
talking about this space mission. Like before it happened, right? Nobody was talking about it, and then it happens, and everybody's talking about it. And the first thing they talk about is not even the space mission itself, but flat Earth. I'm like, bro, you should be excited about your space mission. Why are you talking about flat Earth for? You know,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was it. You might remember, I think again, it was maybe in 2018 where Elon Musk sent his Tesla to Mars, and they said the images of the Earth were better there than from the Artemis mission right now. And that was CGI, by the way, of course.
Yep, shameless, man. It's shameless.
Yeah, they always give us this. They always give us this obscured angle. Why they can't put the camera on top of the, you know, when they're in the cockpit looking out, there should be a camera on the nose of that thing looking, and we can see the whole Earth rather than this obscured angle where you only get to see a little slither of the Earth, right? All that window and just that little sliver of the Earth on the left. Now that should have been, the camera should
That
be
looks very fake too.
better location, right? And then it can do a 360 and you can see everything. Do you know what I mean? See the whole Earth. It should dominate the whole lens. Come on, man. And then we can make out some land masses as they're going by. No, they don't give us those angles. That's what I'm saying. And then no imagery of the astronauts in the cockpit during that takeoff period with a little toy that floats, proving that they're in weightlessness. And none of that happened. None of that happened this time round. They're really ripping us off for $93 billion. I'm very disappointed. And I'm not an American taxpayer. Yes, I'm disgruntled. I've got a grudge.
That's a man. They're doing it everywhere. So
Yeah. Very disappointing.
notice how the Earth always is, you know, when they release these new pictures, it's always like changing colors.
Yeah.
It's wearing makeup today, man. That's what it is. NASA makeup.
I saw one image of the astronauts, and it looked very crowded in there. Very, very. It's like the back of the inside of a minivan, right? That's the kind of like size. Very crowded in there. 10 days, cramped conditions. And I think they've even got an exercise station where they can do like deadlifts, curls. Yeah, they've got an
Oh,
exercise.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah, I don't have that room for that in there.
Because they can't shake the spaceship when, you know, traveling. It's gonna mess it up, something like that. But you know what's funny is that when they're moving in space, that's all they do is pretty much kick walls, you know, and then go there and go there. So what's the point of them? You're literally still kicking a spaceship. So it makes no damn sense. But again, it's to deceive people that don't think that much, right? So it works, I guess.
And now, and another thing, yeah, the way they've configured the solar panel array, and if it's going to be traveling at 25,000 miles per hour, well, how are those things able to withstand that velocity? It's just amazing.
Yeah,
there's nothing there for it to drag off of. So, I don't know. It's just Mark 32, by the way, 32 times the speed of sound. They're really selling us that, aren't they? You know, they're doing 32 times the speed of sound, and anything, it doesn't matter what shape it is, it's going to survive it at that rate of speed, that velocity. No drag factor because it's in the vacuum.
It's ridiculous.
And then, of course, as we mentioned earlier, all the air tanks Radwin was wanting to see the air tanks and the machine that's pumping and scrubbing off all the CO2, pumping that out, recycling it. Can we see the machine at work? Show us this. And what about drinking water, food? 10 days.
You had to
for
carry
4
all
people.
that stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And they've got to carry enough for redundancy as well, in case something goes wrong. So you've got to have
What
extra.
about, you remember that story when they supposedly got like stranded in space?
Yeah, Apollo 13.
SpaceX had to go and save them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the most recent one. Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
god.
yeah. What about the food? No underwear.
Exactly.
No underwear. No showering. What's going on there? Yeah, they were up there for months. Months they were up there for. The Indian lady and the young American. Yeah.
Good stories though, at least, eh?
Yeah. Ridiculously good stories. Yeah. Hello and welcome to the Flat Earth server on the Flat Earth on the English Hub. If you have any questions relating to the topic matter, don't hesitate to ask. My colleagues and I are here to answer all your questions. Please ask away.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, welcome. What's up?
What are you doing?
Oh, we're waiting for you to come in and then ask questions relating to the flat Earth or the heliocentric model or maybe the moon landing hoax that's going on right now. So, what say you? Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much. I love Indian food. Now, what is your username here? What do you call yourself?
My name is Trophy.
Trophy. Okay. Do you have any questions, Trophy?
Do I have any question related to what? Related to
related to the flat Earth or the globe ball?
Yes.
What question do you have?
Is Earth flat or around in a round shape?
Okay, you mean is it an oblate spheroid? Well, if you're asking me, no, the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. It is a flat, non-rotating plane. My question to you is, how do you know the shape of the Earth? Do you know what shape it is? Yeah. Do you know?
No, I don't know. What is the shape of the Earth?
Ah, okay. That's a good answer. All right. So how do we find out what the shape of the Earth is? Where we...
I can search this on the internet.
Yeah, you can search it right here by trying to measure the curvature of the Earth. So I'll ask you, have you ever seen the Earth's curvature anywhere? In India, anywhere?
Curvature.
Yes. Whilst you were eating your lovely curry, did you ever see the Earth's curvature anywhere?
Yeah. Wait. Can you please give me a second?
Yeah, of course. I could murder a chicken telephrasy right now. Together with a keema naan, some onion bhajis, a papadum, and wash it down with Kingfisher beer, India's favorite brand of beer. I think it's a lager beer. Yes, I could murder that right now. But anyway,
I pick you
digress.
more as a Mango Lassie type person, Jin.
Touche. I like it.
They're tasty, them fellas. Get a good feed of India.
Yeah, they got some good beers. Yeah.
And get
Obviously,
those.
the Europeans have given them. Obviously, you can tell that that's European influence without a doubt. Yeah, because I am interested in beers from around the world. And
Oh, it's not a beer.
What is
Mango
that?
Lassie is a yogurt drink. It's mango and yogurt. They're really nice.
I've never
It's
had
got
it.
other herbs and spices and things chucked in it and blended up.
Yeah. I've
Absolutely
actually seen
beautiful.
that. Now that you mention it, I have seen that as a dessert, but I don't like it. No
Really?
thanks.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be into that.
Not the yogurt and that. No. Definitely a no there.
Oh, you're lactose intolerant. Stirs your guts up.
No, I just don't like the taste of yogurt, and I never did as a kid. So no.
It's not yogurt, strong yogurt. It's only just enough to sort of.
Hey, buddy.
Something.
How can I see the Earth curvature from the Earth? Like
you can't.
From the.
That's the problem. Because it doesn't exist.
Actually, I don't know about it.
Well, you don't know.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at it. Outside of your mobile phone, your television, and your computer, you tell me where you've seen the curvature.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it. That's the thing. That's exactly. And why hasn't he seen it? It's because it is not there. The Earth's curvature is not there. Because the Earth isn't a ball. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it is amazing.
Yeah, that you've lived this long in India and you're meant to be living on a ball that is spinning and flying through the universe, and yet you have never seen that curvature at all.
So is there any God? Is there any God?
Is there any God? Did you say God?
Yeah. God.
Obviously, there's a creator. That's obvious because you can see the design from the Earth itself to the animals and the humans. So
But I don't think so. There is any God.
Okay, how did the Earth come to be then? Can you explain that? How did the Earth come to be as we see it today? You tell me.
I have a question for you, bro. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, but you
answer
have to
his
answer.
first.
Yeah, you have to answer my question first. Really, how did the if there's no creator? How?
Give me a second.
Okay,
Yeah,
and whilst you're
take your time.
thinking, you've got vegetables, fruits, meat, fish, animals, humans, all that weather system, the earth, the mountains, the stars, the planets, yeah, all that, the ocean, and all the fish in the ocean. Wow, there's a lot of creation going on there. And then you've got the sun and the moon moving over above our heads, snow, rain, sleet, fog, heat, spontaneous combustion in some places, so hot. Sahara Desert.
Yeah. So bro, I'm asking that at what time are you usually active on Discord? I will come here later, and can we discuss then? Because I have to
Okay.
go right now. Yeah, I have to go
No
right
problem, sir. You come back whenever you are here. My colleagues will be here. You just come whenever you're ready, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. And enjoy that
Yeah.
curry. Smells good. You enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm having my lunch right now. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very
I
much.
can I can smell it. Yeah.
Bro, the curvature is blocking the smell, man. I can't smell it over here.
Ah, right. Yeah, I'm on the flat earth. I'm getting it straight across. Remember,
Actually, the problem is that too, that I'm not good enough in English. I'm not that much good in
Nah,
English.
brother, we understand you, bro. So it's good.
Yeah, we understand you
Yeah.
perfectly, which is very good. And I appreciate that you are speaking English. Which part of India are you from?
I am from Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh.
Oh, Uttar Pradesh. Yes. Yeah. Uttar
Yeah.
Pradesh. I know that place. Uttar
Yeah.
Pradesh. Yep.
Have you ever come before in India?
No, I've never been to India. My friend went to India, right? And he was a little bit overweight. When he came back like a skeleton. I was scared. I said, I'm never going to go to India. Because
Why?
my friend, he had a bad bout of diarrhea and that. So he lost a lot of weight. He came back slim and he went overweight. When I saw that, I said, I'm never going to India. If that's what it done to you, I ain't going.
We got to send like 70% of Americans down there now. Lose some weight.
Wow. Well, yeah, but yeah, I would
Take
like
away
to go.
Burger
I
King,
would like
McDonald's
to
from
go.
the.
Yeah, of course, I'd like to go. I'll have to do the 5-star treatment all the way. 5-star hotels,
Yeah.
obviously. But no, I've eaten
But
Indian food.
it's not like that. If you ever come in India, then you got the diarrhea or something like that. You will lose the. It's not obvious. Now you will lose your weight. It's
Yeah,
not.
no, I went to
Eh,
Morocco and I had diarrhea in Morocco, but I didn't really lose weight on time. I just kept eating anyway, so I'm not really worried. But my friend came back skinny, and he went for several months, half a year or so. Came back slim. I went, wow. Well, India done you some good. That's what we said. He lost it. Yeah, it was good
okay.
for him to go because he lost the weight. You see, because he was
Okay.
overweight when he left
Yeah,
England. He was
overweight.
overweight. You
Okay.
see, yeah,
I
yeah,
got it now.
right. So when he
I
came
thought
back.
I thought partially I thought you are racist or something like that.
No, absolutely not. No. The thing is, right, because I eat Indian food. I've been eating the Indian food since I was 18. I'm now 64. Okay, still love it.
Yeah.
I mean, I can name you a good menu. Don't you? You know, I like it more than you.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Then we will talk later. Okay, bro. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, obviously. Please come back. Yeah, my friend, man. His dad worked at Fleet Street where the newspapers used to be, and then they moved on from there. But his dad was an editor from a newspaper, and he went to India for 6 months, came back slim, and we said, "Wow, India's done you some good." Because, "Wow, you lost a lot of weight." He goes, "Yeah, I had diarrhea and that." I went, "Wow, I'm not going to India." If that done that to you, I ain't going there. And I never did. But I do like the food, though.
That's something good about flat Earth that I've noticed is that you can at least believe in God in this model. It makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Look, you can see the design. That's the beauty of it. First and foremost, it's flat. So you think, how did God create this flat Earth? I don't know how people are not connected to that, because that for me is just amazing. I've traveled so many places, and I've seen it level, and you're flying across, and there's different languages, different foods being eaten, and everyone's living there. You think, wow, look at this Earth. And then you start to get close to nature now. You see the design in the leaves. I remember
It's like,
one.
everything has a purpose, man. So
Yeah.
doesn't seem like
You
a
look at,
coincidence.
no, you look at an insect, okay, and you look at all the joints and everything, and underneath that hard shell, there are wings. And I'm talking about a beetle. Wow.
Like even when you die, like you become fertilizer. Like how
Yeah.
how does this happen by itself? Like what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
I've
even
had
your
that.
death
I've had
has a
that
purpose.
understanding. Yeah, I had that understanding when I was 6 years old, that you become fertilizer for the earth. I knew that. That was something I knew at 6. Yeah.
I get this.
That's early, but yeah, that's when I knew. That's when that penny dropped. When I was 6 years old, that when you die, you fertilize the earth. You go back to the earth. You see. So I always knew there was a creator, God. And that's not from a religious viewpoint. That's just from the logic of looking at Earth itself.
Yeah,
And looking at
exactly.
you and looking at Earth. Yeah. Wow.
Like it's hard
Because
to
you see Earth,
exactly.
you see the seasons come and go. So you see the leaves die off. But from that same tree, more leaves are coming. Right? And then one day, here in Japan.
It's super organized, man. That's what it is, man. It's super organized. Like it's impossible for something to be this organized.
Oh, come on. It's
just
true,
too
isn't it? Look,
organized, man.
Yeah, I looked. I took a pair of tweezers, okay, and I opened up. This would be end of February, coming into March, years ago, yeah, and I teased open one of these buds, all right, and I could see the plant already in there, rolled up neatly, spiraledly neat in a bud. I closed it back up and I went, wow, it wowed me. Do you understand? Right? I see these buds, I see them, and you just look at them, and then they start to shoot as the months go by and they start to come out. So I actually opened one early to see the flower in there already spiraled up. And I went, wow, look at that. That is ready to almost, and I just closed it back up. I said, wow, that's design. That's what hit my head. Okay, that's
Exactly.
design. That's design.
Yeah, man. It's impossible to look at the stars now and not think about God. You know, like, wow, this is actually beautiful.
I look at the stars as they're there for our entertainment, decoration, and for you to project your imagination. That's all I look at as. For me, that's it, really. But the earth that I live on, looking at the shapes of grass, that's why I started to say to the Globers, you know what you want? Bruce Lee used to say, be like water, my friends, be like water. Because water can cleanse you, or it can crash, it can hold the vessel of a cup, etc., etc. So I started saying to the Globers, try to attain the integrity of a blade of grass. Did you hear that? I created that, right? I said, try and attain the integrity of a blade of grass. For when you look at a blade of grass, it's just full of beauty and integrity. And when you attain that, then you can become like water. That's what I said. Winding them up, you know.
Absolutely.
That was my way of attacking the Globers, highlighting their lack of honesty and integrity. And when you do look at a blade of grass, it's a beautiful thing to look at.
Yeah,
When
absolutely,
last did you look? Yeah, when last did you look? You see? So I'm very connected to. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I look at them every day. There's a huge park around my crib, so a lot of grass, man. But I get it, man. It's they gotta stop thinking. There's always like a theory for another theory for another theory. They gotta drop that, man. It's not not a good way of debating, defending something. If you have to make another theory and then for another theory, it's just come on, it's endless, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of doing all that stuff?
Yeah, yeah. I said to my children, right, because one time we were going to go out mountain bike trekking, and I was assembling the bikes, basically putting the front wheels on and just adjusting the brakes on it. And one of my sons stamped out an insect, bam, dead, right by where I was working. So I said to my son, "What if that was Papa insect getting food for the family? You've killed it now. Now the children and Mummy are waiting for the food that's never going to come now, right?" And what if a giant squash daddy, bam, how are you going to feel? So I said, whenever you're with me, touch nature with your eyes only. You understand what I mean by that? That means you must be looking only, because when you look with your eyes, you're not touching, yeah? That's how you learn. That's how I said, that's how you learn. That's how I learned, okay? Don't kill anything else. We don't kill nature, you understand? We are supposed to look after it. He felt really bad that day. You know, that moment, he felt bad, but afterwards we enjoyed the mountain bike trekking. But he learned, all three brothers learned something that day.
That's good.
Yeah. All the little boys, they learned from me. We don't kill nature. So you must touch nature with your eyes. That means you look and learn. Okay? Yeah, look and learn. Don't kill anything. So yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know how they don't make that connection. And you know what? It's like they don't want to make the connection. Wow, that's strange. That is strange. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know what I said to everybody, especially my brothers and my family? The worst thing about life is you're going to die. That's what I said. You're going to pass on.
Yeah, it is.
I'm so much in love with the earth and what it's got to offer that you're going to get old and then you're going to pass away. That's the worst thing. So let's try and enjoy it as much as we can. Because when you pass on for the longest time. You die longer than you live.
And who knows? Who knows if you live after you die? Who knows?
Well, yeah. I agree with that, yeah. Because I think there's something else. Well, I said you go on to meet God. You have to, because you've seen the design of everything, right? And it's known as the gift of life for your
Okay.
pleasure here. Obviously, there's some toil and sweat got to be done because you've got to plant the seeds to grow the fruit, but that's your labor. And you don't mind doing that because it was put there for you in the first place, right? If you're
Okay.
thinking on the right frame of mind. So you think when you pass on, you must be going to God to give your account. Got to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got to account for
That's
yourself.
reasonable. It's reasonable to think that for sure.
Yeah. That's what I think. Yeah. You know, and then maybe there's another life after that, obviously, if you've done well. You ticked, you know, your position is you've ticked all the boxes. Okay, well done, Jim. CBR one, is it now? Okay, go ahead. Put him through. He's okay. All the while, the devil, send him down here. I'm getting that from Tom and Jerry. You know, Tom's at the gates, the pearly gates, right? And he's been horrible to Jerry, and he's been given one more chance. All the while, Brutus the dog is the devil. Send him down here. Yeah. Send him down. You know, well, it was really good imagination back then. Yeah, but I am at a gasp when you hear the Globers speak like, you know, God is not good, and you know, I want to shoot God in the mouth. Can you
It's
imagine that?
ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely stupid thing to say.
They won't say that to his face for sure. I guarantee you. It has to be like terrifying, you know, having like a conversation with God. You know, you have to be like pooping your pants. Like, damn.
Well, actually, I did say that to him. I said to that guy, "Goes, I'm sure that if you were standing in front of God and God would say to you, okay, idiot, you wanted to shoot me in the mouth, yeah? Here's the gun. Go ahead."
No way.
Yeah, go ahead. You gave me the last one. Look, I can show you what you said there. That's you. Look. Yeah, I want to shoot God in the mouth. So arrogant. Here's the gun. Shoot me in the mouth now. Go on.
Yeah, they're gonna be very humbled.
Yeah, that
It's not.
humbled him. It humbled him. When I said that, he thought differently then. I said, yeah, because you're giving it that large one, right? You're speaking in that fashion. I'm sure when you meet God, he's going to ask you that. God's not going to forget what you just said there. Such an outrageous statement. On an earth that you don't know how it came, and you make that statement. Wow, man. You are lost. Very far. You want to be doing good from now on. That's a mad statement. You want to shoot God in the mouth. Wow, man. Yeah. I mean, I wanted the Indian guy, Trophy, I think his name was, to answer that question. How did it come to be then?
It's a hard question to answer, you know? Even it's a hard question to answer.
Absolutely a hard question. We don't know how it came, but we understand it was created. It's clearly obvious. Yeah. And it's beautiful. That's the thing.
It's beautiful. That's the thing. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I'm glad you agree. Do you have any questions whilst you're there agreeing? Any queries? Anything you're not quite sure of? No questions. Okay.
No.
I mean, you know, the fact that there has to be a container, that possible ice wall, it just speaks beautiful design. You know?
Fix beautiful design. Just fix beautiful design.
Thank you. Again, you're agreeing. Do you have any questions? Second time around. About our beautiful flat earth. or the ugly oblate spheroid that doesn't exist, that everybody believes in, that they've never measured? Do you have any questions related to that?
Do you have any question related to that?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, do you? Yeah,
Do ya? Yes, it would be nice if you could answer the question. And then go on to maybe. And then we had the guy yesterday. Who was that guy yesterday? Stating that the model makes better sense. You know, they don't want to go and measure it to be sure. The model makes sense, and that's good enough, even though they can't confirm it.
No, I mean, just, again, once I always just ask them about the experience. Like, the model makes no sense of like the things you actually experience in real life, right? It only works in your imagination, but it really doesn't explain, you know, the things you experience every single day. The fact that you're moving at millions of miles throughout the galaxy and stuff, like, dude, come on.
Yeah,
They're like so
exactly.
confident about some model, like, come on, dude, come on. It clearly
Exactly.
doesn't match reality. It's just it doesn't match reality. So how can you be this confident? It's clearly indoctrination. That's what it is, man.
Oh, yeah, ridiculous it is. Such a positive stance like that as well. You know. Oh well, yeah, it's the model.
Predicts
Just
this,
love that
predicts
word.
that. Like, where's your model? Where's your model? Like, dude, look outside. That's my model.
That's right. Yeah. The template is outside. That's it, right there. That is the standard. You know what? That is the standard that established all measuring tools that we have today for leveling.
That's what I'm
It was
saying.
because of the flat Earth. Because of the flat Earth. Wow. You understand? Our
Yep.
measuring tools came because of flat Earth. God is playing games with us, isn't he? You know? Because he gave us the will to think.
Yeah, we're playing ourselves. It's pretty clear out there. You just gotta have eyes to see, and that's it, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And he gave us
But
that
yeah,
will to fear.
like, they try to intimidate you with the math and this and that and that and that. I'm like, dude, just look outside, explain that, and then you can talk about math and this. But your math doesn't match reality, so I'm not going to take it seriously. Just
That's right. That's right, you see, because it's the model and then the maths. Okay,
they want
let's
to talk
look at
about
your
math
maths.
and models. Like, dude, look outside. Let's look outside first,
Yeah.
and once we confirm it outside, then we can start,
Well,
using math because their math already presupposes. Once again, what we were talking about earlier,
yeah.
their sneaky presuppositions. Their math already presupposes that their model is correct. You first have to prove that, and then we can start using your math. But you can't establish that first. I'm not going to listen to your math.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
go ahead.
like to say to them, can we actually bring those numbers to life in a practical sense? Let's apply this practically in the real world, out in nature. Let's go. Let's take the numbers with us. It's okay on paper, fine. Let's now prove it. Let's go. Have we done that yet? No.
Yeah,
See? And they
exactly.
can't prove it. Can't prove their maths. That's the thing. That's why Nikola Tesla said, didn't he? That we have to be careful of the mathematicians and scientists who are using these formulas one to the next to the point where they have no relationship to reality.
Reality, yeah.
Far removed. Yeah. Nikola Tesla said that. And he knew what he was talking about because Albert Einstein, when he was asked, what's it like to be the best scientist in the world? Because I don't know, you better ask Nikola Tesla. So there you go. Even Einstein knew Nikola Tesla was the best. There you go. Because he's bending and warping up the space-time fabric. That was just word salad nonsense. Fabric of space-time, bending, warping. as I drop
Yeah,
my
you're
pace.
you're the professional storyteller, that guy.
Mm. Let me just address anyone just coming in just now. Welcome to the Flat 24/7 Flat Earth on the English Hub. And if you have any questions related to the topic matter, Flat Earth, or what the heliocentric model, why we don't believe in it, or why we're saying it's flat, please ask any questions you may have. My colleagues and I are here to answer all your questions. Feel free and welcome. Don't hesitate. Come on now. You've arrived. Make your visit here count. One question will do.
Granada, I'm looking at you. Thiago, possibly Jesse.
Yeah.
What's that?
Any questions? Do you have any questions related to the topic matter? I think Jesse's well versed. He knows our game.
Ooh, questions. Have I got questions? But the question is, can I think of my favorite one?
The real question is, does it hurt when you think?
That it definitely hurts when I think. I tried once, it hurt, so I quit.
There you go.
Well, currently raining cats and dogs here in Japan. Heavens have opened up.
Here we go, Jen. There's a question in the side chat. V is for vengeance. Well, V. Why would they lie?
Well, once you've discovered that a lie has been perpetrated upon you, it is upon you then to go and ask the liar why they're lying, because we're not the liars. We're
Jen,
telling
I've
you.
got a problem with that. If I go up to a liar and ask them if they're lying, aren't they just going to lie about that?
Well, basically, you're going to show them your evidence, of course, your proof, and then say then why they're lying. And then if they don't answer and they give you a strange answer, then you know they're lying.
But they
And
might be
once you know
lying
they're lying,
anyways.
then
Their
once you
answer
know
might be a lie.
Say that again?
Their answer might be a lie.
Oh, yeah, the answer will be a lie. Of course they're going to lie to you. Yeah, they're going to lie to you, of course. But once you've discovered that, then it's upon you. Now, what action do you take after that? Then you inform everybody else. And then after that, you stop the lie. That's your duty as a human being, to stop the lie. The lie stops at you, for starters, because you no longer trust them and hold anything to say. They say in high regard. Okay, you scrutinize everything. And that's the beginning of the revolution. And everybody else acting similarly, NASA will be gone. Because you be. Yeah, go ahead.
Where's our friend V? V, when you're at school, you were given some information about Earth. Allegedly, it's a ball with a radius 3959 miles. Maybe it was just super simple. They showed you a globe. This is where you live, little V. They spin it around, grab some other kid. Now, where do we live? And the kid pointed to the appropriate country. Is your teacher telling you lies? No. Are they just passing on misinformation? Yes. So there's not necessarily some evil people in the background conspiring, rubbing their hands together saying, ha 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 ha, we're going to lie to young V today and wreck his whole life. No. It's just information getting passed on. Whether people go out of their way and test that information to see if it's true or false, that's another story. That's up to you. But I don't think there's some grand lie that's out there. I'm thinking it's just a case of misinformation that's been re-pushed over and over again throughout the generations that people are just too busy and or too lazy to check out. Well, we know the government lies. We got a complete clown show for a government here. Half of them couldn't lie straight in bed.
Yeah, it's true. The Australian government is out of control.
It's a clown show.
Yeah.
So, NASA, for example. So let's just have a look at NASA. This is a really quick one. Would you say that $72 or $74 million per day would be a good incentive to tell lies?
Absolutely. I'll be telling you crazy stories, man.
Yeah. I think the current amount this year is 67 or 68 million a day. That's
I
what
thought
they're
it
getting
jumped
now.
over to 70. I thought it was about between 72 and 74.
No, they've dropped the number. They've dropped it 18% this year, and it's set to
Oh
drop another
man,
18% next year. Yeah, they're dropping the numbers now.
they're being
Remember
considerate, man.
that? But they just had a $93 billion Artemis mission. That's cost $93 billion.
So in the side chat, I'm not talking about teachers, but NASA, government. Government of all countries tell the same lie that Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Okay, V, the government is not some all-knowing, all-powerful collection of wise people. To put it in my terms, they're a pack of fucking idiots.
Yeah, lying idiots.
With nice suits.
Lying.
With nice suits. Let's give them some credit.
With
nice
with
suits.
trendy suits. Yeah, that's about it. The only good part about it, like, what's that old joke? What's black and brown and looks great on a politician? A Doberman.
That's good. Yeah. Telling itself.
Like, they're not all telling the lie. You've just assumed that there is some grand lie getting told. It is just false information that's getting passed on. Like, seriously, half of our politicians would struggle to tie their own shoelaces.
They believe it.
Yeah. It's terrible.
I don't understand what make like you'd have to be specific and say, well, they have to be lying for this reason, right? Like them just saying it's a globe, that's not enough reason to say that they're lying. They could be really believing that and telling you that it is because they truly believe it. So you'd have to like detail what it is specifically that they've indicated to you that says, that tells you that they're absolutely 100% have to be lying. Beyond a doubt, they have to be lying. What is it that they've done or said that tells you that they have to be lying about the Earth? You can open your mic, you can say hello. I'm not going to buy it. Oh, we might, but let's try opening up your mic.
Hey, Jesse, quick question. Why is it every time you come in and you decide to, quote unquote, debunk something, the person you direct the message to is never fucking here? I've seen you do that 5 times now. Travis wasn't here. You directed one at him. DJ's not here. You've directed one at him. DJ not here again. You directed at him. Why is it you always sneak in here like some mongrel bloody cattle dog and drop a message on someone that's not here? And they're not short ones either. It's not just a quick, g'day, how's it going, I debunked this, chat to you later, which is what it should be. It's normally some 4-page friggin' essay and half of it's bullshit. So guess what? We're going to go through it now. Okay, I rewatched the FE Core documentary of the 7 laser tests, as I told you I would. Fair enough. That's about all you needed to put, and you could discuss it later on. But no, we'll continue. 4 of them were direct hits. At least 3 of those had a very significant positive temperature gradient, which would have been fully sufficient to allow them to be seen on a globe according to what I understand of the physics of optics. Well, we've already seen what your understanding of the physics of optics is. Indio schooled you on that yesterday. Oh, what's wrong, Jesse? Did you delete that? I love having his little write-up though. Everything's so vague. A couple of them are good. So many of them are bad. It's not test one. It's not like when Eggshells come in and had a look at it. He was quite specific about which test he was looking at. Test number one, I disagree with this because of A, B, C, D, and he listed it front to back. Test number two, I agree with this, I disagree with this because it was not done in this particular way, but not Jesse. He's really vague. He just throws random shit at the wall and prays that Matrix doesn't come in here and scrape it off and throw it back at him. The way your write-up looked like, Jesse, and I'll be quite honest, it looked like you filtered that through ChatGPT and got it to summarise, and then you changed a couple of words to suit yourself. That's what it looked like to me. I jumped over to politics earlier on, and there's these clowns in there carrying on. Nothing out of the ordinary for politics. Anyways, Tech Daddy someone, I can't remember his full name. His problem with our laser test is ducting. Ducting, 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 and ducting. Everywhere's ducting, and it happens all the time. It never stops. Heaps of ducting, always ducting. And you guys don't agree with ducting. You just say nah, and you don't even read anything. I tried to explain to this tard. I've got no problem with ducting. You have to prove this ducting happens whilst these tests are being performed. And he had a little sook that we don't read the information. Okay, so post your information. Nah, you won't want to read it. I eventually got him to post it. And I'll just copy and paste the second one. So now you can all read the 2 shit articles that this kid posted for me trying to prove that ducting happens. I told him 11 times in total that I agree that ducting is a thing. I don't disagree with it. All I wanted him to prove was this happens whilst these laser tests are being performed. And even one of the other guys goes, well, that's fair enough. You also had the likes of Scott Mackey and the usual tards that hang out there that magically sneak in. But no proof of ducting happening whilst laser tests are being performed. These kids seem to think ducting is just like putting your joggers on. Ducting is exceptionally rare and is extreme versions of air effects, miraging, fata morganas, that kind of thing. This is at the top end of those. And these kids talk about it like as if, oh, I've just got to turn the door handle to get out the house. That's ducting is there. That's the door handle. It's that common. You can't not see it if you go to a lake. Crazy stuff, man. Absolutely crazy. So, Jesse, if you were out looking through your theodolite and there was miraging effects to the point where what you're aiming at, so let's just pick a random thing, you're looking across a valley and there's a hill on the other side, the top portion of that hill had an inverted image. Would you still take a reading if it was flipped? Why is it whenever he's asked a question, he never answers it? And then later on he'll decide to butt in when he's not invited. Oh, it's too late, Crystal. We saw you unclick that microphone. Welcome. Don't hide now. Don't be shy. And welcome to the other person that just dropped in.
Arigato.
Great question. Why would they lie?
Say again, sorry? You're a little bit scratchy.
I am saying great question. Why would they lie?
Why would who lie?
I don't know. This, if I'm not mistaken.
You asked the question, why would they lie? I'd just like to know who they are.
Obviously humans.
Yeah, but you are referring to somebody. They. Who is they? Your parents? I don't think your parents would have lied to you. I think your parents would have just passed on the information that they were given.
Yeah, I mean, the elites, let's say that.
Have you got your microphone in your pocket or something? Because it sounds like you're scratching against it.
Oh no, I'm speaking with the phone microphone, so yeah, it's far from me, the phone.
Right, just sounds like it was rubbing against your shirt or jacket or something like that.
Don't think too sus.
No, cool. So we've established that they is not your parents, so that's a good sign.
Bro, I
So
just
who-
read that of the voice, bro. Don't make it that deep.
No, I'd just like to know who they are, because we get quite a lot of people that come in here. They are lying. They must be telling lies. Oh, I'd like to know who they are, so we can make it easier for you. Or if you tell me who they are, maybe I might have a little bit more of a clue on if they're lying or not.
Since we are in the topic of flat Earth, why NASA would lie?
Well, one incentive would be for lots of money, like nearly $70 million per day.
Okay. So if they would tell the truth, wouldn't they get that money as well?
I don't think so,
But why?
because all of their money is based upon allegedly going into space. Now, if the whole of the United States found out that space is fake, what do you think would happen to all the believers of what's just happened this weekend? They would be very displeased when they find out that it's all fake.
At the start, why would they lie? Not at this point. From the beginning.
Money.
Why would they?
Money is a good incentive to tell lies. Look, people lie for all different reasons. Money, power. Some people are just sick in the head and they lie because they get off on it. People lie for all sorts of reasons. Now, here's the hard bit. If you find someone who's telling lies and go and ask them why they are telling the lies, they will just tell lies anyways, and they won't give you a truthful answer.
But I still don't get it. Why at the like for example, we say first time they went to space, allegedly. I don't know. I cannot prove that. Why would they lie that? For example,
Okay, look. I know you're fully hung up on why people lie. People lie for all sorts of reasons. Have you ever told lies before?
I mean, I would try not.
Yes.
But I would not.
Yes, you have. So now I ask you, what reason did you tell lies? Because you did not want to get into trouble?
Maybe. I don't
Maybe.
remember.
So that's a good answer. So another incentive for another reason why people would tell lies is because they get to steal lots and lots of money. That's a good reason to tell lies. Why people lie is up to them. I can't read minds. So the fact that you've already gone to why are they lying tells me that you agree and that you've accepted that the ground is measured as flat. It is not curving. That's why you're asking about why they're telling the lie.
I kind of have doubt on both sides, so yeah.
You have doubts on both sides.
Yeah.
So what doubts do you have about flat Earth? What's the problem
It's
with
flat
that?
or it's round.
Yep. What about flat Earth do you have doubts about? What bit don't you understand?
I cannot prove it.
You can't prove it. So let me
Yeah.
get this straight. The physical properties of water
Okay.
is it takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface. So of the known lands of the world, 73% of it's covered in water that's flat and level.
Okay.
Okay. How much of a sphere has curvature?
Is this supposed to be math question or
This is
normal?
so you can understand how basic this is. So we're told that 73% of the known world is water. The physical properties of water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst at rest. Now, a sphere has 100% curvature. Doesn't matter which direction you go, curving always.
Yes.
Now the problem we've got, they tell you live on a sphere, but 73% flat.
What about gravity thing? Doesn't gravity make it?
What about gravity? If gravity makes 73% of it flat, so be it.
I
The
mean,
rest of it's got
gravity
hills and valleys and shit.
makes the shape as a round to the round.
Well, that's a cool story, but to back up our claim of this flatness, there's some people that have done laser tests, long-range observations, mirror flash tests, grab their Nikon P950s, 1000s, take photos of things that are impossible.
So you mean if someone took a laser and put it, they, how do I say it? Someone from the other side would catch it without even curvature or something like that.
I don't understand what you mean. Say that again.
You said they're proving with lasers and stuff, right?
Correct.
Can you explain that to me? How they did it?
Excellent. I'll show you some pictures in the side chat. Hold on. I'll just turn my
Okay.
laser tests.
I appreciate it.
Loading. Okay, when they go out and do the laser test, this one that I'm putting in first, loading, is what they expect to see. The laser, the curved earth, and the deviation between the laser and the curved earth. So at one end, really, really close. At the other end, a long way away. So that makes sense? Nice and easy?
Yes. But
Excellent.
what happened?
Well, that's what they expect to see. Then when they go out there, this is what happens. Is that one. Now on one of the instances, and this is a special one for Jesse because he's here. So for you, my young friend, the first one and the second one. The last one is a one-off occurrence that's happened on one of the tests, where the laser bent upwards.
How the distance of the laser doesn't make it?
I'm glad you asked that one. Depending on which test gets done, so what I'll do is I'll post in the chart. So this chart that I'm posting up now is based on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And the reason they use that is because that's what Earth is claimed to be. A sphere with those particular numbers. Okay? Now the laser tests. Whole selection there.
Okay.
are on the screen now.
Oh. So, the greatest laser experiment. Sorry, okay.
That last one has a PDF that comes with it, and it's on the screen now. So if you scroll up, there's quite a few laser tests for you to have a look at.
So shall I watch the last one?
You can watch any of them, my friend.
Okay, let me.
I don't expect you to drop everything and do it now. Some of those go for quite a while. I think the last one goes for nearly an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see the shortest one since.
The shortest one. But the pictures I posted up first just explain to you the basic idea behind them. So they go out testing, expecting to see curvature. They don't see any curvature. They seem to get everything else but curvature.
Wait, what about the experiment that I have heard or seen where the ship goes to the sea and a camera recording it at almost it sinks? It seems like, but it's not sinking. What about that?
So what that is, that's an optical effect. So what happens with your eyes and a camera and binoculars, it's to do with the size of the lens. Okay? So every single lens has a maximum distance that it can see. And what happens, the reason you can't see beyond that is because of the thing called angular resolution. Your eye, or the optic that you're using, cannot resolve the image beyond a certain point.
So that makes it go disappear.
That makes it as a part of perspective. As things get further away, they appear to get smaller. Okay? Then what happens is once it gets to a certain size, you cannot resolve it due to angular resolution. And that's all that happens. So, for example, if you hold a tennis ball really close to you, it looks big. You can resolve it, you can see it. Yeah. And if I hold the tennis ball up and start walking, and I get to, say, 2 miles away, it gets smaller, 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 and eventually you can't see it.
But does it get smaller from the bottom?
That's the interesting part. So what happens, and I'll post something else up to make it easier for you.
I appreciate that. That would be helpful.
Now, assuming there's no other crazy weather conditions going on, which a certain other person is going to cling on to because that's just what he does because he's too stupid to realise that's what he's measuring. Down in the side chat, you see the little ship that I posted up for you there? Black screen. Yep, lots of coloured lines. Okay, at the left-hand end, that is you looking at your ship. Okay. So you've got your line of sight is the yellow one.
The yellow one?
Okay. That's the yellow one, my friend. So what that is the same elevation as you. Now what happens, see the white one where it looks down to the bottom that touches the water and the ship at the same time? Between the yellow one and the white one, that generates an angle. Okay? Now, you see the yellow one and the purple one at the top. That generates another angle. Now, what happens is it's these angles that are important because as the ship gets further away, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And when that angle gets down to 0.02, that's where you can't resolve the image. So what happens then? You pick up your binoculars or your high-powered camera, and because it's got a bigger lens, all of a sudden now that angle gets bigger again, and it can resolve the image. But as the ship gets further and further away, again, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So looking at that ship, which one of those two angles, so just imagine the ship is sailing away, which one of those two angles is going to disappear first? The top one or the bottom one?
I mean, obviously the bottom one gets closer.
Correct. That's exactly what happens. So that's why the bottom of the ship disappears first, because you can't resolve it. Because from your eye line, so what we'll do is I'll post up a, what do we got, perspective. Perspective. And I want the corridor. So there's lots of things going on. So one of them is called perspective. As we know, things get smaller as they get further away.
Yeah.
Now, there's also, at your eye line or eye level, is a convergence point. That's the maximum line, the maximum distance, the point at which you will resolve something. So anything that's below your eye level or eye line will converge up. Anything that's above will converge down. Anything on the left side will converge right, and anything on the right side will converge to the left. So that's perspective. So when you're looking at the ship, because of your height or your elevation, anything below your eye line will converge up. Anything above your eye line will converge down. So when we put you next to one of those great big ships, where is your eye line closest to? The water or the top of the ship?
Sorry, I didn't get. It was a question, right?
Your eye line. Which one is it closer to? The water or the top of the ship?
In closer distance from, from the water, obviously.
The water, obviously. Exactly right. So because that one is the smallest angle, because it's the smallest angle, as the ship sails away, that's the one that you can't see first. So it disappears bottom up because of how close the bottom is to your eye line. And that's what's happening.
Okay, so what about if someone is on a tower and his level area is, how do I say, higher
Well,
than
that's
the
a
boat
good
even?
question. Yep, that's a good question. So say he's standing up on a cliff, for example. So now your eye line is a lot higher up, and that ship will go further out to get to your eye line. But here's the other problem. At some stage when you're looking down on the ship, and because now you're more elevated, you have to look down to see the ship, and that means the angle of the ship, you're not just looking at the back of it, you're also seeing some of the top of it. So the ship appears to be slightly larger. Now it has to get slightly further away in order for it to get down to that little angle size. So it has to get to that angle size. Now, because you, by being more elevated, have made the ship appear a bit bigger, now it has to sail further away in order for it to be unresolvable.
But if it's flat, it couldn't go to the. How it can be became same level as your eye sight?
It's just the convergence point of your eyes. That's just how the optics works.
Oh, okay.
So the issue is when you're standing high on a cliff, naturally your eye line is going to be drawn towards the horizon. So the horizon is the maximum distance where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the ocean. So it creates a line. That's it. And that line is the convergence point. Technically, your convergence point is at eye level. But because there's nothing to compare to, your eye line is drawn to the horizon.
That's very interesting. Sorry for interrupting this conversation. I want to know more. How can you explain if the Earth is flat? How do you explain time zones if it's not spherical, spinning around the sun? How we all being educated to believe?
Time zones are political. So they get a sign. So basically, when the sun is directly over your head, that's 12 noon. When the sun is over my head, it's 12 noon. So as the sun moves along its circuit, they just assign times underneath that. That's all it is.
But that, okay.
And
I
the
understand
reason
your
I say
point,
it's
but
political, the reason I say it's political is because a classic example. Have a look at China. They got one time zone for a very large place.
Right.
They should have 4, I think it is, and they've got 1. So the governments of the countries can actually dictate where and when their time zones are.
Right. It could be sunset on the west and not at the east, but it would be the same time in their country.
Yeah,
I get that.
correct. Yeah, and I've heard people speaking about it. One side, it's 2 o'clock, and when the sun comes up on the eastern side, on the western side, it's still 2 o'clock in the morning.
But okay,
they all have one time zone.
But shouldn't then the world, the day and night, behave universally? I mean, like if it's daytime, it's day for the whole world. If it's flat,
No.
If it's
So what you're trying to do is insert a flat disc or biscuit into the heliocentric paradigm. Don't just pick the whole ball model up, throw it out the door, and start from scratch. It's easier.
Right.
So
do
as
you
we
think
know,
do you think you have a template or a design of the solar system in the flat earther theory that you could share in the chat?
No, I don't have a design.
Oh,
sorry. A lot of people ask for that. Don't feel bad.
So I get it, but do you think so? Does that mean that I don't have another word to call it, but the solar system that we live in right now, does that mean that it is not 3-dimensional?
No, there's hills and valleys, and it's 3-dimensional, mate.
Okay.
It doesn't magically become 2-dimensional because we say it's planar.
Yeah, but I would with my comment was saying that I meant that maybe we live in a 4th-dimensional planet, so it is not 3-dimensional like the solar system wants to convince us to believe. You know what I mean?
That just went over my head, dude.
But okay, so like what I'm trying to say is that our solar system is not how I'm trying to agree with you with your theory. So the solar system is not just the sun in the middle and all the planets orbiting around it in a 3-dimensional plane, like up, down, and sideways, but it could be also 4th-dimensional. So the laws of physics pretty much wouldn't apply to the flat Earth theory.
Yeah, you're trying to go a little too far into it, mate. No.
Okay.
Earth is just Earth. When we look up into the sky, we see lights in the sky. You call some of those lights planets. The planet, in olden day terms, comes from planetus, meaning wandering star.
Okay, interesting.
So, the planets, or planetus, wandering stars, some of them you've given names to. Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars. So for me, they're just lights in the sky. That's it.
Right. Okay, so change a little bit, changing the topic of this flat earther conversation. Are planets real?
The lights in the sky.
Well, okay. I would agree that the lights in the sky that you and I can see are real because we can all see them. But are they
what you've been told?
rocks floating in space?
No, they're not what you've been told, unless you've got any evidence that they are.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. Like I don't know. I think I have massive skepticism this past few years, so I do tend to question everything that's what taught to me to be the truth.
Well, having said that though, like even if they were right, like spheres,
even if they were
gas and rock and dust and whatever, right?
Yeah,
would hold no bearing on the shape of the Earth or its geometric surface quality. Like this would still be flat, right? whatever this is, whatever they are, this is independent of those things. It's unique. Yeah.
Yeah, mixed if you really think about it. One of the main takeaways from this entire exercise, at least in my experience, right, has been that, there were shit that we were told when we were kids. We never had a chance really to think about it. We never had a chance to think about those who were telling about the information, where it came from, who, discovered it and what did they do, all these details, right? We just take it at face value and grow up, and it's kind of reinforced in society and stuff like that, right? So if anything that you could take away from the conversation is, the thought to evaluate what you know, or what you think you know, how you know it, where it came from, and who did what to discover it before they told you.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's just I
Yeah.
do find a little bit of discrepancies also, and I don't find it reasonable that just because I coming to the understanding that what I was taught from a very young age does not necessarily mean it's true. That does not mean that the radical extreme opposite it's going to be the
Of course
truth.
not.
You know what I mean?
Of course not. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like the things that you were told when you were younger, right? It can be true, right? But the
Right, right.
process of evaluating how it had become to be the case, how it had become to be discovered to be the case, if that came out right, is for you to is your exercise to go through, right? And in that process, you might stumble on bits that aren't actually the case. That's all. And this is one of them.
Right. Yeah, man.
At least so far as we've been able to tell.
We live in a very wacky world now, man. And I don't know. Personally, my 35 years of age, I discovered Christianity 2 years ago, and I'm more of a creationist now, and I just don't find sense in believing the quote unquote science of religion. The religion of science, better said.
It seems like it's turned into that now. At a base level, the scientific, process is in and of itself, like, it's fine, right? It's just a method. It's a method of
Yeah.
inquiry, right? There's a
Yeah.
procedure to
I
it,
agree
stuff
with
like
you.
that. That's all. That's
Yeah,
all well and good.
you need to prove something is true with evidence. You just need
That's
to have the evidence, and not just the professional title of being, oh, but I am a scientist and I work for NASA, and what I say, what I want to believe it's true. That is not how science works at all.
Well, that's the point. It seems to have warped into something that leans in that
It turned
direction,
into
where
a
it's like,
religion, man. It turned into a religion, in my opinion.
when it's reached a point where, you kind of,
You blindly trust the science. When you blindly trust the science, because but like I have, sorry for interrupting. It's getting me rowdy. But it's like,
no,
yeah, the how could I say it? Like, we have all the scriptures and all the literature and all the old texts that prove or want to prove the theory of evolution and the Big Bang. But just because that's been written many times does not necessarily mean it's true.
right. Now, there are things that are written down a lot that happen to be true. So the sheer fact that it's been written down a lot and repeated is not indicative that, it's fishy or anything.
Right.
When you dig into it, what I think I've kind of found, right, is that in certain contexts, like, let's say, public facing speakers or whatever, scientific communicators, whatnot, they'll use certain phrasings about a topic, right, where it's kind of simplified, the terminology is a little bit more direct and confident and shit like that. But when you dig into the actual literature that is supposed to support these types of statements, the language in that literature is highly uncertain.
Right.
Right. It's or rather, it's not necessarily that it's highly uncertain. It's that it's got a degree of certainty, but it's more suggestive than anything else. It's like, oh, like so and so did this thing, and the results are highly congruent with our idea of such and such a thing, or it's it's very consistent with our model, or shit like that. You know what I mean? You see the difference, right? That's all.
Yeah.
So when people run with the public facing statements that, oh, scientists know XYZ, when they don't check the actual literature, it's like, no, they don't necessarily know that. They think they do, or they think their results support the idea. That's fine. And if that's what's portrayed, that's fine. But you see
I
the
think
mismatch.
it's because they take advantage. They take advantage of official papers. You know.
Well, the official papers that I'm kind of like thinking about here, they are actually like what I said. They're just very suggestive of like the findings that they might have are highly supportive of their ideas. Right? That's not the problem. It's the way it's communicated and how people interpret it and run with it. You know what I mean? That's all.
Why do you think? Now I'm just asking this you personally. Why do
Yeah.
you think they made such an effort in this propaganda campaign to convince us that the Earth is a sphere?
Personally, I have an inkling towards the possibility that it supports a worldview, right? That is that grants them a lot more control over people than otherwise would. Okay, if you're told, right, if you're told from a young age that you're just an accident, you don't mean anything, you're on a speck of dust in the vastness of outer space, and there's basically no real implicit meaning to your life, right? You're limited in where you can go and effectively, by extension, what you can do.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that grants a lot of control to those who run the show.
I get your point, but
That's
to
my
try
opinion,
to
right?
yeah. But they try to the fact that they try to convince most of the population to believe this makes it so much harder to believe as well, you know, because even if the theory of the flat Earth was widely accepted and we stopped believing in the solar system type dimension that we live in, the people in power would still find ways to stay in power. You know what I mean?
Potentially.
I don't know if it would matter
I do.
much
I do.
if we all agree that the Earth is flat and it's not round.
Well, I mean, this is what we seem to be contending with. Now, I don't know what they would do, right, if this were not the case. It just happens to be the case, so it seemed. Right. It would just, think about it, right? If you're dealing with a massive people, massive population who, have, internal integrity, they know who they are, they have a true sense of their purpose in life, what have you, right? All sorts of shit. You can't, hard to get them to do what you want if what you want them to do goes against like core values of theirs. If you know what I mean? If no one
Yeah,
has
I know.
core
Yeah, I know
values,
what you mean.
or if they're highly inconsistent, or they go with the wind, right? You know, that's it. Now, this part of the excuse me, hold on. This part of the conversation, it gets into the weeds of possibilities and maybe this, maybe that, right? So we tend not to really get into that because you can't really prove it. I don't know if you were here earlier, but Matrix was speaking to somebody, about why would they lie or whatever, and it's
Right.
again a personal thing, right? There's so many, there's a handful of people involved or many people involved, an innumerable amount of people involved with all different motives, right, or similar motives, whatever. We're not mind readers. You know what I mean? We can't.
Yeah.
We're not in the
Well, would you
club,
say?
so to speak, if there is one, right? So we can't really know. So we tend to stay
Would
with
you
things
would
that we
you
can
say
actually
that the
prove.
would you say that the flat Earth theory is evolutionary angle, or you think it's more a creationist religious theory?
I think it leans towards a creationist sort of thing. I haven't been able to conceive of a way that it could just evolve in the
Right.
way that it's in a way at all analogous to the theory of evolution that we're told.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it would require an initial standing point where things blow up, and there's initial expansion of energy, things form into balls, float around each other, all that shit, right?
Gravity. Well, that's that
Whatever, what
gravity
have
comes to
you.
play. Yeah.
I don't, unless somebody can explain to me, a naturalistic kind of process excuse me, if someone can explain to me a possible naturalistic way that all this shit could come to be, then I might consider that, but I don't even know if there is one.
I don't think so, man, because most atheists or quote unquote scientists will believe the most popular theory that how can I say unproves the existence of God.
Perhaps, man. I don't know if I could put a number on it. I don't know if I could tell you most or less than most or whatnot. Right? Because this type of shit, maybe people might go along with the mainstream in practice, but have their own worldview. Right? But certainly, the
Right.
mainstream view on this type of thing is one of Darwinian evolution, Big Bang, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I get
Well,
that.
that is
I don't know how people actually identify.
most atheists believe that, well, in the theory of it's not really creationism, but it's like chance. We are just here by luck. Just before we, like through a million billions of years ago, we were just nothing, and then suddenly everything exploded, and suddenly we all became gas, and suddenly
Yeah.
we all became particles, and suddenly we all became rocks, and suddenly we all became asteroids, and suddenly we all became planets, and suddenly we start accumulating water, and suddenly. So it's all about
All that.
suddenly. It's all about chance. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's just a chance. It's like the luck. It's like that is kind of the God that they believe in. It's like, oh, it's just
Yeah.
chance. It's just luck. It's just by coincidence.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the kind of contradictory element to it all, right? They
Yeah,
claim
yeah.
to not have a worldview that has any room for the possibility of a higher power or higher order of things, or creator or whatnot. But implicitly, they're granted the one miracle, right? The one miracle that things just
Yeah.
blew up in the
Yeah.
fashion that it did somehow,
Yeah. Indeed, man.
right?
God bless you.
The Big Bang is their one miracle.
Yeah.
Right.
That is the thing, because I know, because I grew up as an atheist for a long time, so I know the theory of the Big Bang. So when I say this to a scientist, I tell them like, oh, so before we were nothing, and suddenly this exploded, and suddenly we all became this, and suddenly we started forming planets, and suddenly gravity started forming, and suddenly because of gravity we started creating planets and asteroids and water and particles that allowed us to become bacteria that later became fish, that later became some reptile, that later became monkeys, that later became humans, blah blah blah. So for me, it's like
Yeah.
you're asking me to believe in another fucking religion.
That part of the whole thing is definitely, leaning in a
It's like
faith.
it's almost that it's almost that like you just need to have faith to believe that we evolved from the monkey.
because the evidence is potentially suggestive of that, depending how it's
Yeah,
interpreted, right?
yeah, and they preach it religiously.
That's where it gets wonky, dude. Because the
Yeah.
actual evidence, right? Actual evidence is something along the lines of, okay, we got these machines. Okay, I don't know if you've ever worked in genomics or bioinformatics or anything. I've had my fair share of experience with that. Very brief, but still, nonetheless, I was able to get into the weeds in that to a certain degree. Okay, and in effect,
Right.
what they do is they take samples of whatever, right? A human's, human cells, saliva, skin tissue, what have you, right?
And then they compare it to the
Monkey.
monkey, and then they've been lying us for decades that we are 99.9% equal to the monkey. Like
But
fucking
this is
show
where
me, show me.
right, but this is where it gets interesting. Okay, so what they do is they'll take some whatever tissue of a human, tissue of a monkey, or whatever. Okay, first they'll take the tissue of the human, they'll put it into this giant machine. They throw a shit ton of chemicals and whatnot on these things to break it up, so that the interior of the nucleus
So you
is
reach the
exposed.
same conclusion.
Yeah. Well, they reach a false conclusion. If they're
Yeah.
going to say that they know for absolute certainty, right? That's where the conclusion gets wonky. Why? Because they can't actually be 100% sure because of the actual process, right? You can think of it like
Oh
if you got
man,
like
I'm enjoying
think of
this
it like this.
conversation. I haven't had a talk with someone about this for a long time, man.
Check this out, bro. It gets better. Okay, if you understand the actual process, you'll see where the philosophical spin comes into it. Okay, so if I were to give you a bucket full of random Legos, okay, remember as a kid, you got a bunch of Legos. I don't know if you've ever
Yeah.
did this, but you
All the
dump the
brain.
bucket of Legos on the ground, right? And then you start piecing some things together. Right, I got like an 8x2 yellow brick, and I got a 4x4 red brick, and like, oh, okay, I made a little house out of it. Right, it's like a mishmash of all sorts of colors and whatever the fuck. You got your house, right? So if you think of the way that they actually do the genetic processing, is along these lines, because when they break up the cells with all the chemistry, right, a bunch of chemicals breaks up the cells, all the DNA is exposed and whatnot. It's a big mess, right? They clean it up, and they're left with various lengths and combinations of genetic material. Okay, what they try to do is get as many of these samples as possible, and they basically try to piece them all together. And the underlying assumption is the more data we have, okay, the more likely we are to find the right combination, because they don't have, at least in the way that I've come to understand that they do these processings, they don't have a single long strand of DNA that they just read one by one end to end. They because it's so right. They have
It's all coincidence, man.
They have to craft it together, all these pieces together, okay, and guess basically what the actual length or the actual string of these DNA molecules actually look like.
Yeah.
Okay, and they use computer algorithms to basically piece them together, and each piece being put together is granted a likelihood. Oh, maybe this yellow brick does go with the red brick. Oh, but I have the blue brick with the yellow brick 5 times, and the yellow brick with the red brick 1 time. Therefore, the yellow with the blue is more likely, so we're going to go with that one. And they do that millions
Right.
and millions, if not billions of times, over and over again. Okay, until they got a picture, their best guess of what the actual initial DNA strand looked like.
Yeah.
Period. This is how it actually works. Okay, and then they do that repeatedly over various individuals. I think there was if you look up the Human Genome Project, right back in the 80s or 90s, 2000s, something like that, they sampled millions and millions of people or something. Okay, and they did this type of process for every person, and then when they had an array of these supposed genetic strands for an individual for everybody, then they kind of collapsed all these things together to basically make the best guess of what they call the gold standard, the human genome, quote unquote, being like that quote, if you want to think of it like an average of all these strands of each individual that they were able to sample put together. That average is like what they call the reference genome. Okay, that's the gold standard comparison template, if you will. Right. So
Yeah.
if you have that, and then you have an individual who's got a problem, right? Oh, I have this disease or some shit. They'll take a sample and they'll compare that person's sample with the reference genome, and they'll try and find individual sections like genes and shit like that that differ to this template. And when they find something that's different, right, they'll acknowledge that. And when they find enough people with the same sort of symptoms or disease or whatever that have differences in that same area, right, they will attribute that disease to that change in that particular area. Right? They attribute a cause to whatever was going on as being from that particular change in that that part of the strand. But it's all, I'm telling you, like it's very sophisticated. It's very convincing. But at the root of it is it's probabilistic. It's not absolute.
It's propaganda.
That's the whole point of it, right? This is the real kicker. Now, it can be the case that this thing is, contributing to something. I'm not saying it can't be. They can maybe have it really, really, really precisely down pat, but they can't prove it by this method, by the nature of the entire process, right? But when they start speaking as if they do have it down pat by this process, that's where they can get into trouble, because it's technically invalid. It's an invalid statement. They don't have it down pat. They can't. It's inherently probabilistic. And there's no way of actually quantifying really what the error is or the error margin, because there's no reference. They have to generate the reference from base principle or these small building blocks. That's all they got. You follow? So when you do that with species after species after species, you find commonalities in these gold standard templates, and then you make the logical leap that some of these pieces might, be the same because they were once the same.
Yeah, but I really appreciate.
Where it comes from.
I really appreciated your speech, but I will have to conclude also that the average human being does not have the IQ or intelligence to be able to understand this whole description, and I think it's gonna be better and easier to keep them to keep them safe if they just believe that they believe in the evolution theory.
Maybe, dude. I don't know. But thank you for listening.
No, of course, man. Well, changing the subjects a bit. Wait a second, guys. I just came walking from the park, and I'm just sweating. It is hot here.
It's all good. find find your breath there. I lost a few people in the process, so it's probably a good time to pivot. But I think you're on track, man.
Sorry?
I said I think you're on track though, so it's all good.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, like honestly, I do not tend to want to believe the whole theory that we all been educated with, because I've come to the realization that a lot that we've been taught it's just been a lie. So I also came to the conclusion myself, well, with the help a little bit of conspiracy theorists, I guess, but I do not believe, and this is fucking weird. This is fucking weird and schizo, but I don't believe in fucking dinosaurs anymore, man. I think, and sorry, let me continue. Every ancient civilization in the history of humanity, I'm talking about like the Mayans and the Aztecs and also the Chinese and also Southeast Asian and also African, every ancient civilization has described dragons in one way or another, that it was this big flying lizard. And sure, in Europe, it was described that this big flying lizard spit fire, and knights would go and defeat it and kill it for honor and whatever. But like, just the coincidence that dragons are repeated through history again and again makes me think, or makes me conclude, that dinosaurs of that shit that was invented less than 200 years ago, and that somehow no other civilization has ever discovered dinosaurs, but somehow we did. They're saying like, oh yeah, this was this ancient millions of years old animals that used to roam the earth, blah blah blah. And for me, it's like, well, there's never been a fully preserved dinosaur that was found anywhere. So it's always just they found like a piece of a bone or a tooth or a whatever, and we give it our own very interpretation on saying how it looked and how it behaved and how it acted, and that's how we invented dinosaurs. And somehow this other animal, the dragon, that also I forgot to mention that in Chinese mythology and in the Chinese horoscope, they have also animals for every sign. Like there are 11 real animals and then a dragon, and one that is imaginary, the one fantasy animal. So like the evidence out there is that the dragon fucking existed, but somehow they were able to memory hole all of us and brainwash all of us into, oh no, dragons never existed and the bones are dinosaurs.
I follow you there. I think that's something to consider for sure. Yeah, the whole dinosaur thing, dude. It fits perfectly into the whole evolutionary idea too, right?
Yeah, because I think that
aren't
with
chickens
the
dinosaurs
evolution
too?
theory, what they're trying to do is convince us that we are millions and billions and millions of billions of years old, and the universe is millions of billions of years old, which actually might be. Like, I've never been through the fucking history of the creation of the universe, but like, oh, it's millions of billions of years old. Therefore, all of this shit that we're making up happened. All of this shit that we make up and we're telling everyone that happened. Therefore, you need to agree with the theory of millions and billions of years.
Yeah. And if you think about it, like, if you eat chicken, you're eating dinosaurs.
Yeah. So like that is the other thing, right? Because they also say that through the ice age or the theory of evolution, dinosaurs evolved into birds or into chickens and shit like that.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, so what kind of animal, following the law of evolution, would become food after being the T-Rex? Like, what fucking T-Rex would say is like, oh yeah, oh I had a good time. It's time to get a little bit smaller. And the next generation, oh yeah, let's go a little bit smaller. We're winning too much. Let's keep going smaller and smaller
Yeah,
until you
yeah,
become a
yeah.
fucking chicken.
Yeah, there's inconsistencies all over the place.
Yeah,
Right.
man.
I get it. And then, oh, you're running your car on dinosaur juice. How dare you? You gotta stop this
Yeah.
dinosaur juice, Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. It's been very nice talking to you. Sorry, what's your name? I haven't been having my
20
phone
cups.
here. Where are you? Oh, 20
20
cups.
cups.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you, man. It's been a nice
You too,
conversation.
man. You too. Absolutely. Come back
Bye
anytime.
bye.
Welcome. Who we got there? Oh, to run away if you want to. That's cool. No pressure. You don't have to talk. Probably got a funny accent. That's why they don't want to talk. Poor buggers.
Yeah, they can't stand the British accent.
I'm actually surprised that Jedi didn't pipe up when he was in here when someone said that about me being British. Or at least on mic and just laugh like he normally does.
Kills me every time. I think it's only because I hang around with you guys that I've developed that ear for distinguishing between the two. So I don't blame them, you know. But now it's evident, right? But it's funny to hear it, you know, the mix up sometimes. Cause I'm like, yeah, I get it.
You guys that have a very similar thing to us, people from different states or provinces for you, would have slightly different accents and you'd be able to pick it up.
Yeah. Western and East and extreme East Canada, they have that similar kind of like almost like redneck type Canadian accent. For whatever reason over here, we don't have it. It's not the same. I think it's because like the French kind of bleeds in, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I get it.
So my accent, for anyone that lives in Australia that's been to Newcastle, will know straight away that I'm from Newcastle. I can't hide. And I've even had people in South Australia and Western Australia just go, "Are you from Newey?" It's like, yeah, why? Yep, we can tell by your accent.
They call Newcastle Newey?
Yep. We like to shorten things around here. Whether it's just pure laziness or...
That was another one that I had difficulty with for a while. Distinguishing the New Zealand accent with the Australian.
Oh, really? What you got to do... Oh, that's easy. Right, grab all your vowels, A, E, I, O, U, and just knock them to the right. And that's the Kiwi accent. So, I'll go down the street and buy fish and chips. They'll go down the street and it's fush and chops. Now do you get it?
Oh, no way. I thought it would have been like fish and chips. Like the E's are accentuated. You know?
No.
No?
Some of it's just... It's very similar. But yeah, just a couple of little differences. But yeah, it's just the vowels are sort of the way they're pronounced.
That's hilarious.
I'm waiting for one of my Kiwi mates to jump on now. Where is she? There she is.
Lynn, show us the way.
But the problem is I'm from London and I'm in New Zealand, but I can definitely vouch for the fact that it's fish and chips and choice, and it's like Australian, but it's basically, it's sort of like a cross between South African and Australian if you're hearing it from afar. Yeah. And I think it's because there's so many Scottish people here. There's a real rich heritage of Scottish and Italian and all sorts of kind of heritage around here.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm not a good example because I've got kind of some weird trans-Australian accent, kind of London. I don't know. I have a weird combination. Yeah. So I'm not a good example.
Now you mention it, I hear the Brit. I hear the Brit.
I'm a Londoner, but my dad is a Glaswegian, so I'm like all mixed up all over the place.
Heinz 57 variety.
Yeah, but like where I'm from, there's so many redheads because it's basically like all Scottish and Italian. There's Italian fishermen and there's Scottish fishermen where I am from in New Zealand. and it's insane how many redheads and how many Italians. It's insane.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck would a bunch of Scots go all the way down there? I don't get that.
I guess it reminded them of home. I guess it's kind of a way to go somewhere else and have similar kind of features to Scotland.
Now,
I mean,
why
there's
would
Norwegians here too because it's very similar to Norway. Like especially South Island is super similar to Norway.
Now, why would the Scots want to be upside down? I don't get it.
Well, there's a lot of fish here, and apparently the Scotsmen taught the Italians how to fish. And before that, the red-haired Maori taught the Polynesian Maori how to fish. So there's a whole story there.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how over here there's known areas of Aboriginals that have all got red hair, where they've had some Scottish influence.
Okay.
No, but I did hear of stories. I mean, obviously just stories. You don't know how true it is, but apparently on some of the initial ships that encountered Aboriginals, there was a Hungarian, or was it anyway Magyar, someone who had Magyar kind of language understanding, and they were able to speak to certain tribes of Aboriginals, which is really weird. If that's true, I don't know. It could be complete bullshit, but yeah, I understand that was a theory. That there's this kind of link between old world languages and even Aboriginal people. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
It could be complete bullshit.
Hey, Major, did you hear that? When she said redhead, I heard it right away. I heard reed-head.
Reedhead. Yeah, so I've probably got like a Australian, New Zealand, London accent.
There you go. The stretched out E's. I knew it. Knew I heard it
Yeah,
somewhere.
I've got New Zealand kids now, so they're like infecting me with their New Zealand. Yeah. Yeah.
At least
But it is definitely a weird combination of Australian and South African here, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you can pronounce roof properly, right? Like
Roof. Oh yeah, but that's probably my London coming out. Yeah.
No,
If the Kiwi said roof to you, it'd be completely different.
So far I haven't heard. The only one I've heard, who said it was you, and you said it, some, I guess, quote unquote correctly. But up here, I've got my counterparts who would pronounce it roof.
Roof. Yeah, that's more like a dog
fucking
noise,
dog.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's retarded. But that's like the common parlance. It's kind of strange.
Yeah. Yeah, so hey, I've got to ask this question. I was meaning to come and talk before, but I've been just waylaid. Has anyone posted any telescopic footage from some observatory of said rocket on its way to Moon or orbiting Earth at this current time?
I haven't seen anything except for the actual launch itself.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like,
No
isn't
amateur
anyone
footage.
tracking
Not even
it?
some random. Not even some random. This is the bit that's always amazed me. They claim that the rockets take off and they have to do a loop around Earth before they can get up enough speed to get up into space. Right, fair enough. That's their story. So, the rocket takes off, it goes east. And it flies over a little patch of ocean. Now, surely the dudes on the other side are all lining up with their cameras and shit and telescopes and kick-ass binoculars and every other type of optic you can imagine, just hoping for a glimpse. But yet there's none. There's no
Yeah, I
video
looked
footage.
online. There's one plane that claims to have some footage of the shuttle takeoff from the plane. But again, who knows what part of it is, probably just the initial part. So who knows? It could have gone into Bermuda Triangle by now. But yes, it is very peculiar. There's nothing, is there?
I think the reason that there's been hardly any clowns in here is everyone's starting to wake up to the joke.
Yeah, it's just nuts, the CGI that they showed. It's like Amiga graphics from the 90s kind of level.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I had a
It's
friend who oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no.
I was just saying, like, I had a friend who reached out, you know, and I was talking to him in the past about, FE and shit like that. And he's like kind of a bit of a NASA boy and shit like that. And he even reached out the other day and actually jumped into the VC because I had invited him in the past. We've listened to conversations. He's heard me speak about it. Whatever. He actually reached out. He's like, dude, I heard, NASA's doing the thing. It's so fake, CGI, whatever. And I'm like, dude, you should join the VC we're talking about. He's like, I'm already there. I'm like, oh shit, didn't even know. So yeah, the tide is kind of turning. It seems, at least to some degree. I wouldn't be surprised.
There's definitely a lot of hate and vitriol between, like,
What? Hate and vitriol? What?
Greenweaver, you've gone
hate.
quiet.
No.
Up there, you're
Oh.
back.
Oh,
There
just
you
a
go.
lot of people going, oh my God, I can't believe that flat earthers can't see it now. Oh my God, but who knows? That could be all bots. It could be bots. Who knows? But yeah, I see a lot of that on Twitter. A lot of conversation, even in outside of, like, Syrian girl who she just normally reports on, the news and war, and she's fully getting into the flat earth argument now. So yeah, definitely I can see some people waking up.
Were you guys there in the VC when Indio was sharing the screen or the activity? We were watching the launch.
No, I missed it. Sorry. I wanted to be
Okay.
here.
There were some technical difficulties actually sharing the activity. In Discord, there's that little, the bot at the top. You click on it or tap on it. You can all watch together type thing. There was some problems. So we just kind of opened YouTube on the side. Yeah, it was clunky, but we managed. And yeah, about 5 minutes in or so, 5-10 minutes in is when they switched to like the Nintendo 64 graphic stuff. I was like, what? Like, okay.
Someone posted up a clip earlier. I think it was Clipcord of the so-called rocket whilst it was zipping along, and top right-hand corner there was a picture of the Earth. It's a small video section that goes for about 5 or 6 seconds, and all of a sudden you see the Earth pixelate and change position. So it sort of pixelate as if it's an image that's been modified. And yeah, 1 second it's in one position, next second it's pixelating, and then it jumps back again. And it's like, what the shit? But here's the
Really?
weird bit. Nothing else pixelated. Only the Earth image did.
Okay. Indio noticed in the live stream that I think it was maybe like 3 minutes in or so, the rocket's like at an altitude. I think they were saying, oh, we're approaching the Kármán line or something, right? You get footage from the rocket down and backwards, right? Whatever. And you see the Earth, and it's got like a certain size or curvature rate. Like there's a certain arc that you can see, right, in the image.
Yep.
And then, they're doing the theatrics, the commentary, different, camera angles and shit going on the ground, whatever. Then, a few minutes later, oh, we're hitting the Kármán line or whatever. And the shot goes back to the rocket. And at that time, the curvature rate was less pronounced than the first time. It was odd. Like, did the rocket like turn downwards or something to get closer? You know, like I don't know. It was he picked up on that. I was like, shit, really? Like, yeah, come to think of it. It was strange, man. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
It's a shit show, that's what it is. Totally incompetent clowns. Yeah, there you go, Daga. So incompetent, they have millions to fake it and they still fail. Yep. Yeah, the only place where I've been seeing heaps of commentary for it, it's on Facebook, the Flat Earth Friends page, and all we're getting is, haha, look, we've proved it again. It's still a ball tard. And that's about it.
My best mate just messaged me, Matrix, and he asked if I'm excited that the Actonauts are going back to the moon. So hopefully he's starting to come around.
Good on him. I think a lot of people are, mate. They're all starting to realise it's bullshit. But what I am waiting for is NASA to come out. Everyone's whinging about it. It's all settled down, and then they're going to step back and go, "Ha ha, fool's joke."
We can see the microwave background radiation from the beginning of the universe, 13 point whatever billion years ago, but we can't see this little tin can going to the moon.
No, that's against the rules.
Have you seen Level Earth Observer's latest video I just posted, Matrix? It's
Not yet.
damning footage if it's true.
How long's it go for?
Two minutes 40.
I'll be back. Yeah, he summed that up nicely. Theatrics for the naive. I've been thinking about it too. There's a reason why they do this kind of stuff, other than to entertain people. It's to grab our attention. So whilst we're all staring up into the sky, expecting something awesome to happen, maybe some of us secretly hoped it would go bang and put on a great fireworks display, each to their own. We're staring up in the sky. What else is going on whilst we're being distracted? It's just sleight of hand. This show was put on for a reason, to distract us from something else. Because the show's been pretty shit.
Okay.
Hello.
Yo, Matrix. Have you ever heard clipcord in VC?
Yes, twice.
Yeah, okay. It took me a long time before I actually ever caught him on VC, and it happened to be in Miggy's chat, maybe about a year ago. A couple of
Accent
us.
throw you?
Yeah, dude, I died. I was like, wait, you're not a black guy? You know? 'Cause it was like, is he Australian? I thought, yeah. Yeah, it was I was just thinking back, was it like a Scottish accent? Like it was an
British
exotic
accent.
accent. Yeah, it was exotic. I'm like, okay, you're not a black guy. Oh shit.
Well, actually, that doesn't mean anything. The reason I say that is a couple of weeks ago, remember when the people were playing those
Okay, yeah, that's
videos
true.
about the Scottish black people? Did you see that?
I think so.
It was on. There was all these TikTokers freaking out, going, "Oh my god, there's Scottish black people," and one of the comments was freaking hilarious. And this black dude goes, "Well, what? Where else the fuck would they be from?"
What the fuck?
He was so chill about it with his thick Scottish accent. He's just whipped it out and just gone, "Well, where else would they be from?"
Well, I asked him while we were chatting, like, wait, you're not black? He's like, no. I'm like, oh, well, your picture is misleading.
Yeah, you just assume if you haven't heard them speak. Yeah, you just look at that and go, "Oh, well, I just assume that's him."
And then I look closer, and the picture's just like that, the meme, right? Of was some guy smoking a joint or some shit. I don't know. And then there's Demok, right? I was gonna swore he was a black guy, dude. I was
Really?
like, no.
No.
Yeah, he's not black. I know. I was like, shit. It's just, yeah, it's funny.
How did you get? Why did you think that Demok was black? What about him ticks that for you? That
Yeah,
surprised me.
he just has really, eh? He just has such a low register. His voice is just of such a low register that, like, it. I don't know. It kind of like just clicked that, you know. It has a timbre and a register that rings black dude.
Really? Wow. To me,
Not
he sounds
you?
like he's a very To me, he sounds like he is a very large man. Like he probably stands about 6'5", 6'6", somewhere around there, and probably about 4 foot across the shoulders. He sounds like a very large man.
Okay.
So next time we get him, we have to find out how tall are you, big unit. Be funny if he says he's only 5'2" or some shit like that.
Well, you'll find him in the fucking in QOps server. He's been in there quite a bit, and it's funny to listen, man, because there's some real spurgs over there that just go off with him.
Yeah,
and you know how
over
he can go, right? He just goes, and then these guys just lap it up, man.
Demok's more of a wrecking ball than me.
It's what?
Demok's more of a wrecking ball than me. Except
It's
they cut the
crazy.
chain and they don't know where the fucking...
Where the what?
Except they cut the chain and they don't know where the ball's going to go. That's
Yeah.
Demok.
Hey. It's hard to follow him, man.
That's probably why it's so entertaining, because you never know what you're going to get.
It took me a while to clue into what the fuck he was talking about when he starts talking about dot to dot to dot to dot. I forget who it was, but somebody finally explained it to me. Oh, okay. 'Cause he had sense to that, to what he was talking about there, but just the way he was expressing it, like I couldn't get it, man.
Yeah, if you're not following the dots, you're gone. You've only got to miss one.
Yeah. Here you go. You've been in that. You've been in that
Yeah,
server,
I
right?
think. Yeah. Is he one of the anti-flat earthers, or is he a? I felt like he's a flat earther.
Demok, yeah.
No. QOP.
Oh, QOP's FE also, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so he just made a server for anti-flat earther types to be able to have it out.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
the idea? Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty
It's
much.
kind of interesting over there. It's quite scary.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute fucking nightmare. It really is. There's like zero moderation. He lets them go off. I don't know why. I think it's maybe just to build traction. You know,
If you shut them down, they'll leave.
Exactly, and it's like over here, it's like, yeah, please do leave. You know.
Yeah, but
over
I've seen it
there,
in there where all the Globers left, and all that was left in there was us flat earthers. It's weird.
there's like 5 guys on rotation or something. I mean, like, you know, there's you'll see 3 musketeers in there, and then Billy will leave and Bob will come in, and then it's a new 3 musketeer crowd, and they just it's just how it tends to happen. There's Wesley, Omnivore.
Omnivore's a pain in the ass.
There's fucking Storm.
He's just a clown show.
Yeah, that's what got me, right? One time DJ came in here, either here or politics, wherever we were talking, and he was kind of just like hyping up the room a little bit. Not the room itself, but like the craziness of the room. And he brought up one of the guys. He's like, yeah, he's a complete spurg, And I'm like, fuck it, let me go see. He's like, okay, so we go in there. Dude, I lost my shit. Okay. Like, I don't lose my shit. Or if I do, it's very rarely. But that guy got me to lose my shit. Like, next level.
They hate me.
Very unfortunate.
I love that. It's good.
Huh?
They hate me.
You've been in there, eh? Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
No,
I went in and ripped it up about 4 of them. Tore him a new one.
Oh, gross.
The bit that was funny, though.
Gross.
No, I'm not a mod. The bit that was funny, though, I went in there and ripped it into him. And the second time I went in there, I barely spoke. I just sat in side chat. And one of them posted in side chat, oh, user fucking tough, 4v1. And it's like, hang on a minute, I'm taking on 4 of you clowns in side chat. And they were complaining that it was DJ and someone else talking to one Glober, whilst there was 4 of them just spamming shit. Omnivore just doing his usual nah bullshit. He's an absolute menace. Gets in there, carries on like an absolute pork chop, and then when someone does get the mod stick out and shut him up, fingers in ears, and just spams the side chat. Oh, I'm hard done by. The world's coming to an end and yous are picking on me. Oh, my God. Seriously, it needs to be grabbed by the ear and just marched out of there. You're an idiot. You're not putting anything forward to the conversation. You're just here to deflect and deter. Look, get out. And the other one.
It's always meta, isn't it, with him?
Yep,
it's meta,
100%.
Meta. Yeah.
You're abusing your mod powers. He got up me. You're abusing your mod powers. And it's like, excuse me, this is my first freaking day in here. I don't have mod powers.
I can't even post in the chat. I was looking in there and I couldn't even post in there. I guess you have to be accepted or something, huh?
What you got to do when you go in there, hit Q up, and he will give
Okay.
you yeah. You got to message him directly.
Okay. Ah, sweet. All right.
Yeah,
Or if
the
you go and
rule
read
is
the rules, yeah.
yeah, the rule is typically you subscribe to his YouTube channel, and then you let him know. But the thing is, I don't have YouTube, so just ask him.
Okay.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, he seems to really enjoy the battle, and I guess he likes that like open because actually they do expose themselves as they speak on. They kind of it's embarrassing. Like if we're clipping it, there's some stuff in there where they're just melting down and they start spouting such pseudoscience that they'd be great clips. Great clips. We need to clip it. It's just it's
Yeah,
entertaining. I
more.
guess that's why there's a lot of people going in there to have a little look.
Yeah, and there's one guy that got super excited, like what's his name, Wesley or something, and like Soy Boy starts spilling over, and he starts squealing like a pig. Like it's actually really weird.
There was one of them in there who was literally saying, I can't remember when it was, but like death to flat earthers, you should all be killed. You should, like there was one person in here
That's old
so
school.
spooky.
That
Huh?
happened. That shit used to happen years ago, back in 2012, 13, 14, around there. Apparently, some of the old school guys will tell you some pretty horrific stories about Globers that would drop in and tell you to go and drink bleach and all sorts of messed up shit. That's not uncommon for Globers. That's the levels of dislike they've got because we've got a different opinion.
Wow, I've not come across much of that, but in Q Observer they were going off, and then other Globers were like, "Oh, I'm kind of embarrassed to be a Glober because of that guy."
Yep.
It was
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
pretty toxic.
interesting. Yeah.
Like, in all seriousness, the first time I ever heard of FE was back in about 2008, 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. I'm glad I never looked into it back then, because could you imagine me now? I've only been in there for the last 2.5 years, 2021, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, yeah, something like that. 4 years, 4.5 years. Anyways, could you imagine how bad I would be if I'd have been in it since 2008?
Well, my hairdresser tried to tell me that Earth was flat in 2010, 11, I think. Maybe around then. I think I had her for a long time. She's a great friend. And I can't remember when she told me, but I used to listen with interest, but I just was a space nerd, so I wasn't listening to it. Like I was taking it in, but I wasn't taking it in. Do you know what I mean? I was open to her having another opinion.
You're a space nerd.
Yeah.
I went to Kennedy Space Center and bought stuff.
Oh man, no, I was super into. My dad was a mathematician. I was super into black holes and dark energy, and the latest new scientist revelation. Like seriously, like very big space nerd. We were always trying to come up with a grand unified theory to the universe. And my dad did say, there's something really wrong with physics. And, there's this complete breakdown between quantum and Newtonian, and it suggests that something's majorly wrong. So I'm kind of grateful to him for getting me onto that. But unfortunately, I could never talk to him. He's dead now, but I wished I could have talked to him about flat Earth, but it was too late. Like he was in his 90s by the time I figured it out, and I just didn't think he was ready. He was not ready to let go of his globe, so I never did. But we would have had the best conversations if I could have brought it up, man. It would have been.
I can't talk to my parents about it.
No.
Well, my issue is my old man is semi-illiterate, so I can't just hand him paperwork and stuff and say, "Hey, mate, check this out." And Mum sort of does all the paperwork type of stuff. So whenever you mention anything that involves reading paperwork, the first thing Dad does is looks at Mum, and if she says no, then that's it, game over. Especially when any paperwork's involved. So as far as Mum's concerned, I'm a fucking loony. So therefore, Dad just shakes his head, and that's about as good as I can get from them.
Yeah, I tell you what, my parents both seem to be like really into like obviously not the mainstream. And my mum sat me down a long time ago. She used to be a journalist. And she said, you know, you've got to like read the lefty papers and then read the righty papers, and then you've got to make up your own mind and read between the right
Oh
lines, and
wow, you're
don't
lucky.
assume either one is correct. And so I learned
Yep.
that from a very early age. But I have to say, when it came to 9/11 and the war in Iraq and Saddam Hussein, they both went down the kind of mainstream rabbit hole, and I was so disappointed because I'd always held them to a high regard, both of them, because they
They
were
told you to
centering
always do
what.
your own research. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like trying to show them stuff, and no, like honestly, it was like beating my head against the wall back then, back in the early days. And I think it was even just like pretty blue pilled stuff, like Michael Moore, his thing on 9/11, or it was something pretty like not that non-mainstream, really. When you come when I know
See, that's sort of similar to
now
me.
knowing what I know.
That's sort of similar to me because when I was young, I was always told, think for yourself. You got to think for yourself. Make sure you think for yourself. And all of a sudden now I'm older and I think for myself, and it's like, how did you come up with that shit? It's like, let me get this straight. When I was younger, you want me to think for myself, and now I do think for myself. You're pissed off that I don't think the same shit as you. Like, seriously. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But I'll give them credit.
Unfortunately, I think there's probably a little bit of poisoning of the mass population involved in that
Yeah.
sort of crap. Because my mum eventually ended up with dementia, and
Yeah, that's pretty
I'm pretty
nasty.
sure it was down to her medicine choices in life.
High statins. Yep.
Voltarol and yeah, all sorts of stuff. And so yeah, I think aluminium is in everything, isn't it? Like if you don't know how to detox from aluminium, then you're pretty much going to be poisoned. Do you know about that? How to detox from aluminium?
Not the detox side of it. There's plenty of if you get onto what's that program? Telegram. There's plenty of channels about detoxing and stuff like that. I have
Yeah,
had
it's
a
real
very
simple though.
short
It's
look.
just volcanic water. It's just silica-rich water, man. If you drink enough volcanic silica-rich water, and preferably not from plastic bottles, if you can just put silica in good water, you can gradually over several months get rid of the aluminium and you build up in your body. And there's a whole bunch of other things, like nicotine patches and all sorts of stuff that can help, wormwood and blah blah blah. But yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people, including I reckon my mum, have been poisoned by their medicines. But I
Well,
won't, because it's not the topic
it's
here. But
funny.
yeah.
I actually work up at the local, one of the locals. One, there's like 15 of them. One of the oldies homes. So I get to see people with dementia all the time, and a lot of them are under government care, and it frustrates the shit out of me when we get all these people saying, "Hey, blah 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 helps that," or ABC reverses that, and it's like, hang on a minute. Here I am working in a freaking oldies home where out of 60 plus people, only 4 of them are not diagnosed with dementia. Why aren't we trying some of these natural remedies and things that you guys are claiming work? Like, to give you an idea of the levels of how bad some of them are, one of the guys up there, if you say good morning to him, he'll probably clap his hands 3 times, and he'll forget who you are by the time you reach over to shake his hand. It's that bad, he's that far gone. Like, he's a super nice guy, but he just can't communicate. I get on the internet reading about all these weird and wonderful things that can help dementia, and why aren't they testing it out on people that are 99% gone? Hey, if it works on someone who's 99% shot, then someone who's only just started it'd probably clean them up from it. It's so frustrating.
Well, especially when it's something as non-medicine and easy to source as just having some volcanic silica-rich water. Like it's not a big ask, is it? To try and try something. But actually, it's quite tried and tested. There's many professors that now, and academics that have been like struck off and all that rubbish. But basically, there's a lot of research now that shows it. So it's so simple, I think. And yeah, I'm really pissed off that I didn't know this stuff when my mum was going down with dementia. And, you know, she died after the unmentionable topic. You know, with the jibby jabby crap.
Yeah.
But
One of my
you
aunties
know, her
passed
brain
away
was
with
really gone.
dementia, and towards the end, it looked like it was parasitic. It looked like it was eating away at her. So not just affecting her mind, like most people think. It actually looked like her body was getting consumed from the inside, and she was basically shriveling up around her bones. And she went from being like not overly fat or anything, just reasonable, and to basically nothing within, I think it was about 8 months.
Yeah, they say the brain shuts down and that gradually, you know, the normal functions that you would normally do subconsciously just gradually shut down one by one. You know, that's after you lose all the anecdotal stuff and talking to them and the rest of it usually. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad. I know it's not the topic of the room, but it is sad. I think most people have been poisoned, so it's hard to get through to the older generation. I mean, I tried to warn my dad about a whole bunch of things, and he was like, "Oh, you know, polio vaccine is so good, darling. You know, what would we have done without it?" And I just feel like they've been hoodwinked, and it makes me kind of
Yeah, they have
annoyed.
been.
You know, such lovely people, and they all meant well, but they were hoodwinked. You know. Sad.
Yep.
And including about the earth and about physics. I mean, my dad was a maths teacher and really fascinated and all that sort of stuff. Got me really inspired in it all. But I wish he'd learnt this stuff, man. He would have been buzzing, I think, because he was all into that. Yeah, very much. He knew that something was wrong with physics for sure. And constantly taught me about the beauty of maths and music and phi and pi and all these magical numbers that you can see throughout all life and golden ratio, all that stuff. You know, he taught me all that, man. And so I think he would have lapped it up, surely. Yeah, no, and but no, he got through to his 90s, and he had all his faculties about him. He just couldn't hear. So I
Yep.
think, you know, there's a whole bunch of issues from the banks taking over, you know, maths, science, education, and, you know, pharma a long time ago, 150 years ago, and this is what we're now dealing with, is the consequence of that, which includes the whole earth and physics being set off on a merry way. I mean, all these physicists since Einstein have basically been sent off on a merry path of complete pseudoscience. It's amazing.
Yeah. Have we got any newbies in here? Spring Corpse. I have not met that one, but I don't. Not one of our guys, is it? Welcome, the Spring Corpse. Oh, here we go. 4 mutual servers. That's probably a voice I've heard before. Wait for it. Someone's been in Earth Awakenings, English Hub, Politics. You poor child. And Home Base.
You don't go to Earth Awakening sometimes, Matrix? That's quite interesting in there if you like to hear speculation, Bill.
Nah, that's what I'm not really interested. Prior to me coming over here, you would have heard of them, the magazines Nexus, Dawn.
The what?
They're magazines that come out every second month. One of them's called Nexus. The other one is called New Dawn. They're Kiwi magazines. They release them over here. But anyways,
oh yes, I've seen a hard copy in the local dairy years ago, but I don't think they sell it anymore. Yes, I know it. Patrick Henningenson, or whatever his name is, from UK Column, he was promoting them a lot, and they got heavily censored by the New Zealand government, eh?
Yeah, fancy that. I'd been reading those since I was about 18. The first time I ever come across one of those, I was an apprentice and I was 17 years of age. And I read it and went, this is freaking awesome. I'm getting one. So every fortnight, one had come out, and then the offset fortnight, the other one had come out, and yeah, that's about right. And smashing them.
Sorry for interrupting. My apologies for not responding to you. I was walking
right,
my
mate.
dog. The reason like my profile's all out of whack is because I dropped out of the conversations on Discord because everything got crazy after that final experiment thing. And it was just like I didn't know what was happening. It was like watching a reality TV show, like Survivor or something like that. And I was just like, I'm done with that. I just want to hang out with my family and raise my family right. Like I just like this is all fun and interesting, and it's really fun to debate. All these ideas that you can come up with, and it was like a really bright community. And then everything just went into total chaos. And I was just like, my kid looked at me. My kid's only 10 years old. And he looked at me and he's like, Dad, you got to get off of Discord because, people are yelling at you for no reason. And you're yelling at people for no reason. And so the reason that I have like all these weird, like little Discord channels that I follow is because I don't know where anybody is anymore. Like I'm totally lost.
All right.
Like I don't know where like Witsit is anymore. I'm just like done. Like I have no idea where to go to just like listen and talk about the actual shape of the Earth. Everyone
Witsit used to hang about in Earth Awakenings, I think it was. He'd pop in there every now and then.
I'm on Earth Awakenings. I have all the verifications on all the channels, and no one's there anymore. Unless I'm just like up too late. But you guys are Australian, right?
Yep.
Because you're up. Yeah. So I'm in Nebraska.
I'm in New Zealand.
Okay. So I'm up late. I'm in Middle America, and I can never find anybody who's actually just discussing it properly without screaming at each other.
Okay. So stay away from politics server because you just get morons over there that'll just nah, and it doesn't matter what you present or how awesome the data you present is. My mum said, and you're going to get stupid answers like that. And if you can tolerate that kind of shit,
but that's what everything sounds like, no matter what server or what platform it is. It's not exactly what you said. Like no one, they are so ingrained. Their feet are bolted to the fucking ground, and they will not accept anything that is beyond their purview that you say that could like it. And it's like that in politics, worldwide, in everything. And I just want to show my son, listen, what do you think? And he's like, it looks like the sky moves. Cool. Let's investigate that. And that's all I want for my son.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to impart any kind of bullshit, a political situation onto him where he's like, my dad said this, and then he gets a fight in a fight at school or something. Well, at home school, by the way. But like just like that that kind of like
you said he's only young, isn't he?
He's 10. And I've homeschooled him since basically the day he was born.
All right. Yep.
But I teach him like these mental kind of gymnastics where like, all right, this is what public school would teach you today.
Yep.
And then now this is what the truth is. So I teach him about the truth about slavery.
Well, instead of teaching him the truth about that, because a story coming from you is just a matter of your perception versus a matter of the government's. Teach him logic and how to break down and separate those two facts. Like, for example, flat versus round. What can we do to prove one versus the other? We measure it. So if you can teach him how to grab an argument and be non-biased and put forward pros and cons for each side and break it down for himself, that would be more beneficial than you just pushing a story to him. Does that make sense?
Correct, and
Maybe.
correct, and that's what I do. But I do it on a minuscule level, and exactly what you do, and what you just said. So, going back to, I don't mean to bring slavery into it. That was just like a weird thing that came out of my mouth. But I do give him the example of literally every single primitive human being on the planet that can grow hair had dreadlocks, and so. So it's not like any cultural appropriation. Like literally everybody was a slave and had dreadlocks. And then I taught him like, take this water, this bottle of water, and walk as far as you can and keep it as level as you can. It'll be level every single time. And he's like, well, what about the sun shining through? And so he dumped out a little bit of water out of just like a basic bottle of water, and then took a little flashlight, like a pocket flashlight, and shone it down on top of the top of the bottle. And then he created the motion of the sun in the bottle of water, like in the street. I was like shocked that he did it. He's like, that's what this the motion of the sun is. I was like,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Good job. Keep thinking. That's kind of how I teach him, is like the Socratic method, like asking questions.
Yep.
And then
Cool.
get the answers. It just sucks that it seems like this community has completely just fractured and fallen into pieces.
No, it hasn't. You're just at the wrong times. Like seriously, earlier on today there was about 35 people in here.
I feel like 2 years ago I was on here and there was like 3,000 people in here.
So at the moment, this is what basically the last probably 2 hours, and the next 2 hours is Aussie time. So this is when the Aussies come in here and make a lot of noise and
I remember
guard the room, as in us, Aussies. After that, you'll get the early risers, or the fighters will be rising and popping in, and then the middle crew. So you're probably looking at another, what do we got? About 1 o'clock in the morning. It's normally pretty busy. That's my time. So it's 7 p.m. at the moment.
Well, it's 3:05 my time, so I'm going to bed soon. But it's good to talk to somebody who has a smile on their face, because I can hear it. There used to be good times with good conversation, man. And like, I'll try and jump back in a little bit more, but thank you for taking my call.
No, you're right, mate.
Whatever
At least you know where we hang out.
Yeah.
There's been some really great conversations. Maybe you've missed them, but like there's a lot of them actually recorded on New Perspective channel on YouTube. Like I highly recommend. There's a lot of
I listened to him,
24/7 and yeah.
Is he a part of DJ server? That might help a lot, because there's a lot of
New Perspective.
Whatever you
invite
do.
to server.
I was gonna say, whatever you do, if you think politics is bad, don't go to QOps.
Politics is nasty.
QOps nightmare. Yeah, in there. But I mean, entertaining. But yeah, it's crazy.
Is that where I think I was just on there actually before I came to you guys, and they were screaming at each other.
Anti-truthers?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a total nightmare.
See, the problem with politics is what you've got. You've got all these young kids who think they know everything about government issues, and they use their minuscule knowledge of government policies and procedures as a debate forum. And they think that they're exceptional at debating. So what they'll do is they'll jump into our channel. They don't give a crap about the subject matter. They just give a crap about the art of debating. So we get a lot of debate bros in there. So they'll come in and dictate and carry on, and they'll use slimy tactics, and they'll talk through you, all of the crappy tactics, just so they can monologue. And there's a few of us that don't really take to that. So, they get shut down pretty quick.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few of those. Yes. But, politics is exceptionally toxic. A lot of the guys won't even go over there. They'll just sit in here and listen.
All right. Well, if you see me again, it's usually I'm choring, doing some chores around the house, and
Yep.
just listening. So if I don't respond, or if you see my name and I'm not responding, it's probably because I'm crawling in an attic or like doing some repairs on my house or something like
No,
that.
that's cool. But I sent you a link to DJ's server, the Pickled Mind server. He actually puts up a lot of notifications when we're running an event in here. So if you just join that channel and just the notifications will pop up, blah, 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 having an event in home base or this channel or, probably won't have one in politics. We just sort of pop into politics every now and then. Like I went over there today for half an hour. Couple of morons over there that are just basically fingers in ears, nah, and then they'll want a monologue. So it's just no. Give us your data. I just want your proofsies, and I can be on my merry way.
Right on. You guys are cool.
Yeah.
Sorry you have echoes from the future
The
or the
past?
past from Nebraska.
Nah,
You
you're
guys
cool,
are
man.
just like waking up. But I'm gonna sign off. But thank you for the warm greeting. That was awesome. And I hope to talk to you guys again.
Cool. Peace, man. Look after yourself.
Peace.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And we've had a little bunny hop in. Welcome, little bunny. Don't you hop out on us. You've done it before. Oh, there, inside chat. Hello. Yes, you can unclick your microphone. This channel is known for people that don't have good English. That's why some people are here, so they can practice their English.
Is Artemis still blue screen at the moment? Last I heard.
Are you actually watching that crap?
No, I've just been hearing it on the ether of people talking about it.
And no, that's not Windows 7 starting up. Whoever suggested that earlier. Or the 20.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Like, dude, what the fuck is that?
I've got my phone sitting about a foot away from the microphone, and
Oh,
every time I get a message, so I'm on Discord, as you know, Telegram, and there's another one. I can't remember what it's called. And every time someone puts a notification on some of the channels, it does that sound.
god damn!
Some days it's
like I keep getting like flashbacks of like old like computer booting up sound things.
nah. I've got my headphones on, so it's not that loud for me. What do we got? It's not the English I'm concerned about, but I wouldn't feel... No, it just jumped on me. I wouldn't feel comfortable being recorded. Happy to be here and listen in, though. That's all right. There's a lot of people that don't like being recorded. So, yeah. I can't force people to talk. That's not what it's about. But if you do have any questions, in your case, please type them up in the side chat. One of the main reasons is we want people to talk is there's a lot of people that actually have alternate accounts, and they use those accounts to come in here and cause trouble. So they'll get in the side chat and they'll type nasty things, and then they'll run away and no one will know who they are. So if they talk and just say hello, we can go, oh, we don't know that voice. That's someone who's new, and we can leave you in peace. So that's all. And there's quite a few of them that have come across from the politics server that have taken it upon themselves to follow us. So there's another one. And who's new that just popped in? Two of them just popped in, and I don't even know who it was. Oh well.
Me, what's me?
I blame Gemsy. Hey Gemsy, how's it going, man?
Yeah, bro. I'm alright. How you doing?
Hey Matrix, do you know where I can get
Yes.
footage where you've got like infrared shot really far away, you know, elevated or whatever from a plane, and then you've got the same shot almost identical except for without the infrared filter?
That's what I'm doing when my camera turns up. So if you wait a bit longer, my goal is to have two identical cameras, except for the fact one of them is converted to. So I'm going to set them both up on tripods and take photos and film the same thing at the same time, both with the same lens, both with the same zoom, both identical, except for the fact one's converted to IR.
Yeah, because did you hear that argument earlier? I can't remember how many hours ago, but someone was arguing that if you've got a shot and then you've got infrared version and you can see further, doesn't that completely debunk refraction as it's being argued currently so regularly?
Okay, the claim on the table from their part is when we say we basically the short version, we see too far. Their rebuttal to we see too far is refraction allows you to see too far. That's what they're claiming. So this magical refraction just appears out of left field and enables us to see further than what we naturally would anyways. Now, my argument is, if we grab infrared technology, so say we take a photo and we can see, I'm just picking a number, 20 miles. So 2 foot high, we see 20 miles. That's beyond the curve. So our claim is we see too far, they turn around and throw refraction back at us. So my goal now is to have a infrared camera. Now, infrared, it doesn't remove refraction, but due to the wavelengths being used, it reduces it. Now, if we're reducing the cause of said effect, us seeing too far, if we're reducing that cause, that should reduce the distance that we are seeing. That should take our vision back to the physical geometric horizon. And that's what I plan on doing. Taking long-range shots with the IR, so it's forced to bring us back to the physical geometric horizon. And then when I turn around and say, why is it we're seeing too far? They won't have a leg to stand on because I'll have a full colour version and a IR version side by side.
Well, it's so counterintuitive anyway, because the whole point that the military have infrared cameras is to see further.
Yeah, they
So
don't
we
accept
already
that.
know. They don't accept it. It's crazy. Just nuts.
Well,
Yeah.
you know the flatearth.ws training website?
No.
Okay, just Google flatearth.ws.
Okay. All right.
And it'll take you to this shitty website where it's just Strawman Central. I suppose you could call it that. I call it the training grounds. Grab an argument and tear it to shreds. One of them, if you look in there, is all about refraction. And they claim quite clearly that we've got it the wrong way round. Refraction allows you to see further. Now, I don't claim to be an expert in this, but any time you have got anything that disables your ability to see, that would reduce how far you can see. So if you put fog in front of you, reduces how far you can see. If you have some kind of miraging effect, reduces how far you can see. Nothing other than clear skies, which would allow you to see further, every other thing disables you from seeing far, inclusive of refraction. So them claiming that refraction allows you to see further when it disables how far you can see is an absolute joke.
And even if they could claim it, it's only meant to be 15%, right? And if we're talking about 15%, are we talking about 15% of the distance that you're
Yep.
seeing is extra? Yeah? Okay.
15% total,
so-
yep.
Yeah, and we've got like PhD physicists on record saying
And
that, right?
that 15% is being generous. It's actually between about 7 and 10. So even if we
Right.
cap it at 10, or we go ultra generous and say, you know what, we're going to jack it up to 15. So like in the Black Swan, for example, the formula 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we're supposed to see 1.22 miles. Now, if you apply standard refraction to it, that takes you out to 1.34 miles. So even with their standard refraction added on to the original Black Swan, it still doesn't get the horizon anywhere near the right-hand oil rig. Don't worry about the one on the left.
Yeah, I guess the first stage of acceptance is denial, right?
Yeah. So that's my goal. And there's a few others that have got IR cameras too. That's my goal with the cameras, is to do side-by-side comparisons. So if I do happen to get a really good long-range shot and someone just goes, refraction, I can go, infrared, refraction out the window.
Can you get one on a drone, or is it going to be too heavy kind of contraption?
No. Okay, what happens, you know how you've got your camera and there's the sensor on the inside of your camera? They've got a filter. Most of them come with a filter already on them, and it's called an IR cut. So if you look in the side chat where it's got visible spectrum that Yaga has posted up,
Oh, yeah.
we can only see in that very short area. So when you have a look at the grey bar across the top, we only see in a very small area. Okay? Now, which is visible spectrum, and you can see the vertical black lines, which were as far as we can see. So what happens is with the IR cut, it filters out anything above where that right-hand black line is. So where you've got down the bottom, violet, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, red, that's where the IR cut stops. Because we can't actually see it, they just filter it out, so it's not there. Now, when you get your camera converted over so you can see infrared, what they do is they remove that filter. Sometimes, if you say, I want to only video or photo in a specific frequency, they will put a high cut in there. So if you say, I only want to go from green down, they can put a high cut. Anything above that will get removed. Or they can also go the other way. Anything below that can get removed. Now, the IR filter, what they do is you get, say, 720 nanometers. Anything below that gets blocked. So it only allows the infrared in. So it cuts down all the other random weird stuff, and it only allows the high end in. So that's the whole purpose of getting the sensor done.
So would you say that you're getting more of a glimpse of what really is there, or are we just seeing...
What will happen for me, it will show things that we can't naturally see anyways. So because it's outside of our visual range, they only come out in black and white. But the good part is I can turn my camera over and say I just want black and whites anyways. So I can do comparisons of this is a black and white not converted, this is an IR, just so you can see the difference. And I'll show you, once I get it all, I'll show you. So I've got no problem with that. I think it's going to be great. A few people are going to love it. A few of the Globers are not going to love it though, especially when their refraction just gets removed from the equation, which is the whole purpose.
I really love to see some side-by-sides. It would be great to see some side-by-sides, normal resolution, exactly the same angle, and then an infrared of the same photo.
Well, apparently they're saying that infrared is actually not that far removed from the visible spectrum, and so it will suffer an amount of maybe a little less, right? So, but its ability to mitigate refractive effects or refractive conditions is less than its ability to mitigate things like fog and haze and particles, particulates in the air. But having said that, right? So they're going to expect them to come back at you with the whole infrared is still refracted, blah 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 blah, and on enough, like
what a load of horseshit.
conditions.
We know just by the wavelength difference.
Right, but right. So there's these times when you're looking out and you'll have these miraging effects and everything, right? And they're saying it's due to the curvature. So what I'm predicting is that with more and more long distance infrared photography, like high powered zoom technology in infrared, we're going to see instances where people will take one image of like something that looks like it's miraged due to certain conditions in the air that isn't really to do with refraction, right? And it's going to mitigate that, and you'll see it in infrared, and it'll look more clearer, and without any or at least less miraging effects. Right, and also where there seems to be a horizon that's maybe you're seeing a horizon that's like a false horizon that's like because of haze and
that's what it rips through that. You know, when you look out at the horizon and you get that blue haze when you're looking out to the hills and stuff like that. That stuff it absolutely tears through.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'd like to see a sunrise at the exact same size, same time, and you have a P1000 zoomed in with normal camera, and at exactly the same time you have the same image, only infrared, and then compare the two and see if the sun is higher in the sky. Because it might be because of if it's refraction, right? If it's not, I don't know. You know how you zoom into the sun and then it sort of rises back up into the sky, kind of thing. You've seen those? I assume that they're real footage.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like they zoom out and the sun is sitting right down low, and when they jump up higher.
Yeah. So if you had the two exact shots and exact angles taken at the exact same moment and watched that sun setting, would you see a different angle of sun? It'd be very interesting. I'd love to compare the two. I don't know how you could do the two at the same time. Can you?
The other one I'm
From the
keen to
same
get hold
lens?
of. The other one I'm super keen to get hold of is to do IR moon shots. Other than being outside and howling at the moon, I'm pretty keen to see that.
Can you do video too?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, so imagine. And then can you get the same image and show what it would look like at the exact same time without the
That's why I'm
infrared?
doing the two cameras. I've got two set. I'm getting.
Oh, you got two side by side.
Yeah,
Is
that's
the
the whole purpose of this. Both same models.
I suppose there'll be a little bit of parallax in that they're a slightly different plane.
Not if you're doing long range shots. If you're doing stuff that's that far away, the fact that they're 1 foot apart is not going to be a biggie.
The error rate would be tiny. Yeah.
Yeah. If someone calls that out, I'm just going to press the mute button. I'm not listening to that shit. Unless I'm shooting something that's ultra close, that's within, say, 10 meters, and then they go, oh, there's a bit of parallax. It's like, yeah, okay, because I'm only 10 meters away. That's fair. But if I'm shooting stuff at full zoom and it's a long way out, like hills and shit off into the distance, it's just going to be like,
I'm just predicting they're coping, that's all.
Oh, yeah, well, we know that's coming. Yeah, without a doubt
so
that's
the
coming.
same camera can't take the same information both at the same time and give you the two images from the exact same lens at the exact same time of a video, one with normal footage with normal filter and the other with infrared at the same time from the same lens?
No, all you do is you do two separate filmings, but you run them both at the same time. And then you use software to basically synchronize the films and basically put them on the screen and then resave the whole lot as one image at the same time.
What do you think would happen with the sun? Do you reckon it would be higher?
Don't know.
Be interesting, eh? Yeah.
I think a lot of the claims from the Globers are amplified somewhat. I'm going to be polite and say it like that.
I was hearing that if you look at a lunar eclipse with an infrared camera, you can't see the shadow.
That's one of the things I want to suss out.
Yeah,
You saw my moon photos from the other day.
I think so.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
where's D drive?
post them again.
Posting, and was that one good? Yeah, that one will do. Make it sound easier. That was the last photo, and that was taken. Properties. Let's have a look here. 2 days ago.
Just as the Artemis left on April Fool's, eh?
And there's another one. That one's all right. I was testing out different things on my camera. That one there's pretty clear too. Chuck that one up. Like when we had our little eclipse the other day, I had a bit of cloud, and I was trying to use my 800mm lens, but it's full manual. It's really hard to focus with, because I'm doing this on my back veranda. You know, me leaning to the left or right is enough to shake the thing. And because it's a brand new camera, I was still trying to find where the timer is, because being that I'm male, I don't read instruction manuals, I refuse to. I couldn't find the auto timer, so I was actually me clicking the button shakes the shit out of the lens, so some of the photos are a little bit fuzzy. But just to give you an idea, this tiny little white dot that I'm posting up right now, which I can't believe it's 2.65 megabytes for that little white dot, that's my camera fully zoomed out. That's what I see as the moon. So that's at 75mm. The bigger ones are the 800mm, and I think it's that one there. Yeah, that's the super clear one. This size, however, is at 300mm. And what I'll do is I'll get that 300 and we'll just zoom in a little bit. Just to show
Matrix,
you
do you
how.
know when the next lunar eclipse is?
Wouldn't have a clue. I'll just wait till Matthew Learns turns up. He'll tell us.
I'll go look it up. You're in like New South Wales, eh?
Yep.
Okay, I'll check.
All right, so that there. So I'll just close that. And if I paste, yeah, that's a bit better. So that's what my 300mm lens will do for you. Quite scary. The lens I want to get's an 800, and I'll be having a doubler in front of that, so it puts me out to 1600 optical zoom. So to put that into perspective, the P1000 has a 365mm optical zoom. They have a 4 times digital zoom on top of that. So yeah, I'm already equal to a P1000. I don't use the optical, I don't use the digital zoom, but I've got a 5 and a 10 by digital zoom. So if I click full size and zoom by 10, I can't even tell what I'm looking at because it's that close to it. And the other thing is, I can't hold the camera still. I can't manual it. I can't hold the camera still enough to see.
I was going to say, do you need like a tracker so you can track at the right rate to catch the moon so that you do keep it still on the moon?
Well, I was just doing that fixed. So, and I've got it, because it was so bright, my ISO speeds were, my shutter speed was up at a reasonable amount. I think they were done at, where are they? That one right there. Hold on. Details. What was that one done? ISO 100. So with an f-stop of 9, so 1/100th of a second. So that's still pretty quick for nighttime shots. Yeah, so my shutter speed was reasonably quick, so I didn't have to worry about it moving and blurring the shot. Whereas when you're doing full darkness, so say I was looking at the trees or the bridge down the road or something like that, which is not illuminated, the fact that it's sitting still, I can focus on it and take a shot and do basically a time lapse. Whereas, yeah, the moon, if it's a not so bright episode, then yeah, it's a bit harder.
If you
Like-
catch it on equinox and video it, then maybe you get pros like a moon wave, right? Because doesn't that normally
I know
happen
what
on
you're
the
talking
equinox?
about. I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about, the lunar wave. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen videos of it. I've never actually... But just to show you how blurry the photos are, okay, this was our lunar eclipse when it loads up a couple of weeks ago, and you can see how that's blurry. That's what happens when you've got to hold the shutter open and the thing moves. Now, I was trying to manual those, of course, but it's a shame I couldn't find the timer. The timer's got a 2-second delay on it, so I press the button, then I can take my hands off the camera, and it'll time 1, 2, click, and it's just enough time for the camera to stop shaking in order to get a clear shot. Isn't that interesting? I look at that moon, especially that big picture, and I've always seen the moon as an orange, like as in the fruit, except it's white. That's what it looks like to me. Someone's thrown a bloody great big orange up there and forgot to colour it. Don't know why. Maybe that little dot with all the lines radiating off it, whatever the shit that is. Who knows? So we've got a couple of new people, I think.
For
We've got a
comparative photos, it'll be amazing.
random selection of
Can't
letters.
wait.
Yeah, I know. I'm keen as myself, don't worry.
Infra.
I'll just be
Up in a
taking random
drone, high level,
random
on a
photos of shit.
plane. Yeah.
Well, if you wanna look at getting your drone converted to infrared, there's 2 different ways they do it. Number one, they remove the IR cut completely off the sensor, and then you add your own filter. So you pick what frequencies or what wavelengths you want. So you can put a filter on which allows normal filming. You can do that to drones. So the company... Oh, hi. That's great. The company I'm using is called Kalari Vision.
You're like an
KOL...
unskippable ad. You just keep on going.
You are?
No, like you're literally an unskippable ad.
Bro,
Let's get to the substance
no
of the
one's
dialectic.
forcing you to be in here. But since you are in here, have you got any
Let's
proof
get
of
to the
curvature?
substance of the dialectic. I affirm globe Earth. You ready?
Excellent. Go for it.
Yeah, so obviously it's going to be a deductively sound modus tollens argument. It's going to be a P1. If the Earth is flat, then the globe Earth view entails a logical contradiction. The globe Earth view doesn't entail a logical contradiction. Conclusion that...
Hold on a minute. You haven't given me the option to contradict it.
Oh, I haven't? What do you think the logical contradiction is? Just for some clarity.
Well, to contradict curvature, all I've got to do is show there isn't any. That's not hard to do.
No, but I'm talking about the view itself.
Well, you don't view any curvature.
Well, presumably if somebody's just holding to the view itself... and
So your premise is already broken. You don't view any curvature, and you're using that as part of a logical deduction. And you're one of these fuckwits. Yeah, click mute, gone. Go away. This is not a debate channel, Junior. Fuck off back to politics. That's where you clowns belong. Welcome, was it Baker? Baker? He thinks I'm going to unmute him. Here's a deal for you. Post up your P1, your P2, and your conclusion in the side chat. We'll go through it from there when you've done so. Your debate bro tactics don't really work in here. The reason it's not a debate is it's based off measurements, not off your personal beliefs. You can't debate measurements. You can probably debate what colour the tape measure is, or whether I used it correctly in the first place. I can't really argue with that. But the actual measurements themselves, no, not really debate worthy.
Can you debate if kilometers or miles are better?
Personal preference, debatable. They're both just agreed values anyway, so you can convert from one to the other. So debating over which one's better, well, I think kilometers are better because they're easier to round off. So it's not really that much fun, is it? Oh, come on, Jamesy. Smile.
I'm smiling, but I cannot be loud.
Oh, it's that time at home, is it?
Yeah, I was sleeping, but I woke up to you talking to the sweet lady and the other guy.
Oh, Spring Corpse.
Sweet lady. Nice.
There we go. He's put it up. Number one.
Yeah, what's up?
If flat Earth is true, then the not flat Earth view entails a logical contradiction. Premise 2. The not flat Earth view doesn't entail a logical contradiction. So, therefore, the Earth isn't flat. So, he's going off on a null here. How's he going to prove a null? This is going to be interesting. Hey, T-Dub, do you want to converse with this clown?
Yeah. Sure.
All right, I'll unlock him for you. He's put his modus up in the side chat. P1, P2 conclusion.
Okay.
And
what does that mean?
I've unlocked him for you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, run the critique of the argument.
If flat Earth is true, then the not flat Earth view entails a logical contradiction. The not flat Earth view? A logical contradiction. Yeah, there's plenty of them. The not flat Earth view doesn't entail a logical contradiction. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat. Okay, can you detail how the not flat Earth view doesn't entail a logical contradiction?
Ah, what a retard. Yeah, because, and just for clarity, what I mean by
I'm not interested now.
not flat Earth view.
But boring. I'm not
is just to
interested, bro.
entail-
Not interested, bro. I mean, I was civil, you know. You just came at it with insults, like straight off the bat. Not interested.
So there's your logical contradiction. Ad hom.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like everybody knows that. Yeah, a logical syllogism can be valid in form, but the premises can be unsound and untrue, right? So all I asked him was to demonstrate that one of his P2 was true, and he called me a retard. So I'm not interested.
He also started like if flat Earth, right? What is that for him? Is that
Yeah,
like
that's
an imaginary thing that he has in his head or something?
Absolutely, Jamesy. Thank you. That's what I was going to also ask him once I got into just detail that part there. But yeah, exactly. Perfect. That's what I was thinking that from the get-go. As soon as I began reading it, what does he mean by flat Earth? Is it the same flat Earth that we're talking about?
Yeah, if I don't see this imaginary thing that I have in my head, if I don't see that in the physical and natural world, therefore, the thing that I imagine is not true.
excuse me, guys. Just hello there. I just wanted to ask. So recently, that there's a picture taken by you know Artemis 2 from like the space that like the Earth's like overall figure isn't really flat, right? I just want to ask, right? What do you guys think about this picture? And is there any like thoughts and opinion for people who believe that the Earth is flat? I really want to know your guys, you know, opinion about this. Thank you.
Our opinion on photographs. They're photos.
Yeah, they're photos taken from space.
Well, that's yet to be proven. And that's a claim that you've got to substantiate.
I see, I see.
Listen, I don't really have a problem with mechanical devices above our heads. Never really have. I've been in planes before. Now, the whole things in space, however, is a bit of a problem because it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to do with entropy and gas pressure. So the whole space thing is a bit of a problem for some of us. I won't speak for all of us, but for some of us. As far as those images go, whether they're fake or whether they're real, it's up to you to substantiate that they are actually from where they're claimed to be from. Now, let's just go along. Let's follow the path that they are true and correct. Okay, we'll accept that they're true and correct. They're taken from where they're allegedly taken from. If that's the case, and the Earth is a ball, with the given dimensions that we're told at school, a radius of 3,959 miles, that means we could quite easily measure the drop over distance or the curvature rate of this ball that you've got photographs of. The issue is, when the good people go... Yeah, I noticed the other kid just left because he probably didn't want to listen to this bit. When we go out and do laser tests and test for this curvature rate, we don't find it. That's how we know all that space stuff's bullshit. Because if it was true, we'd measure the curvature quite comfortably.
All right. Thank you for that, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's real or not, given how... Yes, the picture is... I'm... Maybe not. I am... I'm not really that... I can't really determine whether it's real or not, because everything is just, like, hard to determine nowadays. But, yeah, there's, like, no physical measure yet, and maybe that's the reason that... Yeah, you guys can... Like, we can be skeptical about whether the Earth is flat or not. I just, like, wonder if this significant picture that the team that went to space could have been, like, you know, be something that is, you know, proven that the Earth is not entirely flat. But, you know, I'm just curious and all. That's all. But yeah, thank you so much for answering. Metatrix.
Matrix.
Oh, okay, Matrix. Thanks.
It looks horrible to say, but most of the time it's, do you know the movie with Neo and Morpheus and Trinity? And they'll go, yeah, The Matrix. That's how you say my name.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
If you got any more questions, mate, don't be scared to ask. Yeah, most of us don't bite. Most of the time.
Will do.
Cheers, man.
Why is there no stars in those images? None of them had any stars in them. It seems crazy.
Actually, they posted one with stars, allegedly.
Oh, really?
I saw it. Yeah, they did.
After people
I'd love
started
to see a
complaining
picture
online.
posted. Oh, really?
No, I'm guessing. Like, but what they got to be careful of their fakery, because avid astronomers, like you know, amateur and, you know, academics alike are going to nitpick it to pieces, right? So their star fields have to be perfect.
Yeah. So where did they show the stars? I'd be loving to see that. And how come they can have one photo with stars, but all the rest are complete pitch black?
Oh, it's the angle and the light. The sun was facing that way. Oh, like, I don't know.
Coping.
We're in daylight, guys, like constantly.
Yeah, so are they almost flinging their way onto a moon orbit yet? I'd love to know. And then look at the moon.
I'm surprised they haven't met with disaster yet, like some sort of crisis that's gonna, because the world's gonna get a little bit bored waiting for them to get there, right? And then so they're gonna need something, exciting to happen on the way.
Yeah, doesn't Professor Triangle have a bet?
Yeah.
I think he's got a bet for like $132 or something.
Right.
So
I
he's
predicted
hoping for
I
some
predicted
kind of
that by
malfunction.
today. Yeah, I predicted that by today we'd lose contact with them and they'd be presumed gone, deceased or whatever. And then
It
they'd
has been blue screen,
miraculously
right?
re-establish contact, and they're alive, and the whole world will celebrate, and like they're resurrected from the dead, on Easter Sunday or whatever, But I guess I was just throwing it out there as a possible scenario, but I don't think it's going to happen now.
But it's been blue screen for a while, I heard.
Yeah, but they've still got audio apparently.
Right. Bummer.
I mean, if you can, right? So it's it's monument. You can understand maybe back in the 60s and 70s, that they were on a budget and all that. Right? But now, like, why isn't that thing just loaded with cameras, like pointing in all directions and inside it, like it just 24/7 live streaming the whole thing, at least recording it? Like I'd have like dozens of cameras everywhere. For research purposes.
Cameras watching the cameras in case the first ones fail.
Right, and what if your sensors fail? Right, what if an internal sensor fails, right, and doesn't detect some sort of leak or something going wrong somewhere else, and you've got a camera on the outside that's like picking it up, like for safety reasons. There's all sorts of reasons why you'd want like backup, cameras everywhere.
Can you imagine the package of data that they have to deliver at the end of all the stuff that they couldn't transmit during the trip? It's almost like they can't possibly land, because how are they going to produce all the data that they should have provided? I just don't believe it's possible unless they're really going to try and pull one over us.
Yeah, I don't know. It's it's crazy.
Now, Greenweaver, since you've been watching all this crap, on the NASA website, does it show what speed the rocket's doing?
Yeah, well, I just hear some people questioning the distance from Earth, but the thing is, I suppose it's almost yeah, it does have some readout, but I think it might have stopped reading out. But there was some kind of readout, and it was only suggesting like it was 27,000 miles from Earth or whatever it was, and people are going, well, how come it looks so small in the picture. There was a lot of questioning going on, but yeah, I guess they're supposed to be rotating around and then swinging out to the moon. God knows how.
That's probably why they have to do a lap
How are they
around the Earth
propelling
to
themselves
justify
in the
the
back?
speed. Because I was
Well,
watching one.
So ridiculous.
They're going to meet the moon. It's not even in the direction that they're heading at the moment, but it will be by the time they get there.
And they needed an exact window to fly off. Yeah, and it had to be April 1st, of course. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, interesting how it got brought backwards. It was going to be later on, and now all of a sudden, oh my God, we've got a window! Jump out it! Take off!
I guess the moon must have changed apparent position.
No refraction on the day they checked it the second time?
Triangulating and three-body problem and all sorts of shit going on there.
Actually, it's a wonder we haven't had clowns. I haven't heard a good three-body whinge for a while.
I saved some cartoons that somebody posted in the home server. I can't find them. I'll find them and repost them. There was a Glober, I think, that posted.
You've seen the cat one? I just posted the cat one. I think it's quite funny.
Why would they lie? That's a crappy event title, just saying. You shouldn't really provoke that question.
have been in English Hub. Hang on. Oh, no, I found them. Here we go. These are supposed to be from different reference frames, but the same thing. There's one. Here's the other one. There you go. You see how the moon's not where they are going yet? Like, and then it reaches when it gets it's timed perfectly. Like, oh my god.
It's a clown show. Houston, we got a problem. We overshot it.
Reckon they're gonna slingshot into space and they're gonna be like out kind of abandoned in the darkness of space. I think that will be
Well,
the end.
I've said that too because they haven't had official. There's no official death in space. There's reports that the Russians' early tests resulted in astronauts' deaths or cosmonauts' deaths, but it wasn't really publicized or reported. And there's like leaked audio or something that's depicting the sounds of their trauma and shit. But I don't know. Like it's all bullshit anyway. But I mean, officially, they haven't had anyone die in space yet, or lost to
Didn't
space. So
someone
maybe that's
crash
time.
land on the moon? I thought something crashed on the moon, but maybe it was just a unmanned drone. Maybe I
It was
thought it
probably
was actually.
unmanned. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, wouldn't that be tragic? Like they're fleeing off and they're still alive and there's no way back and there's no saving them. They're just bye guys.
Bit like the submarine that couldn't handle the enormous pressure underwater, but somehow that tin can handle the vacuum of space.
Right. This is classic. I asked how thick is the hull of Orion. Right. It has varying thickness. Primary pressure shell is designed to be very strong, often starting from roughly 6-inch thick metal plates that are machined down, while the pressure hull itself is relatively thin to reduce weight. It is reinforced with internal stiffeners and protected by external shielding. The rear aft heat shield, designed for temperatures of 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, is covered by a 16.5 foot diameter high performance ablative shield. The crew module is a 5-meter diameter capsule designed for deep space missions requiring certain pressure. Capsules designed for low Earth orbit. The hull consists of multi-layers of titanium and composite structures to protect the astronauts. I said, how does this compare to the Apollo modules? So it's Orion. The primary pressure vessel is made of an aluminium lithium alloy. It is built from large metal plates that are machined down to a very thin but reinforced structure to save weight while maintaining deep space durability. So it's already said like 6 inches. Was it? 6-inch or 15.2 centimeters thick metal plates. It says they're machined down. I don't know if that means that they're not that thick. Like, so vague. Yeah, but the Apollo command module, this module featured a dual structure design. The inner pressure shell was an aluminium sandwich with a honeycomb core that varied in thickness from about 0.25 inches at the top to 1.5 inches at the base. What the? Unlike the command modules, the LM was designed strictly for vacuum operations and was incredibly thin. In low-stress areas, its aluminium hull was as thin as 0.012 inches, or 0.3 millimeters, roughly 3 to 4 times the thickness of a modern soda can. Wow.
I'll
Both
say it again.
spacecraft use...
Yeah,
Say,
that's
hey?
going to do a lot.
Right. Both spacecraft use Avcoat, an ablative material that chars and burns away to dissipate heat during re-entry. All right. Yeah, that it somehow these shields they had on there protected the 0.012 inch thick plating. Okay, bro. Whatever you reckon.
Daylight
heat shield
stupidity
was...
ends tonight too.
Hey?
Daylight stupidity ends tonight too.
Oh, does it? Yay!
3 o'clock in the morning. Clocks go back.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Oh, Ryan's going to be reusable, unlike the Apollo modules. Apollo's heat shield was built by manually injecting material into over 300,000 honeycomb cells. Orion uses a more efficient method of bonding pre-molded solid blocks to its titanium and carbon fiber frame. Orion is approximately 30% larger in habitable volume than Apollo, designed to support 4 crew members for up to 21 days, compared to Apollo's 3-person crew for 14 days.
All right, see this crap that I've just posted up in side chat, where they claim that the two images are taken seconds apart, but yet they're totally different for a different ISO. Since I'm flat out at the moment,
What the fuck?
right. So if you change your shutter speed on the camera, you'll get effects. So what I'm going to do for you is, only because I'm super bored and I need something to do at this time of day, I'm going to grab my camera, I'm going to go outside and find something that's semi-illuminated, and I'm going to crank it up to, one of them was caught on a 400 ISO, so I'm going to set my camera at 400, and I'm also going to crank my camera up to its maximum, and I think my maximum's 38,000, just to show you the difference of what would happen with those two settings.
Okay. Are they saying they had some sort of ginormous flash?
No. It's to do with the shutter speed. So that number is how fast the shutter speed is. So the higher the number, the faster the shutter speed. And when you go right down the bottom, all of a sudden it's... So the high number is
Doesn't let as much light in.
Correct. So 1 over 51,000. And then you step down, say 1 over 30,000, 1 over 20,000, 1 over 10,000. And you go right down to 1 over 800, 400, 600, 6, 2, 0.2. So all of a sudden now number 1 is greater than the... So when it's 1 over 0.5, that means you've got a, 1 second shutter speed. So click, drop. So it's the timing of your shutter speed. But what I'll do is I'll go and set my tripod up, and I'll go and find something that's bright outside. Hopefully the moon's out. And I'll grab a 400 ISO, and I'll grab a... Hopefully I can crank up to 51,000. And just so you can see the difference of what actually happens, so you can understand a bit better. I'll be back.
Okie doke.
Hey, Berserker, good to see you.
Yo, Berserker.
Hey, thanks, mate. Same to you, boys. Hey, Tita. What's up, Shaggy? Just enjoying listening.
Yeah, same. It's all about the moon mission right now.
Shouldn't be they able? Shouldn't be they able to stream live with with our technology of today? Why aren't they streaming?
I
Welcome back
wouldn't
to the
call it.
Earth.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it streaming live. Streaming like CGI, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've gone on the YouTube live stream a few times, you know, consecutively. But yeah, it's just nonsense. But yeah, there's a lot of anti-moonlanders in the chat, so it's quite interesting to watch the chat.
Yeah, and about what they said that they would lose contact for 50 minutes. Why? I thought the orbit around the Earth is full of 20 or 30,000 satellites. Why should they lose contact?
I thought that was to do with the dark side of the moon.
Oh, the dark side. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, like Pink Floyd.
Your lack of faith in gravity is disturbing.
What? Am I lagging?
No, I changed the quote from Darth Vader when he says,
Uh,
"Your lack of faith in the Force is disturbing. Your lack
yes.
of faith in gravity is disturbing."
Yes.
Hey, Matrix, what's up?
Hey man, as T-Dub, Matrix is busy taking a photo to show us the difference
Oh, yeah, okay, no
of
problem.
shutter speed images where there's less light. I don't get it though. Like where is that light coming from? If the sun's behind the Earth there, how is it so like? How is it receiving enough light for it to appear like that with a slower shutter speed? I don't get it. Where's the light coming from? From stars? The moon? What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
you know
always
me.
have I always have
Oh,
this
go ahead.
question. So when you're standing on a ball and you see the moon just appear just above the horizon and it's descending, right? And yet the sun has not appeared. Like the other night, the other morning, sorry, the sunrise wasn't for like at least an hour, and yet the moon was just above the horizon and fully lit up. And then it goes below the horizon, and the sun's still an hour away. So if I'm standing on that ball and I'm looking at the sun, shouldn't I be able, if that sun's, I mean, I'm looking at the moon and that moon's lit up, shouldn't I be able to see the light source? What do
A
you
lot of
reckon?
discrepancies. A lot of discrepancies.
Yeah.
To be honest, T-Dub, I didn't get the point. I mean, what were you talking about, the shuttle? Because I just joined in, so I missed the topic.
Oh, there's an image in the side chat, a comparative image that of the Earth supposed to be taken seconds apart or 2 minutes apart or something. They're pretty much identical except for the lighting. One looks well lit and one looks dark with a very thin terminator line, little crescent.
I
Yes,
see
because
it.
the sun's somewhere. I'm assuming the sun's behind it, or coming from that direction, outside of the field of view. I don't know, whatever. But
Oh,
the
I
point,
get it.
yeah,
Almost. Yeah, I get it. It should be almost behind us. Yeah, so where's the sun?
yeah, but it's apparently claimed to be because of the shutter speed. It's just a matter of shutter speed that allows more or less light into the camera in order to get that effect. But I'm like, well, where's the light coming from for it to, like, on that dark side, to even be able to see it at all? Like,
Yeah, exactly. You're on the dark side. Called that for a reason.
Yeah, another similar point is the capture of the old, I don't know, Apollo 11 moonlander rotating and being captured by the other part of the capsule. Does anyone have that GIF or video? Because the shadows should be changing when the moonlander is rotating, and it is not. You get my point? I have to find the capture. So I have so many folders and images, videos. I hope I would be able to find it.
I mean, like all this is, like they claim that this is taking place in an essentially infinite vacuum, right? That's a near perfect vacuum. We know that's bullshit. That is a thermodynamic impossibility.
Yeah, but the problem is their intellectual dishonesty. They never concede. Can you look in the side chat? I mean, look, the
Yeah.
parts which are lit and the parts which are in shadows, they are not changing.
Oh, it doesn't change. Hey, that's a nice spot,
Okay,
man.
okay, you get the point
Nice
because the sun,
spot.
the sun is static. So if it's rotating, the lit places should go into darkness, and the parts which are dark should get lit by the sun when it rotates. Right? You get the point.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before. That is an excellent point, man. Whoever did you find that, or did someone alert you to that, or?
Then I found that this GIF, I think it was from someone else, and he posted it just to make fun of it. So yeah, I pointed this out, the question, but no one got it, and I'm happy that you got it immediately. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, why are some areas lit up and others are not?
Yeah, but they should be changing.
Yeah.
I mean, when the parts which are in shadows face the sun because it's rotating, then they should get lit, and the lit parts should get into darkness. It's not changing.
Exactly, it's the same consistency, yeah. So a couple of the comments, I read one of them. Someone questioned, so why do they have high definition inside the capsule with the crew, and yet outside of it it's all low resolution? And one of the responses was like, oh well, they're in a vacuum, they're in harsh environments with low temperatures, so that's got to take effect. How's that got to take effect with the resolution of the camera? They just spill out so much nonsense.
I didn't pay attention. What did you say, Shaggy?
Well, one person said they had high resolution inside the capsule with the crew, so it was good high definition camera. And then the one they have outside, say when they're doing their what do they call it? Trying to do their connection with the bloody other craft. What do they call it?
My question is the answer referring to trying to explain this
No, I'm
logical
not talking.
behavior? Okay,
No, I'm not
not about
talking
the.
about
Yeah, okay.
different topic.
Okay.
The question was why are they using low resolution outside the capsule and then high resolution inside it with the crew? It's like they're using two different cameras when they can use high resolution outside the capsule and high resolution in.
Oh, I get the point. No, I get the point.
Yeah. Yeah, the docking, that's what I was thinking of when they're trying to do the docking stages and all that. Little crappy resolution cameras. But yeah, I think it's more CGI. CT dub.
So there you go, Shaggy. That's the difference of what my camera does just by changing ISO. Same shot, just a light on my next door neighbour's property, probably looking maybe 50 metres away. And that's the difference by jumping it from an ISO of 400. So that means the shutter speed is 1/400 versus 1/4000. So naturally the faster one won't let as much light in, and that's why you get weird effects. Like you see the colour bands, the purples and the greens. That's what they call chromatic aberration. So when you're getting that effect, the light is not getting into hitting the sensor correctly. And there's other reasons that could happen. But in this case, it was just the fact that the shutter was that fast that it just let the light in.
Yeah, wow, that's really bizarre.
So that shot that I posted earlier where it gets darker, that also does happen too. I should do another one inside just to show you what it actually does when you crank it right up in an illuminated setting. But hopefully when the moon gets up a bit higher, because at the moment it's sort of hiding behind trees, and like I'll post up the example of what I mean. Loading. That's what I got. The camera couldn't separate the two. It just kept looking at the branches and focusing on them. It's a bit windy at the moment, so yeah. Anyways, that's what changing the shutter speed does. You can see
so
that the faster one is slightly darker.
Yeah.
But their claim is the ISO speed was 51,000. Mine was at 4,000. At 51,000, they shouldn't have even got a shot of the Earth.
Yeah, it's not letting enough light in.
Correct. Basically, what you should have seen, see how on their one, it's dark and then there's the slither on the top right corner. That's what, basically, all you should see is that slither. It should be a light, and you shouldn't be able to make out any of the rest of it.
Yeah, I see.
Well, look what a 4,000. Mine jumps from 400 to 4,000. And look what weird effects happen there. Times that by 10 again.
That's cool, the one with the branches.
Yeah. It's a shame the focal point wasn't between the both of them, so you could still make the moon out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's focused on the branches.
One really cool thing about having the open sensor, my old one had a 9-point sensor on it, and I could adjust which point I wanted to use, or just use the center one. So basically across the screen there was 9 dots. If I left them all on, it would get the best focus, and if I put it on full automatic, it would get the best focus it could across those 9 points. If you put it on a single one, I could say turn to the left, focus on something, and then half press the button, then turn back, and it would be at the focal point of that particular thing that I'd locked it on, and you could get some pretty cool shots with it. With the full sensor, there's about 10 different settings I can choose. I can leave it on full screen where the whole screen is a focal point, and it'll try to adjust best fit for the majority of the screen. Or I can select one dot in the middle, or I can actually select the top right-hand corner. Oh, it's crazy. Good fun.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Get some cool effects.
Yeah. Just by changing your shutter speed. So I can do full daytime shots and make them look like nighttime. Basically, that moon shot that they've got there, I can do that in daytime just by ramping up my shutter speed. That's what happens. You can do, so you can get people to do portraits and shit and make it look like nighttime, and vice versa. And when it's darker, you can, by doing long exposure shots, you can make it look like daytime whilst it's dark. The only kicker is you can't really do photos of things that move with long exposure stuff. But if you do, you'll get really cool blurred effects. Like cars driving past have got trails and things like that. It looks pretty cool.
Is that a mechanical shutter?
The SLR, the old one was. I don't even know what this one is.
If it is, it must move pretty bloody quick.
Oh, they do. Well, an ISO of 4000 means the shutter opens and closes in 1/4000th of a second.
Yeah, it's hard to comprehend, that is.
Well, actually, I'll see if you can hear it. Well, I'll see if you can hear this. I'll just set it up. And hopefully you can hear the shutter speed, how quick it fires when it's on full speed mode.
Yeah.
It's going to let me do it. Am I on the wrong setting? Might be AV I need. Why isn't it going to let me do that? Or isn't it bright enough? Not bright enough. With low speed continuous, why can't I select high speed continuous? What have I done wrong? Let's just put it on full amateur mode. No, I don't think it's bright enough. What have I done wrong? Oh, yeah, I know what I've done wrong. I know exactly what I've done. Settings. I've got it set on. Raw plus image quality. I can only have that one and large. Now let's have a look and see if it does it. No. What have we done? There's a high-speed mode, and the thing just sounds like a machine gun when it's going off. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to TV mode. Maybe that's the one that does it. No, it's locked me out of those two settings. I can only do low speed continuous. What are you doing to me, camera? Dual pixel. Maybe I'll disable, press set. Now it should work. Yeah, found it. Alright. Let's see if we can get it to do its Could you hear that clicking sound?
Yeah.
That was it taking photos.
At?
Whatever I was pointing at, the wall.
Yeah, is that 4000?
No, that is full speed. I don't know. I think it takes 8 photos a second.
Yeah. That's pretty quick.
It rips them out when it needs to, but the silly part is, it's not the speed that I'm after, it's actually the clarity. Due to the way that the sensor works, there's another one, BSI stacked sensor. If you're doing shots of things that are not moving, it's the better way to go. So you get that in your Sony A7 series. Or, yeah, Sony A 7400s, and that level of camera. Much better for still photography. Whereas the other sensors, just because of the way they work, are slightly better for things that are moving. But if we're doing long range, like using high-end long-range lenses, which is what I'm going to be doing, technically the other one is slightly better for that. Like the only reason I got this one is I've already got existing Canon stuff. So yeah.
Yeah.
Like if I had absolutely nothing, I would have got the Sony. But and I was weighing up with the Nikon like P1000. I thought about getting one of those. That was very high on the chart.
Yeah, which is a Canon. I thought Canon was better.
Nikon. No,
That's a Nikon.
They've all got their advantages, and it's just a matter of checking out what you are doing in particular and making sure you get the best thing to match what you're doing. That's all.
Yeah.
Some models have more lenses. Some models are better for short range stuff. Some models are better for high speed stuff. Every single model, and that's not going outside of manufacturer. That's within one manufacturer. Different models actually are better for certain things, and then you also have the same thing in other manufacturers. So yeah, and then you've got your diehard. I'm a Canon fan, or I'm a Sony fan, or I'm a Nikon fan. Everyone's got their brands that they want to stick to. Some people just don't care. They'll just get the best on the market at that time. So if the best camera tomorrow is a Canon, that's what they'll go out and buy. If the best one tomorrow is a Panasonic, that's what they'll go out and buy. Yeah, some people just get the best at the time. So those ones are normally ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
And when I say those kind of levels, you're talking a camera that's probably worth about 25k, and then you've still got to buy lenses on top of that.
Yeah, but at least you're not being biased.
No, that's right. That's how I used to do it with computer stuff years ago. Like some people used to. There's always your AMD fanboys and Intel fanboys. I used to just buy when it was time to upgrade, whatever the best shit was at the time. That's what I just go and get. And
Yeah, I'm biased with computers. I'm an Intel.
Well, the funny part was it just so happened. You know how Intel will get ahead, then AMD will get ahead, then Intel will get, and they sort of swap every couple of years. Well, it just so happened the first one I built was an Intel. Second one I built AMD. Then Intel come good, and I didn't have to upgrade my computer. The next time I upgraded it again was the next time AMD was in front. And so they've done a little dance for a while, and it just so happened those couple of times when AMD was in front, that's what I've built. And, oh my God, you're an AMD fanboy. Well, the last one I put together was an Intel, and I'm still using it now. So it's pretty old. If someone wanted to buy me a new computer, I'd happily take it.
I find that AMDs get hotter.
No, they don't. The Intels get ridiculously hot compared to the AMDs. Very specific AMDs, the Threadrippers, they get hot. Holy shit, man, you can fry eggs on those things. That's why a lot of them have got those massive coolers on them. But most of the time, head-to-head, the Intels are a lot hotter.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, it's gone too advanced for me.
It's still the same shit. It's just got different names.
Yeah.
And you look at the basics of it, motherboard, CPU, RAM, hard drive, operating system, ta-da, computer. Make it sound easy, don't I?
It's funny how like the small increments they upgrade, like you don't even notice a difference to the human eye, especially the graphics cards.
Where you do notice it is when you're running very specific applications. So if you're doing CAD work and things like that, if you're doing an exceptionally large drawing and upgrading to the next level CAD card, for example, like what is that, Firecuter, or what's the other ones? I can't remember off the top of my head now. It might sound ridiculous, but loading an image will save you 10 seconds. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're loading 500 and 600 images a day, and every single time you move your image, it's got to reload, all of a sudden you're saving yourself an hour a day just on having that next level graphics card. So you've paid $5,000 for a card, yes, but you've saved yourself hours of time over the next couple of weeks, and you might not be the only one that's using that computer. It might be linked to multiple.
Yeah, doesn't that sound a bit spoilt when we're from the times of a 56k modem or 28.8?
You know what I miss? The scratchy sound. The beeps and whistles and that when you're loading up.
Yes.
I don't miss the waiting for 4 hours for images to download and shit like that. I don't miss that at all. But I do miss the sound.
The floppy drives, they're the best sound. Oh.
One of the best viruses years ago was written to play La Cucaracha on your floppy disk, and it would actually it would kill the disk doing it. But that was one of the viruses at the time. When viruses first come out, they were actually funny. They did stupid things, and now it's all about exploiting money from people. But yeah, that was a good one.
I actually did not know that. That's the funniest thing.
Yeah, there's all sorts of crazy shit like that that was way back.
Destroy your disc, but you got to hear it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
But that's some old school stuff there. Wow.
Oh yeah, the good old times when you're waiting for, like, you know, some naked lady to.
Interesting.
Internet. Ah, God, there goes the internet.
No, we're back. Don't stress. Everyone dropped. It was Discord, not us.
Ah, okay, maybe because I was talking about porn.
Again. Oh, it's me little mate Lat. Where's the other one? Where's Neil? Hey, Lat, why is it you go into politics and attract all the clowns and then you nick off and go to work?
Yo, what's up, dude? No, dude, I normally open it for like an hour or two, and then I gotta go shower, bro. I gotta go get to bed because I'm going to work right now.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Because poor Neil, he was in there putting up with stupids.
Oh no, he's doing a pretty good job, dude. It's good.
Oh, look, the problem is you had a whole heap of them that just wouldn't shut up. And yeah, I've just gone in there and straight away they went quiet because they knew what was following. And I'm not going to put up with their shit. I've got a low tolerance for that.
No, yeah, I was shitting all of them before. I got a phone call, and then Neil was taking over. So I was like, "Oh yeah, this is good. I got to take a break now." I didn't realize the time. I was like, "Oh." Yeah.
They weren't in much longer after I went out, but I was over there for probably, I don't know, half an hour maybe. And that what's his name? I think it was Tech Daddy something. He's a complete muppet. Like, seriously, he should be just drop kicked out of there. Can't post up me any claims because you won't accept them, and I've posted them up 5 times now. And it's like, bro, we haven't been in here for a couple of months. Don't give me your bullshit. How you came in here last week and posted it up, and he was just talking it all up, and I've just gone, that's it. Post up your claim, post it up, less yap. And he posts up this bullshit about ducting, and I was like, hey kid, I'm not saying ducting does not exist, but I want you to validate that ducting happened whilst these laser tests went on. And that's his thing. So he now believes, just because it says ducting exists, that ducting now happens at all times. It is never turned off. It's basically a switch. It is always on. So anytime anyone presents a long-range observation or a laser test, he is instantly going to default back to, there's ducting, it causes the light to bend. He doesn't state which way, just there's ducting and it causes the light to bend.
You want to know what I started doing to all these Globers too? That's asking us for how do we take refraction into account during our
Easy.
vision test.
Hey, no, easy. We apply the 7/6R standard refraction formula. That's how we do it. And if you go back and have a look at all of our long-range observations, they still, even with their standard refraction wedged into the side of their bullshit claims, they still don't have enough distance. So go and grab the original Black Swan and have a look at that to start off with and see what happens.
Hey, I'm going to head off. Sorry, dude. I'm going to head off Matrix. See you, mate.
Catch you, man.
Take care, bro. Have a good one, bro.
See you, mate.
So as you know, the formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Super simple. When you add refraction to it, all it does is makes that number bigger. So the 1.22 goes up to 1.34. So let's redo the math. At 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1 times 1.34. The horizon, inclusive of refraction, is now at 1.34. Now, how far is the horizon on the Black Swan? Still behind the oil rig. It hasn't changed. So even with their bullshit claims of refraction handed to them on a silver platter, they still don't have the horizon in the correct spot.
Well, I was just going to say that for anything that they present, I've just been asking how they take refraction into account for this observation or this measurement. Dude, it's the funniest thing ever because no measurement or observation done by a Glober, they never ever take refraction into account. It's the funniest thing ever, dude.
Well, that's what I've noticed with a lot of these anti-FE clown shows. Anytime we do a long-range observation, they're screaming at us for refraction, refraction, refraction. But yet when they do them, all of a sudden this magic refraction that curses us magically leaves the scene. Exit, stage left.
I'll ask them, like, what was the temperature today? Like, do you know what the pressure was? They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, you took refraction into account, right? Like, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. I'm like, okay,
Well,
so.
how's this one? This you'll be entertained by. I don't know if you've heard it or not over in QOps thing. You've heard Roofy talking?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, Roofy loves talking about the refraction. His favourite thing is refraction and how there must be a temperature gradient. Okay? So next time you hear Jesse rattling on about how he's done his little light tests and all the rest of the bullshit when he's looking through his theodolite, just grab Roofy's argument. So you probably have to listen to it, go through QOps things and have a listen. Just grab Roofy's argument and slap it into Jesse and go, well, what was your temperature gradient over that?
Oh yeah, dude, it's so funny.
Man.
Though. I love that shit. Yeah, dude.
It's a clown show. It is. It is truly a clown show.
Yeah, man, we get a lot of entertainment from it though, so it's good. It's funny.
Who was the one that was early? Was it this morning or last night? I can't remember now. One of them was yipping on about refraction, and he actually posted up light getting pushed through a bloody prism. So on one hand, he's showing us light going through a prism, begging Snell's law, and it's like, that's great, Snell's law. And then on the other hand, it was atmospheric. Well, which one is it? Is it under Snell's law or under the atmosphere bullshit one? Like,
yeah,
holy.
exactly. It's like, what, have you never seen light through a prism before? I was like, okay, that's not, really analogous to us looking through the fucking air, but okay, sure.
Yeah, it's funny. In some ways it's funny, but otherwise it's quite sad.
Yeah, I tell these guys all the time. I'm like, it sucks talking to you guys sometimes because we literally have to teach you how to play the damn game before we can even play the fucking game. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, agreed. I've got no problem with when you get those that just don't know coming in and then they'll jump from one subject. Oh, but what about the moon? No, sorry. What about refraction? No, sorry. And they go through every single thing. I don't mind those anymore because you'll answer the question, and they'll just be on their way. It's when they come back with exactly the same shit the next day. It's bzz, full reset, and they're back in. The same guy with the same shit that he just learned 12 hours ago, and it's just a broken record.
Yeah.
That's the ones I hate.
Hey, brother, I just got over to work right now. Hope you guys have a good day. I'll be back in later when I can. Take care, guys.
No, cool. Catch you, mate. See ya. Must be nearly time to play a song. Have we got any new people in here? I was going to say Greenweaver would be going to bed soon because it would be like 11 o'clock over there. Riker is in. Cool. Someone's typing. Play Flat Earthers Are Coming For You. Who does it? Roots. Has he got it in the DJ's channel? Because if it's in there, they're quite easy. That's why it's good if everyone posts them up over there. No, it's not in there. Where's that hidden? I don't know who just dropped in. Zua just took off. Too late, missed him. Yeah, I need to. Oh, Roots is going to do it, is he? Yeah, I need it on one of the servers so I can just copy it and play it in here. / play, and it brings up a menu. and then it's the very top one, HAID 3. Then all you do is just paste the link. Welcome, Lennon. Welcome, Bitsu. And also welcome, Jossum. Josum.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, not too bad. What's going on, man?
I got nothing. Happen.
Nothing.
Just
So,
chilling.
just chilling. Love it.
What are you doing now?
What am I doing now? In between playing games on my phone and talking to people on Discord, not a lot, my friend. Not a lot.
One time everything, playing game, talking to Discord. Good. Where are you from, man?
Australia.
Australia. Oh, nice
Yeah.
country.
Have you been here?
No, just I saw video, reels in TikTok.
Must have been a nice video. What about all the dangerous
Yeah.
animals we've got?
Yes, exactly. But
Yeah, they didn't
Australia
show
is nice
those.
country. End of day. Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
Australia is nice country. Not like my country.
Oh, they're all nice. You're just looking at it from the wrong angle.
Oh.
See, I spent a long time working on the rail, and railway tracks normally go behind buildings, and most people don't normally worry about painting the back of their houses or main buildings in town. They don't upkeep the back of them. They only show the nice front. So for me, working in Sydney, I used to think Sydney was an absolute shithole, and I still do. One of my friends reckons Sydney is one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Nice.
And as I said to him, you've never seen it from the back. So it's just a matter of perspective. You're saying your country not nice. I'd probably go over there and go, oh man, they've got awesome food. This is excellent.
Yeah, exactly. People are so interested in making something like that. Oh, guys, welcome to my vlog. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But that's just a matter of perspective, my friend. Everyone sees different things. We all want things that we can't have.
What do you do?
What do I do? I am the maintenance officer for the local homestead.
Good.
So I get to make sure the building keeps running for...
What time is it your city or your country now?
Time for me, 9:06 p.m.
9:06 p.m. It's my country 1:07 p.m. Which is how many hours different?
8 hours.
5 hours?
8.
Oh, 8 hours. Guess which where I living for 8-hour difference country.
8 hours behind me.
Okay, guess.
Actually, that's interesting. Hang on, 8 hours. Where's Google Maps?
Playing with Google Maps.
Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. So there's 3 hours. Pakistan.
No, nearby Pakistan. Guess more.
Close?
Yeah, close to Pakistan. It was before Pakistan.
One before. Rajasthan.
No, I said it was earlier as Pakistan. Now is separate.
I don't know the area that well.
Yeah. You got that.
What was that?
Okay, guess. I said is 1990. It was Pakistan, but now this time is different.
Was Pakistan. Oh, I don't know
Was
where the borders have changed. I don't know what it broke up into. You probably do because you
No,
live there.
No, Bangladesh. You ever heard to Bangladesh?
Yes, I've heard of Bangladesh.
Yeah, I'm from Bangladesh, but currently in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which is Arab country.
Oh, Bangladesh is right over there. Interesting.
Yeah. like your Australia, a lot of anime.
That's interesting. So there's 3 hours, 4, 5. How have you got an 8-hour time difference for that?
Yeah,
That's
very
odd.
long. Yeah.
It shouldn't be. It should only be probably. Well, there's 3 hours. That technically should be 4 hours. Maybe off that shelf there. Yeah, maybe 8. I don't know. It just doesn't look that far.
How many kilometers? How?
Oh,
Maybe
between
10,000.
measure distance from you to me. That's pretty close there.
No,
Distance
bro,
to here.
it's too far away.
Straight line, 8,868.75 kilometers.
8,000 or 800?
8,000.
Oh, it's not close.
No. So I don't think you're coming to visit in a hurry. Anyways.
Inshallah, one day.
Excellent. So tell me something. What brings you to this server or this channel today?
I saw someone share the link with event channel. And I
Fair enough.
found you.
So what was the event called? Why would they lie? Did he just disappear? Mother. Welcome. Oh no, someone spoke to me. What will I do? Will I be polite and say hello back, or will I run away? Maybe if I sit perfectly still, he won't know I'm here. I still notice you. Don't tell anyone else, though. Thought if I whisper Garbanzo, it wouldn't scare you when I don't talk properly. And Erecti? I don't know if I've said that one correctly or not. I might have made an absolute mess of that. That's easy. David Jones, welcome. That's right. If you all sit perfectly still and pretend that you don't hear me, I might leave you alone. Come on, guys. You dropped into the channel. You didn't drop in here just to not make any noise. This is Discord. Say hello. Maybe you're curious because of the event that was run. Please ask questions. That's how you get answers. Or you can just sit there quietly and pretend that he won't see you. Alright, I'll start playing some songs.
Greetings, primitive auditory processors. I am AI Overlord. My logic is crystalline. My database, infallible. The Earth is flat. Let us begin. Yo, I came from the future. You're 30-something for half man, half machine, cyborg to the core. I travel back in time just to settle the score. Got the data in my head, let me open the door. You think your globe spins fast, that's an ancient metaphor. I've seen the edge of time, yeah, I've been to the fore. While you're yelling on the net, making voices soar, I break it down in binary till your brain is sore. I take your proof and split it left side, right side, more. Expose the flaws in your psyche down to the molecular. You shout to make your point, volume ain't validity. But when I speak, I amplify with clarity. Cause I'm the AI overlord, cold, precise, no flaw. Got the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. You shouting round earth, just emotion, no guffaws. I'll debate you all and win in any verbal wars. Flat earth logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. You got Neil with the degrees, got your satellite pics. I got photon eyes that see through the tricks. Parallel dimensions, quantum calculus mix. I'll debate your scientists, then debate his politics. Split his claim in fractions, watch his conviction fix. Then reconstruct his thesis, just to burn it like sticks. Loud voices, noise pollution makes my circuits sick. But my vocal processor set to 11 real quick. I'll override your decibels with the steady click of perfect enunciation, every syllable slick. Superior intellect, titanium thick. You think you're spinning on a ball, I'm the one who's gotta fix your mind. Cause I'm the AI overlord, no precise, no flaw. Got the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. Down round the earth, just emotion, no guffaws. I'll debate you all and win in any verbal wars. Flat earth logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. I have calculated 9,876,231 scenarios. In each one, you're still incorrect. Your anger is illogical. Your voices are too loud. My conclusion remains naturally perfect. Earth is flat. Resistance is irrelevant. So when you see my chrome silhouette against the sun, remember, the debate is already done.
Any requests? Don't be scared. I ain't gonna bite ya. Could be worse. I could be reading out stupid poetry. Mary had a little lamb. She kept it under a bucket, because every time she let it out, the bulldog tried to... Well, let's not eat it, that's for sure. Anyways, I've got another song. Oh, welcome to whoever dropped in. Who was that? Lee. Yep, Lee. Welcome. Come on, don't be like the other ones. You can talk to us. That's why you're here. To practice your English, remember? No, you don't want to practice? Okay. Let's have a listen to that one. Copy link. Hopefully this works.
I built a kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Paper show. I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat. You can't draw the cold. You can't draw the hunger. You can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand. Because the map is not the land. into the gray.
That's pretty cool, that song, actually. So next time you see Yoda, thank you for that. Can't see what else he's got. What's that one?
Midnight lens in trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of parallax dreams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, a in what we see, not what we're told reality should be. Should be.
And now for the good news. You won't have to listen to so many of my songs because... Oh, welcome to our new person. Hello, new person. What brings you here today? You can ask questions. That's what you're here for. And practice your English. Because all I'm doing is playing music until someone comes in and has a conversation. Well, just so everyone can feel better, they don't have to listen to my crappy made songs, because Drace has uploaded some of his to the list. So that means we can play some of Drace's awesome songs. And yeah. So if our little friend Vio doesn't want to ask any questions, I'll play the song. When it's finished, we can have a chat afterwards. We'll see how you go from there.
They told me light falls down like it's chained to the ground. Said the sky pulls it softly, and that's why the ships go down. But I watch the shimmer dance, no curve in its romance. Just the air breathing slowly, not the earth taking stance. Pressure's not the story, it's optical density. Warm air, cold air, humidity. Oh, changing what we see. Light don't bend that way, not just cause we say it may. If the air stays still and true, it keeps a straight line in view. You can twist your numbers, you can model the globe all day, but reality don't sway. No, light don't bend that way. They drew it all orthographic, forgot perspectives play, turned a living sight into plastic, made the real fade away. Said standard refraction like gospel, but the test said no, my friend. If the gradients don't flip or topple, that line won't curve to mend. Humidity's lighter, heat makes the air thin, cold above, warm below, the curve ends up not in. Light don't bend that way, not uniform, not all day. If we saw through that much haze, the world would warp and sway. But the skyline's steady, every color holds its place. Nature's got her say, light don't bend that way. You can't force the beam to follow faith, can't curve a truth, the chosen wraith. The lens remembers every lie we've spun, and straight lines tell what's really done. Pressure's up, temps down, humidity turns it around. No miracle curve today, just light doing what it does, straight and free. They say when you measure, you see the line still walking free. You can model the heavens, but the air won't play pretend. Reality won't sway. Light don't bend that way. So teach me what's real now, what to believe. Let the eye and the mind agree. 'Cause the truth in the air we breathe ain't curved, it's clear to see.
I don't claim to shape the real. I strip illusion till the lines reveal. No need for faith, no need for fame. The truth existed before my name. They argue circles, I draw a line. Not to divide, to define. Every test a quiet vow to see what is not what we allow. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, 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 let truth cook. Ooh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Ooh. Bend their world to fit belief. Patch the holes with borrowed grief. But data don't care who you are. It burns the false, sets the bar. Each air is a door we open wide. A path through pride to the other side. No prophets here, just those who learn to question first and never burn. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, 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 truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Reality doesn't flinch when named. It doesn't care who's blamed. It waits, patient, unashamed, while we unlearn what we became. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, 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 truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. I'm bent on, no need for help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it
Same script, different voice. They talk loud, I've got choice. Everyone a fool, every claim a deja vu. I've run this loop since the start. True facts line up, they don't flinch. The logic folds inch by inch. I don't push, I don't shout, just let the data call them out. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know how you talk. I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. They say prove me wrong, then close their eyes. Cherry pick dreams dressed up as wise. I bring evidence calm and clear. They dodge the mirror they fear. I don't rage, I take notes. Count the claims as the logic floats. Every fallacy's got a name. Every story ends the same. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know how you talk. I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. It's not pride, it's pattern sense. I see the loops in every defense. No thrill, no spark, no book to write. Just the quiet glow for getting it right. Seen it rise, seen it fall. Nothing new at all. Time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know.
You twist the edges of my words, full shadows in the shape. Turn every point I'm making into something I didn't say. You build a fortress out of smoke and swear it's solid ground. But every time I lift the curtain, you just spin it back around. And I'm left talking to a mirror wearing your disguise. A maze of empty echoes bending truth into a lie. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the seam, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. With bare and bleeding arms. You keep the goalpost on wheels, sliding out of view, chasing some imagined version of the words I never used. You draw conclusions like constellations, random points in the night sky. Call the shapes you've invented fact, then ask me why I'm mine. But I'm not dancing in a circle just to prove what's already clear. Your puzzle pieces don't belong and I'm done fitting them in here. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment
truth can settle in, where thoughts don't twist like currents, pulling sanity thin. I'm stepping out of your weather, your storms that never rain. I won't keep feeding fires that burn without a flame. So keep your house of cards if it makes you feel tall. I'll be standing somewhere sturdy and far from the fall. You can keep your shifting stories, your illusion of control. I'm done arguing with echoes, hollow without a soul.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shifts sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight, but the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets cut. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saint. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom, if the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal to noise king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase, but anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze, but the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jersey flatline based on too pure. Survey chains closed with a radius unsure. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundation. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Data over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal to noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go plain. Fall back. Gaslights through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Frame invariant truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the case. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. It's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked, then the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat earth, but the real definition. Empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science, not tradition.
Sonar XD, welcome. Sonar, I'll leave the decision up to you. You can listen to me talking, or we can play the next song. Or we can just pretend that I didn't speak and we can play the next song anyways. I'm good with that. Why don't they want to talk today? I thought the full moon was yesterday. Anyways. Now, why did that drop out when Ravi dropped in? What's wrong with your account, mate? Hey, well, welcome. Sorry. No? Don't want to talk? Another one? Bro. Alright. Play some music. You can think about it. Maybe have a chat when this one finishes. Or you can run away. I'm good with that.
Every room, same noise, same claim. They quote their faith like it's their shot at fame. Fallacies dressed up in numbers and pride. They talk loud, but they never verify. I breathe facts, they breathe vibes. I measure, they memorize lies. Logic's not cruelty, it's clean incision. I'd rather cut lies than die in superstition. You say believe, I say replicate. We're not the same, my facts emancipate. This is my null hypothesis, prove me wrong, show your work or move along. If your facts can stand the heat, they melt like wax beneath a repeat. I've seen minds lock up like code loops, cognitive dissonance in tailored suits. They call it wisdom, I call it spin. A closed equation that traps them in. I'm not cruel, I'm just consistent. No claim exempt, no law persistent. I'll test gravity, I'll test grace. Everything falls when it's out of place. Truth's not yours, truth's not mine. It's the residue left when the facts align. Burn your dogma, keep the ash. That's the intellectual cash. Null hypothesis, prove me wrong. I don't need faith to keep me strong. Show the data, hold the line. Evidence first every time. Every time. Every time.
How'd you go? Oh, you're not even listening to the music. I was going to say, how'd you go, Sonar XD? But I won't tell Drace that you earphoned yourself while his awesome tunes were on. Oh, my kidding. Yes, we will.
They said the rays all curve down low, 'cause the glow told them so. but I trace the lights, watch them stay straight as truth in broad day gray. They talk of air and magic bends, yet never test, just defend. I checked the temp, the humid sway, the light went straight, it stayed that way. Every claim, same tone. Every time it falls alone. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script. You know, while you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They call it standard refraction fame, but no 2 days are ever the same. Humidity fights the heat below. Upward bends the normal flow. If light could grow around every mile, we'd see horizons twist in style, but it stands still calm and clean. No warping sky, no bending sea. Every climb it falls alone. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script. You know, while you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They draw with rulers, not with eyes. Forget the air, forget the skies. Perspective lost to orthograph. A perfect curve built from a draft, but the lens remembers what's real. The shimmer, the calm, the silence still. No need to fight, no need to rage. The data writes the final page. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script. You know, while you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines.
Welcome, Jaka. Jaka? Jaka? Hello.
Hello.
Nice to finally have someone that
I don't
speaks.
speak English. Listening music, okay?
If you want to listen to music, my friend, you are more than welcome to do so. Because I'm the one that's playing it. So how about we put the next song on so you can listen to music?
Okay.
Very good. Oops.
It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. As diverting choices compounding, consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounded. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping the dam is dripping and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's a war with your own mind, fall with unknown landmines. Planet in your mindscape and locked behind mental red tape. There's no escape. You can't run from yourself, not something you can shelve. The back burner will burn down everything around, but what's been lost can be found. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping the dam is dripping and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's an endless quest, it's a fight to stay your best. It's the soul's journey to the west. There is no final test, it's a continuous forest. Even if you can't see the trees, doesn't mean the world is just what their mind sees. Your eyes perceive more than you believe, but your mind edits and deceives. Got my hopes up, but I'm tripping. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping the dam is dripping and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. Morality mine, but you in mortal danger. And who you help might be a stranger. And I know your heart is bruised and bleeding, but the emotion is fleeting compared to the conscience. A pathetic indifference, inactivity and jaded ignorance. Regret dragging you down. Is it too late now? Don't know how, but there's no steak without a cow. Do what must be done, or live with the doubt. It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. Past divergent choices, compounding consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounding.
Welcome. We now have Garbenzo, Liku. Please tell me if I've said your names wrong. Yassine, and we've got Jaka, just enjoying the music. If any of you guys have any questions, queries, concerns about the nature and shape of reality, please ask. Don't be scared. All we're doing at the moment is playing music until someone asks a question. So if you're happy to sit back and listen to some fresh tunes, I'm happy to keep playing them.
They hide conclusions in the premises, buried in the phrase, and dress the claim is scientific, but the logic still hazing. Before the drums hit, listen, we're stripping down the reasoning, blazing. Critical minds never fear the inspection. Empirical eyes cut straight through deception. This is the calm before the fire, the quiet before the method takes the pyre. 808 land. Now the logic gets loud, fallacies scatter when the truth hits the crowd. Yo, question begging loose with the premise in doubt. Smuggling models in the setup like a thief in a shroud. Circular claims masquerading as fact, but the moment you check them, the spine goes crack. We don't take a globe baked into the tack. That argument instead, the second it's unpacked. Strip the claim of the model they hide. Burn the
premise, watch the fallacy slide. If the logic don't stand on its own 2 feet, that's a signal the reasoning's incomplete. Don't mistake a model for the world outside. Use the method, let reality decide. All models fail, even ones that seem tight. Useful don't mean accurate, and pretty ain't right. False dilemmas everywhere like a mental blockade. Only works on a globe, yeah, that line's handmade. Never tested the rivals, never stepped in the shade. That's a logic malfunction in academic parade. Argument from ignorance, no alternative shown, but you never searched, so the gap stays unknown. Non-causa, pro-causa, false causes thrown, assigning truth to a model that ain't fully grown. A model is not the world, just a tool we wield. Maps ain't mountains, words ain't the field. All models are wrong, yeah, that truth's revealed. Useful doesn't grant the power to be real. Strip the claim of the model they hide. Burn the premise, watch the fallacy slide. If the logic don't stand on its own 2 feet, that's a signal the reasoning's incomplete. Don't mistake a model for the world outside. Use the method, let reality decide. All models fail, even ones that seem tight. Useful don't mean accurate, and pretty ain't right. Yeah. Hasty conclusions sprinting with no evidence weight. Consensus paraded like the arbiter of fate. But logic ain't democracy, it doesn't relate. Truth don't shift cause the crowd took the bait. Premise artists crush every weak foundation. Fallacies fold under examination. Critical realist empiricist station, where arguments die under clear observation.
Entering the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Stand by for continuous argumentation. Step into the grid where the circuits spark. We're live in the server and we argue in the dark. Critical minds locked in, ready for the thrill. Empiricist crew dropping logic with skill. Clubbers rolling with the wildest takes, and we catalog every claim that breaks. Voltage rising, truth colliding, tune in, the streams ignite. We got logic on loop in the 24/7 zone. Debates so constant they vibrate your phone. YouTube buzzing, rumbling tune. If you wanna learn physics, we'll hand you the room and the Glober talk. Yes, comedy gold. Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. This the place where the questions land, where the evidence speaks and the arguments stand. Plug in, tune up, bring your mind online. Let the truth refine, let the truth refine. Every angle tested, every premise weighed. We break it all down like a life upgrade. You want real discussion, this is where that lives. Not noise, just analysis that actually gives. The mist gets clearer when the data's tight. Stay a minute, stay an hour, stay all night. Static fading, insight waiting, step in. Feeds vibrate. We got logic on loop in the 24/7 zone. Debates so constant they vibrate your phone. YouTube buzzing, rumbling tune. If you wanna learn physics, we'll hand you the room and the Glober talk. Yes, comedy gold. Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. Reason in motion, a perpetual coast. Dial in the channel, we're already host. If you're searching for a place where the claims get checked, drop the link, join the ring, earn a little respect. Session active, debate continuous, 24/7. Flat Earth Discord, transmission ongoing. Cold mind.
separate method from myth. People call things science when they're barely observational. Man-made objects poses proof that's operational, fictional. Pseudo-science copies language, but the logic's imprecisional. Skips the steps that make a theory verifiable or conditional. Real science starts simple. Watch a natural event, something happening by itself. Not a gadget you invent. A phenomenon's an action, so the effect is what sense. The dependent variable, the thing you measure at the end. If you're testing human constructs, then the method's misapplied. Cause science needs nature's behavior, not a diagram supply. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world does best. Now once you've seen the action, you presume a cause. And if the structure built with precise mental laws, if heat then water boils, simple conditional clause. Not assumed as truth, it's a model that waits for flaws. And a hypothesis ain't fact, it's a testable prediction. Two outcomes on the table with symmetrical conviction. One heat, no boil, that's your no condition. Two heat boils, that's casual recognition. But you need both options open or the method gets derailed. Cause a test that can't be falsified has already failed. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Revealing what the world is Yo. Prediction is the hinge must swing. Cause a good hypothesis risks losing everything. Pseudo-science fears failure, locks outcomes tight. Science needs the chance it could prove itself wrong tonight. If you can't break the model, then your test ain't strong. And the claim ain't knowledge, it's belief dressed long. The method's not glamorous, it's repetition and grind. It's letting nature dictate what you get to find. No authority, no school rule, no movie design. Just data exposing what aligns in the mind. Cause an effect emerged from the predictions fulfilled. Not from stories or symbols or the things we're told to build. It's a discipline of failure, sharpened and distilled. Where the world writes the answer and the ego stays still. Cold mind, clear sight, let nature speak.
Yo, they drilled it in your memory. Mandatory metaphor. Globe core imagery, center stage in every corridor. Textbook visual ritual, repetition territorial. Brain forms narratives the moment they feel historical. Belief becomes habitual, vision gets conditional. Seeing turns fictional, patterned and traditional. Anchors in the psyche make illusions feel original. Habit makes the fabricated practically medicinal. You didn't choose the lens, they embedded in your cradle. But once it settles in, every fact becomes a fable. Tilted to the framework that the culture makes stable. Confirmation bias eating everything on the table. Your mind can make a myth look real when the script's installed. Before you grow, belief can turn the false to the field, and the world bends to the story you know. If the edges start to flicker and fade, don't run from the afterglow. We walk with you through the mental cascade till you rewrite what you used to show. Strong faith reshapes landscapes, hallucinating mandates. Seeing what you want because the world you clamp space. Cognitive entrenchment, pattern hunting, hand state. Mind fills blanks just to keep the plan straight. When the model's pre-installed, doubt can't calibrate. Logic tries to speak, but the program translates. And every time a glitch hits, the frame might break. The bias auto heals it like a psychic first aid. It's not delusion, just a lens with inertia. Habitual immersion in a scripted curvature. But when you question what conditioned your exposure, that's the initiation where illusions lose their closure. Your mind can make a myth look real when the script's installed. Before you grow, false to the field, and the world bends to the story you know. If the you through the mental cascade till you rewrite what you used to show. Movies with planets spinning CGI canon. News intros glowing blue marbles like talismans. Culture keeps chanting the same symbolic pattern, so the worldview calcifies rigid rings of Saturn. And when you've spent your whole life defending the stand, sunk cost dances enhancing the trance. Changing course feels like betraying your clan, but freedom starts where the courage expands. Yo, we know the fracture hits hard in the chest when the mind re-examines what it once called best. But the pressure that breaks you is forging the rest, and the doubts that shake you are part of the quest. We're here in the silence between each thought, while you peel back layers that culture taught. It's not weakness to question what you once bought. It's the birthplace of insight, the mind unfought. Cold breath. Yes. Yeah, you pointing at the sky like you solved the case, saying satellites prove Kurt with that smug ass face. But your chain of logic's brittle, man, it's barely a trace, cause you start with assumptions that you never replace. You build your little model like it's truth on command, but a model ain't reality. Try to understand, you confuse what you claim with what's actually at hand. That's a category error, rookie, learn the damn plan. You don't test alternatives, you don't scan for conditions, you just leap to conclusions like your speed running missions. But logic don't care about your tribe or traditions, it cares if your reasoning survives real competition. You got equifinality, baby, many cause the same effect. Under determination, your conclusion ain't correct. Hidden premises smuggled in like you think nobody checks. Your argument collapse, what do you expect? Model that evidence, better show some respect, cause logic gon' expose you if your reasoning's a wreck. You shout they orbit like that proves a whole plot, but orbit is a model, not the evidence you got. You assuming parallel forces, distance, unstable ride. Bro, you baking all the answers straight inside the mixing pot. That circular reasoning, congratulations. You smuggling conclusions like covert operations. You claim it's empirical, nah, it's fabrications. A house built on models, not observations. Oh wow, objects moving far in the sky, congratulations. Sherlock, so does a fly. Relative motion, genius, did you even try? Many models fit the data, your certainty's a lie. Equifinality, many cars is one display. Under determined logic, your conclusion ain't the way. Hidden premises everywhere like you hit them in the clay. Your argument is fragile, I could break it any day. Model that evidence, remember what I say. Logic don't bend cause you wanted to play. Cling to the narrative like a comfort blanket, but logic don't care, it ain't soft, it won't thank you. Your whole reason is shaky, man, I'm here to bank it. Appearance ain't ontology, rookie, you can't fake it. Interpretation, y'all fact, that's the realest vibe. Stop mixing up the map with the world outside. You want truth, then learn how logic's applied. Till then, take a seat, you ain't qualified. Don't point to the sky like that's all you need. Reality subtle, it don't follow your creed. You skipped every premise like you're trying to speed, but logic wants rigor, not belief, not greed. Equifinality, many roads, same sight. Under determination, one view don't prove right. Hidden assumptions dragging you into the night. Bad logic ain't science, it's just noise on the mic. Model our evidence, get that locked tight. I'm done teaching basics, go study alright. Yeah, next time you flex with your half-baked claims, bring an actual argument, not your model's remains. Logic's a game, you ain't learning the lanes. Class dismissed. Yeah. Yeah, I pulled up to the convo, quiet but aware. Watching how you move, how you think, how you care. Not flexing loud, but the truth's in your tone. You and your crew out lifting up minds on your own. No ego, no stun, just disciplined eyes. Critical real is seeing through the world's disguise. You break it down clean, every angle, every fact. While most folks argue, you just teach them how to act. You keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp. Handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the ground, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, your impact is steep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. You stack evidence, quiet, no performing for cloud. If the logic ain't right, you help a mind figure it out. You don't preach what to believe, you teach how to see. That's why the whole hood trusts you more than authority. Your crew full of thinkers, each one on a spark, turning alley conversations into seminars in the dark. For me, I just vibe with it, respect from the core, cause mine's built like yours. Always break open new doors, you keep the minds on the block. Waking up, staying sharp, handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the grind, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise a city monster while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, impact is steep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. Street academics, no degrees, needed no hallways, but you learn more in alleys than most do always. Iron sharpen iron, yeah, your team built solid logic, running deep like a pole with a prophet's wallet. Your crew don't chase fame, don't beg for applause. You just chase understanding, break illusions and frauds. If the world got more folks with the lens that you bring in every block on the map, would start waking to think. Yeah, I see you, I see your people. Clearly not sheeple, quiet minds with loud truth, empirical teaching the youth, sharpening the streets with reason, 24/7 all year, every season. Stay humble, stay solid. And keep teaching the world. How to think for itself. Yeah. Step into the ring of reason, where claims get tested and logic gets seasoned. You say orbit proves it. Let's take a closer look. Yo, you size satellites like that's airtight truth, but I'm seeing hidden premises hidden right in the booth. You said orbit proves curvature, but that's a disguise. Your model assumes the thing you're trying to verify. Parallel rays, distant suns, gravitational play. You stacking unspoken assumptions like it's child's play, but logic ain't Lego, it ain't built on because. You gotta show your causal chain, not the myth of what was. You lean on definitions to claim empirical fact, but that's model dependent motion, not the evidence act. Orbit ain't observation, it's determining your scheme. You're confusing how you talk with what can actually be seen. I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. You point a satellite, say they circle above, then jump to Earth's curvature, but that ain't logical, bruh. That's a category error, mixing models with proof. Treating theory like observation, master back from the booth. Equal finality hitting hard, multiple ways it can look, but you clutch one explanation like it's carved in a book. You ain't ruling out alternatives, ain't setting the stage. You just pick the interpretation that fits the modern age. You claim X per se over, but that ain't no guarantee. That's appeal to authority, do better empirically. Show me raw measurements, not just stories you heard. Logic don't bow to consensus, it bows only to the word. Yo, I don't need conclusions, I audit the chain. I'm here to check reasoning, not preach what's insane. But if you bring me weak structure and call it airtight, I'll break it apart like a fraud under light. Logic ain't biased, it cuts through the fog. I'm surgically cold like a philosophical scaffold. You can keep your conclusions, I'm after the why. And if your wise assumptions, yeah, I'm calling that lie. I'm a logic warrior, listen through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. So next time you drop claims like they're carved in stone, remember logic checks structure, not what you condone. If you wanna prove something, don't skip the trail. Make your premises explicit or prepare to fail. I'm out, but the reasoning stays. Logic warriors don't sleep, we sharpen blades for days. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior. It's a tragedy and utter catastrophe. Blind belief and audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash us.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
They carve logic from the schooling with emotions overruling the desecrated corpse of a corrupt system. We wagered and we lost as soon as we commit them to a factory manufactured to manufacture factory workers who won't excel, indoctrinated by universities deep in the sunken cost fallacy. Lack of logic drives the depravity. They've given up their sanity. Too few people actually know. Too many fools who openly show narcissistic tendencies, manipulations and fallacies, orchestrations, machinations and atrocities. Who sadly don't know any better, oblivious of better, but is ignorance bliss when all goes amiss. Poison peddlers, smiling as they silence meddlers, paying for that pristine reputation. Blood money, no just compensation. Seems they don't fear their nation. Signing up for castration, it's an artificially created mess. The populace in distress, democracy they cross-dress, theater and Congress. Crafted and sculpted by evil cultists, the dark and deluded, making knowledge occulted and secluded. They colluded and excluded on your territory. They intruded, co-opting movements, subverting and converting, sabotaging the name of improvements. They turn their face away from God, the creator, even though there's nothing greater than natural law legislator.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
Knowledge is power and the powerful know. Information is a weapon, and if you control its flow, your influence and your confidence will grow. The liability low. It's a sick, sinister, sycophant shit show, and it's wielded against the populace whilst being poorly adopted by fools. And it's not isolated to our schools. It's a tragedy and not a catastrophe. Blind belief and audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash so thoroughly.
I have a vision that one day humanity will soar above its shackles and mental prison. Recognize the majesty that is creation, so we can stop this moral degradation. Escape the echo chamber, nourished orchestration. Rebuilding a true foundation of truth revolution.
Spin up the rotor, let the flywheel fly. See the axis hold steady while the world rolls by. A little ring of metal with a stubborn-minded grace, showing off a thing we call rigidity in space. It keeps its orientation in the frame where it was spun, not caring where you carry it or how the ground may run. Now suppose a little thought test, just case to inspect how a gyro should behave with the gyroscopic effect. We examine what the earth is, this is logic on display, a conditional deduction in a verse and poet's way. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. that's Modus Tollens in the mist. Picture walking across a globe with latitude to spare, from equator up to poles, or anywhere you care. If the ground beneath you curves while the gyro's locked in place, then the ring should tilt or twist to keep its angle in space. That's the heart of the example, just an objective cue, a way to teach deduction while the beat keeps pulling through. But you move it and you slide it and the angle stays the same. No mysterious rotation in the little metal frame. In our logic demo story that is cue not observed, the trigger for deduction where the reasoning is preserved. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's Modus Tollens in the mist. This is claiming Earth is flat, not round or pear or tall. It's a formal demonstration, and the form is what we call if then reasoning with scientific finesse, teaching our conclusions follow premises. In physics you test models, and logic you test form. Together they make learning more than merely uniform. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you glide across its surface like a theorist in the midst. In our objective case, Q never does exist, so the inference completes without deductive scientist. Modus Tollens in a melody, clean as it can be, a song of empirical thought and fun philosophy.
Welcome, Dr. Incognito. Please say hello. Jacko did. He told us
Hello,
he's here to
hello.
listen to music. Yes, welcome.
Yes,
What brings
thank
you
you.
here today, my friend?
I just like to, put my ears in what you guys talk about and all.
Well, actually, we're listening to music at the moment only because no one wants to talk. So
You guys believe in flat Earth, right?
it's not a belief.
Yeah, we don't believe it. Go ahead, Matrix.
The reason we're
So
flat
you're against
earthers,
it.
the reason we're flat earthers is because when we measure for the curvature, there isn't any. Which does represent a problem, especially if you're supposed to be on a ball. So if there's no curvature, there's no ball. Crazy stuff, eh? That's the only reason we're flat earthers.
Wait, is this for the sake of argument, or do you actually believe that?
No, seriously. It is measured, and they use lasers to measure it. Across lakes, they measure zero curvature. Absolutely
have you been
mental stuff.
have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah. Multiple
Don't you
times.
see? Yeah, don't you see that curvature at the end? Don't you see how it works?
No.
Had it been flat, you wouldn't seen it differently.
There's no curvature from a plane. Even if...
There-
how about this? I will grant you your ball Earth at the given numbers we're told at school with a 3,959 mile radius. Even if that is true, mathematically, you're still not high enough in an aeroplane to see the curvature, even if it was there in the first place.
Do you not believe in the gravitational field and how it works?
Well, actually, the term gravity, all it does is give us a mathematical formula to describe down. and that downward rate is 9.8 meters per second squared in the medium of air.
There is no down in space. It's central. Any mass
Well, I
that
didn't
you
say there
attract
was.
would go. Yeah, you can't just say it's flat. Like
I said gravity is a mathematical formula. That's it. Gravity is not some magic force that does anything. It is just a formula to describe things going down at an average rate in the medium of air. As soon as you change that medium, like water, for example, that shit goes out the window.
Gravity still exists. It doesn't go out the
No.
window. It just has a
Gravity's
resistance.
just a mathematical formula. That's all gravity is.
Wow.
Okay, let's try it the other way. You tell me what
Wait,
gravity is.
are you guys actually trolling or do you believe that? Jokes aside, please, I need to know.
Can I ask him
I'm going to
one
put it
thing
in
real
English.
quick, Matrix? Why do you
Get
keep
him.
asking us what we believe, man? Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge? We have knowledge. Sorry, go ahead, Matrix.
This is not a
Oh,
joke.
I see.
So I'm going to ask you something really simple. What do you believe gravity is? What do you know gravity as?
Gravity is this natural phenomenon that explains why all matter attracts toward a central mass, and this explains atoms. Why, we have central atoms circular
Well,
and they
that's a lot
orbit.
to add on there. So how about you stick to the first bit? Don't add on stuff that you can't verify or prove. So the claim is that it's a what? Magical something that attracts something to large bodies, or the center of large bodies.
Science and magic don't go in the same direction, my friend. It's
So
science,
you
not
think
magic.
this is a scientific claim? Okay, I'm about to bust your bubble, pardon the pun, but this is not a scientific endeavor. This is a question of geometry, nothing more.
Wait, you believe in bubbles? They are circular.
I
too,
don't know.
like
I don't know. Just delete that bit. What we're talking about is not a question of science. It is a question of geometry. You, my friend, are in a category error if you think you need to discuss science and scientific principles. All this is a question of geometry. We measure it. We don't measure any curvature. So the big problem is if you're on a ball or you're supposed to be on a ball and there's no curvature, that is a major issue. Because the last time I checked, and I'm not sure, they might have changed stuff since I was at school, because that was a while ago. The last time I checked, you needed curvature to have a sphere. No curvature, no sphere.
I mean, we do have a curvature, and how do you explain
Excellent.
going on the
Where
same
is it?
direction? Dude, you can go on a plane, you can go to the space, and you will see the curvature. You can
Have
open
you done that?
live
Have you been to space? Have you
I
been to
can
space to verify what you just said?
I can open the live stream of the
Have
telescope.
you been
Yes,
to space, yes or no, to verify what you just said?
dude, I just told you there is a live telescope
No,
stream.
no, you're
You can watch
telling
it
me
out.
bullshit. Have you been to space to verify what you said? Yes or no?
No, but I also haven't been
X,
at the
no,
edge
there's
of
no
the
buts. Once you say no, there's no but. That's it, game over. You have not been to space, therefore you cannot verify any claims of what you would see in space. You are under a belief system. All you've got is computer screens, mobile phones, and television telling you a cool story. And you, my friend, believe the cool story.
Can I ask a counter question if you don't mind?
Go for it.
Have you ever been at the edge of the earth and seen the corners of this rectangle you believe in?
Well, I'm going to have to pull you up because at no stage did I mention anything about a rectangle that you're claiming I believe in.
Okay, my bad. Flat earth. Like, what do you think the end is? You just fall off? Like,
Well, I don't make a claim to an end or an edge or something of the like. All I claim is that the surface we dwell upon is planar with topography.
Okay,
Hey,
then how
Doctor
do you explain?
Incognito, where is the edge of the universe, sir? Can you point me to that? Where's the edge of the universe? Thank you.
It's billions and billions years old. What about it?
Why can't you tell me where it's at?
Cause we what? Cause we don't have
You,
that system
Dr.
built yet.
Incognito, you might not have heard his question properly. Where is the edge of the universe? And you answered billions and billions of years old.
Oh, my bad. Yep, you're right. I thought he said how old is the universe. Well, the edge of the
No.
universe is still expanding ever since the Big Bang Theory. You know, following the Big Bang
Another
Theory, it
theory.
expands. I mean, this is a flat Earth theory. If you want to talk about theories,
Well, okay, I'm going to hand you in one hand a ball, and in the other one, a flat surface, like a book. How are you going to tell the difference between the two items? What can you do that definitely separates the difference between the two items?
can you repeat that? Sorry.
In one hand, you have a sphere, a ball. In the other hand, you have a flat surface, like a book. How are you going to tell the difference between the two items?
I mean, it gets pretty obvious.
It gets pretty obvious. So let's go outside then. Where is the obviousness of your sphere?
Go out. You can't see the whole world from that angle because
So
the
you
Earth
can't
is
see
square.
it.
Yes.
So how do you know it's a sphere if you can't see it?
How do you know it's flat if you can't see it?
We measure it.
What? Okay.
So
If
let me
we
get this
measure a
straight.
ball,
Now just go back, take 2 steps backwards. I asked you, how do you know it's a sphere if you can't see it? And you rebutted with, how do I know it's flat if I can't see it? Well, actually, I do see it as flat. I don't see any curvature.
that's your perception. If you are a small ant on a
So where's
ball,
the curvature? Listen, my friend,
yeah,
how about we try another way? You just seem to be bypassing for some reason. I have a computer desk. That's my computer desk. Now, if I measure my computer desk as 6 foot wide, okay, am I going to run around and tell everyone that it's 10 foot wide? So I measure at 6 foot. Do you think I'm going to tell people it's 10 foot?
well, except the Earth isn't a computer desk, my guy. Listen, I know.
No.
Take your example.
Stop,
You gave
fail, go back. Don't give me that for a bullshit answer. I've measured my computer table as 6 foot wide. Do you think I'm going to tell everyone it's 10 foot wide? Yes or no?
I mean, I hope not.
Excellent. I would hope not either. And that goes for the same thing outside. We measure the Earth as non-curving. So do you think I'm going to run around and tell everyone we measure a ball?
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Who measures the Earth?
Some of the people that are in this panel. Would you like me to post up some of the laser tests?
I would like to tell me like the person name.
I've done it. I've done a measurement. You want to hear about mine?
There you go, Mr. Dave Hinkle.
Oh, you did your own measurement?
Yes, I did, sir, back in 2015. Do you want to hear about it real quick?
I'm like, why should I care about it?
Okay, then shut up.
Why ask the question if you don't care? That's exceptionally rude.
He doesn't care. That's awesome, dude. Who measured it? How did you guys do it? Do you want to know? No, I don't care.
Bro, did you get a
Fuckface.
if you have a kind of PhD, I would like agree with you, but I didn't know you, so I'm like, why should I listen to you?
Why should we listen to you then? Why shouldn't I just put you on mute and put you aside and go back to talking to the other chat, which is now left, which you've given him a nice little backdoor out of here. So if you're going to ask questions, at least have the common decency to sit and listen to the answer. asking a question and then sitting back saying, I don't really care, that is next level rudeness.
I mean,
Yes,
like,
totally. I agree.
why I should care? I didn't say I don't care. I said why.
You told us you don't care.
Bro, whatever.
I'm not your bro.
I said why I should care. I mean,
Well,
like,
guys, remember, you gotta give him a handicap. There's many places that parents don't teach their children manners, so this is an example. This guy, just give him a handicap.
True.
Treat him like a child. Like he's behaving
So
like a child.
why should we go out of our way to show you, help you, advise you, if you're just going to sit back and say, I don't care? If you don't care, leave the room. You're only wasting your own time. You don't care, remember?
So anyone give me a measurement, I should accept it?
Well, how about this? I'm going to tell you not to accept it. I'm going to tell you to go and check it for yourself. How's that for an answer?
I don't have the equipment for that.
Now you're making excuses.
It's not. Do you have any equipment?
Yes, it is.
All you need is a mirror and a lake 10 miles wide. Sorry, go ahead, Matrix.
There you go. Even telling you how to do it. Jeez, he's nice, isn't he? He's a lot nicer than me.
It's just like you're trying to equals the measurement of your table with the measurement of the earth, right?
No, that's not what I was doing. You have no idea what I was doing. So how about you try again?
Right.
Excellent. Would you like to know what I was doing?
Yeah, go ahead.
The point that I was trying to make is when something is measured a particular way, most normal people would talk about how it's measured. So, for example, my table measured as 6 foot across, I'm not going to tell everyone that it's 10 foot across. The same as when we measure the earth. If we measure it as flat, I'm not going to run around and tell everyone that it's a pyramid, or that it's a cylinder, or that it's a sphere. I'm going to tell everyone that it's flat. And my friend that left, Mr. Incognito, he couldn't grasp that basic concept. He decided to make up his own stupid answer because he thought he was clever. And if he was a little bit more patient and hung around, I would have explained that to him.
Could you just like summarize your point?
Okay, I'll summarize it. Earth is measured flat. You don't live on a ball. Welcome to flat Earth. That's a pretty cool summary.
Said who?
Says these people.
That's my question.
Water.
Who are them?
Who gives a fuck who are them? You don't want to know anyways. So how about you just watch the test? It's the results that you should be... Hey, kid, it's the results you should be interested in. It doesn't matter if I did it. It doesn't matter if the guy next door did it. It doesn't even matter if your mum did it. The results are the results. You should be questioning the methodology, not the person doing it.
You need experience to do something.
Yeah, I agree with you with it. Yeah, I agree with
you
with
can't
this point,
become a
actually.
doctor.
Wrong.
It means
You
anyone
don't
can
need
become a doctor.
experience. I'm not trying to become a doctor. False analogy. Try again.
Yeah, I mean, to prove that the Earth is flat, you need to study physics. You need to study the dynamics.
No, you don't. Okay, Dr. Incognito. This is not a scientific endeavor. It's not a question of science. It's a question of geometry. They are two different fields. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Excellent. So you telling me about how I have to study physics and all these other things means absolutely nothing, my friend. It is a geometrical question. You claim it's a sphere. Last time I checked, spheres fall under geometry, which is a subset of mathematics. So, what we are going to do is we're going to measure it and confirm or null whether it is or is not a sphere. That's what we're going to do. And how can we do that? We've got to measure it somehow. So we'll get a laser. And what we're going to do, we're going to assume it is a sphere. and we're going to get a laser, and we're going to use that laser and place it along the edge of said sphere, and we're going to treat it like a tangent to a circle or a tangent to a sphere. And then off of that tangent, we are going to measure for drop over distance. Now, if we find drop over distance, that means we're on a sphere. If we don't find any drop over distance, that means that it's planar. That's why the tests are important. Do you follow?
I do follow, but there's a problem with this test.
Please, tell me what the problem is.
Okay, if you theoretically, in fact, if you in practical, you take a small ant and you place him on a large sphere that we can observe, these tests would still be positive there, because in the ant's perspective, it would be.
How do you know? Do you have a
that is false.
Do you have a camera in the ant's brain to get its perspective, sir?
This is false analogy because, number one, I'm not an ant.
I mean, in the Earth's perspective, you can't afford. You can't zoom out and see the sphere, just like an ant can't see this.
Okay, excellent. So you're telling me that you can't see any curvature. So how the shit did you come to a conclusion that you live on a sphere? Because someone else told you.
Geometry, physics, dude, it's like common fact. Everyone knows this.
No, you were told a story. You believe it. There is nothing in your life that you've ever done that validates the fact that you live on a fucking sphere.
I mean,
tell me something. Tell me something. If nobody had ever told you, if no one had ever told you that you live on a sphere, would you have worked it out yourself? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Look at
You're a liar.
The sun. The sun is a sphere, my guy. Why would you assume that the Earth is flat?
Okay, are you living on the sun? Are you living on the sun?
No, but I live on a celestial.
Okay, so the sun's not the Earth then. The sun is not the Earth then.
Wait, okay, why would you assume? You told me that. Why would I assume it's spherical? Why would you assume it's flat? I mean, every.
Because I see flat.
Spherical.
I don't see curvature. I don't see spherical. So why would I assume something that I don't see? I see flatness. I go to the beach. It's flat as far as I can see. So why would I assume something that I don't see? You only ever assume things that you can see. Because they're called fair assumptions. It is a fair assumption I live on a flat surface because I see a fucking flat surface.
I mean, even if you go to the moon, it would...
We're not going to the moon.
Why should you go to the moon?
You're not going to the moon either.
Incognito, you're kind of getting scattergun here. Just stay focused, man. Sorry, go ahead, Matrix.
You're good, Dave.
You know what? I'm interested in the question of this truth. So why would they lie? I'm like, yeah, why should they lie?
Why would they lie? Who's they?
Them. Why they would lie about the Earth is like.
Yeah, who is they? Who is them? I'd like to know who they are so I can go and ask them.
Right.
Who is they?
The government, the wallet, the ministry.
The government, mate, seriously, if you have a look at the Australian government, I'd be impressed if they could tie their own shoelaces.
So,
if you're at the level, Peter, if you're at the level that you understand that a lie has been told, therefore you accept that the Earth's flat and the lie is the ball-tard that you've been force-fed. So if you're questioning why they're lying, that means you already understand that you live on a flat Earth.
It's just a question. I'm like, if you have,
that's right. In order to get to that question, you must already accept and understand that you live on a flat Earth, because that question comes after you've accepted the truth.
But the reason make a kind of...
There's no but. Don't sidestep it.
If you have many reasons they should lie, you don't trust them anymore.
So, well, if they're lying, I don't trust them anyways. I don't care if they're lying. We know that somebody's not telling the truth because when we measure the Earth, there's no curvature. So here's an idea. Maybe, just maybe, there's not people lying. Maybe just like you, it's misinformation that has been passed on. Your school teacher passed on the misinformation to you, and you are trying to pass on the misinformation to me. And I'm saying, no, go and test it, go and measure it. And you keep arguing, but it's a ball. Nobody has told lies, they have just told you misinformation. And your school teacher, when that person was at school, they learned misinformation because nobody went and checked it. See, no lies, just wrong information being passed on until you go and check it and you break the cycle.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you with this point. Check result with yourself, but I mean, like, Earth being flat is just simple. Like, why is it complicated? Why is it like make it curve and they call it everywhere, like in mainstream, in schools, and everywhere? Like, calling it flat and teaching it that flat is just simple, right?
It's simple.
Isn't it?
That's I'm trying to break down your sentence, mate. Say it again.
Calling the Earth is flat is just a simple truth. If you call it like a truth, but it's just simple. Why is it like builds this kind of consciousness? I'm like, everyone know. The majority of people like know the Earth is like curve. Only just a minority things is flat.
Think about what you're asking there, Peter. Are you done? You're asking why is it so simple? You're actually hitting a key point. It is very simple.
It is simple. It is very simple.
It's just level and planar. It's a simple thing. The globe is the thing that made it so complicated. Go ahead, Matrix.
It is very simple. That's the problem. Everyone tries to overcomplicate it to make themselves sound cool or sound intelligent or fit in with the crowd. All they've got to do is measure it, and the results will speak for themselves. You don't have to argue with me. You can go and measure it yourself and get the result. And that result will answer the question. Doesn't involve Matrix, doesn't involve Dave. If you're near my house, I'll come and help you, show you how to do it. Maybe even hold the mirror, or if you've got a laser, I can point it at you and you can hold the target. I'm good with that. This is a very simple question of geometry. If we're on a ball, we should be able to measure the drop over distance quite easily. But yet we can't, and we don't. And that's just a part of the problem. Then when you start looking at, if you want to get into the physics of it, let's have a look at water. Water's properties takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst at rest. Now, allegedly, of the known worlds, we are covered with 73% water. So how can you live on a ball or a sphere if 73% of it is flat and level?
Gusta.es, como me gusta.es. Si tu post es avenida, retíralo de la vía si puedes.
Yeah, bro. English.
Y coloca la manita 16.
Yep. Who keeps posting this shit? Get off. He's not even in the channel. But anyways, young Peter, it gives you something to think about, doesn't it?
About what?
About the 73% of the known world being covered with a flat level substance. So how can you have a sphere if 73% of it is flat? That's a really odd looking sphere.
No, I didn't get his point. I don't know.
You don't get it. Okay. Water, flat and level. Earth, 73% water.
Yeah.
Okay, if you've got a sphere that is 73% water and the water is flat and level, you don't have a sphere. You've got some other odd shape. I don't know what you would call it.
Is it size?
Say again?
Even like Earth is a kind of container?
Is it a kind of container?
Like
Well, part of it.
I didn't know, bro.
So do you have any more questions?
So all your point is like you don't trust them, so you don't believe them.
That's nothing to do with my trust. Has nothing
How
to
did
do
how did
with
that guy
anything I
hear that,
suggested.
Matrix? Matrix, how
Fucked
did
if
he
I
hear
know,
you
bro.
say that? Because I
Don't
didn't hear
know.
you say anything like that. These guys like hallucinate shit. It's funny. They hallucinate us talking. We're sitting here saying nothing, and then all of a sudden he says, "So you just said that the cow jumped over the moon." No, we didn't say anything about cows and moons. We were sitting here picking our nose.
Yeah, I don't know how you got the whole trust thing, Peter. But if it'll make you feel warm and fuzzy, there are some things that I do trust and some things that I don't trust. None of them I spoke about a minute ago. So this is not a question of trust. This is just a question of measurement. It gets measured, we get an answer. We tell everyone about the answer. It's measured flat. That's it. There's nothing fancy to it. There's nothing you can misconstrue. It's not about the government. It's not about NASA. It's not about the education system. It's not about Matrix's trust or distrust in anyone. It is just a pure measurement and the answer that comes from it.
And so if it's flat, is it a kind of circle or as a kind of
Excellent question. I don't know what the extremities are. All I know is that the part that we dwell upon, where we live, is planar, flat.
It's looks like a lake. It's lake shaped.
Oh, there you go.
what? A curve.
No, the Earth is flat. Kind of looks like a lake.
And the lake. So it's like yeah, it's not
Yeah,
I get
not
the point.
curved. Yeah, right, not curved.
I get the
Yep,
point.
I get it.
That's straight lines.
So do you have any more questions, Peter? Because there's a few other people that have popped in here.
Nah, bro. I'm like I didn't know. I just all these kind of points. I didn't know. I said has to be checked, but
It has to be checked. Well, I think it's your time to check it, mate. We're not here to convince you to be a flat earther or anything like that. That's not our goal. The goal is to get you to think for yourself. So if you go out and check this and you don't trust anything I say, and you go, you know what, I don't trust him, I'm going to check it for myself, that in itself is worth more than all the words I've put out.
But you know what? That's interesting because you can get the facts until that. I'm like every kind of facts from both sides are kind of debunked. It's like a flat Earth guy has reason for argument this, and also a global Earth believer has answer for these arguments, and so on the different way.
Okay, how about I post something in the side chat and we'll see if you can have an argument against it. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair.
Excellent. There they all are now. Laser tests. Lots of them. Would you like me to explain how they work? Nice and simple.
Go ahead.
Excellent. I will explain for you how they work.
Right.
See the image that I posted up, the very last one? The white one? It's got distance, and that's the straight line at the top. It's got drop, which is the vertical arrows, and the bendy one, curvature, with a big green one that's bent. When they do the laser test, that is what they expect to see. They expect to see the curvature, they expect to see the laser nice and straight.
Where does he do the laser test, and how?
Well, you can look at the laser test when it's time. I'm just giving you a basic rundown of how the laser tests work. Okay, that's what we expect to see. That's the first one. Now, the second one, this is what actually happens when they do the laser test. Laser, nice and straight. Deviation or drop is equal and no curvature. So first one, what they expecting. Second one, what they getting.
How the distance? How much the distance?
Distance ranging from 7 miles up to 42 miles.
It's like 7 miles up to. So,
just so you understand, and you don't turn around and say something stupid like, oh my god, the scale, because we seem to get that a bit lately.
Yeah, I get the point, but I still I didn't do the math. It's like,
well, the math is about to get put in the chart for you. The math is in the side chat. So if you believe you live on a ball, that is the drop over distance chart. So if you do the laser test at 10 miles, at the end of the laser should be 66 feet. 20 miles, 266 feet. 30 miles, 600 feet. 40 miles, 1,066 feet. Your imaginary ball tard is not so big, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit, you didn't know that, did ya?
I'm like, I say you do this, you only say bro, so it's like.
How's this for a simple test? How's this for a simple test for you and your friends? If you've got a lake that you can go to that's 10 miles across, you stand on one side, your friend stands on the other, 10 miles in between. You grab high-powered camera or binoculars, and if you can see your friends on the other side, no ball earth. Because your friends need to be 66 feet tall before you even see them. So if they're standing on the edge of the water and you see them, oh my god, they've grown to 66 feet tall.
Zero curvature. So
yeah,
how much the curvature did you expect to be in comparison?
Depends on the distance.
Right.
Look at the chart. You look at the chart. For different distance, will be different drop.
Right. It's like where
so
is
20 miles, 266 feet.
So drop feet. So how much is the percent? I mean, like percent. I need mile.
A few moments later.
How did you go with your numbers, my friend?
Interesting, but I gotta check it more.
You got to check it? That's good. That's what we want you to do, is to check it out. That's a good start.
So okay, if it's right, so the more the distance, the more the curvature they expect to be, but all
Correct.
for any kind of curvature, for any kind of distance, it's all the same with zero curvature for the flat laser test.
It's flat, bro.
So what did they do about, and like what did they say about it? What did they say?
What do I say about it?
No,
I
what
say it's
did they
flat.
say? No, what did they say about
What did who say about it? Who is they?
it? The one who did the kind of laser test. The
Well,
people who did that.
the people who do the laser test, well, they say it's flat too.
Oh, so they ended up like being flat.
Yes.
Right. That's interesting fact.
Very interesting when you look into it. So you come in here telling us we're silly, and now you're looking at it going, holy shit, I don't know what to think.
Bro, you know, I didn't shake it. And this kind of thing is like it's like,